Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Nino. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will. Tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate. I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is. I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow it right better than any. I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited. That's being modest. I'm being honest. Pop up my collar. School of hard knocks. I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby, all I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. Yeah, we see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby, all I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. Time too. You better get believing, baby, all I want is you. Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. Put you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me.
Be the heat and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret. My little secret, la 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 la. One finger on your lips, shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to week 6 of the 2017 LPL season. We're getting ready for today's games, as are OMG and EDG as they set up for game 1 today. We're just crossing some T's, dotting some I's before we get into the game, and the players are apparently filling out a survey. Hello, my name is Rich Full Scam. We're getting ready for the day, and I'm with my beautiful analysts, Rusty and Froskuren. Hello, how are you today?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, super good.
Good stuff. All right, let's move on. So, talking about last week and the players that impressed us, we actually had an OP5 ourselves coming into the LPL. So let's take a look at some of those players. Mystic was the standout, of course, the true shot of the LPL.
Yeah, but he's joined and flanked by a number of wonderful performances last week. In particular, Kabe, who was demonstrating not only his ability to play the tanks, but also came out with the double Camille carries. And despite the fact that QG had, kind of some ups and downs, Kabe has been a solid force for them up in the top lane.
Yeah, and whilst Mystic's there, of course, Condi from the exact same team who had a standout performance, and there is one other member down there, Frostgren. It's a bit confusing.
Get in there.
Yes, it's Crystal. Crystal is now playing support for Snake, and to everyone's surprise, is actually doing it very well. He did play against Vici, so he was against the legendary Easy Hoon himself, and he won MVP that game, and he makes our OP5 this week.
Picked up the MVP in that game, and of course, our last player was Rookie in the mid lane. Not only just outplaying his counterpart Scout, but also just looking like an incredible player overall.
Yeah, Rookie was actually quite impressive. He went down to EDG when they played against them 2-1, but Rookie was still the best performing member on the team of Invictus Gaming. He was 50-odd CS ahead, was getting solo kills against his opponent, and yeah, everyone's going to remember the one outplay that Scout got, but that was because it was an outplay, and every other moment of that game, Rookie was beating him.
And initially when we first did that graphic, instead of saying things like CS lead, reverse solo kill, things like that, it literally just said scripting ? And that's actually still in everyone's mind. Just watching how Rookie paths around the map is just absurd.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like in week 1, we came in and he was playing Rise. He was like sidestepping stuff that I didn't even think was possible to sidestep at the last moment. So really cool. Wants to see him carry on doing that with the innovative picks we've also seen out of that player. However, where does that bring us in terms of standings? That's the next question, because we've looked at the players. Let's see what the teams are at currently. LGD, unfortunately, at the bottom, along with Vici, which is pretty surprising. When you came to the split, you wouldn't expect those teams to be down there. However, OMG on the rise, GT on the rise.
And today we're really looking at the top of the tables versus the bottom of the table. So we're both going to see EDG and WE today. They're not facing each other. They're facing OMG and LGD. So this will be a really good test to see kind of where that gap is in between the elite and the bottom tier.
And interestingly enough as well, though, we're looking at the top of Group B against the bottom of Group A, which is actually still strong individual members from each respective A-side team. There's always the possibility that they start to show up, but one of them is LGD, and I doubt it.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
Firing shots already. We haven't even got there yet, Rusty. Hold your horses. Jeez, all right. Well, so we're talking about the top of the table going against the bottom of the table, but we have a top of the table clash, which will be coming at you on Saturday. It will be our second game of that day, so make sure to tune back in then. And they will be playing over first place. It will be WE and RNG. So make sure to check that out. Should be a very fun matchup. But let's talk about today's games. We'll be starting off with OMG and RNG, one of the EDG rather, one of the teams that will be going up on Saturday. And we'll be following that with WE and LGD as our final match of the day. And that game in particular, the stakes have been raised for Ascurin.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a bet going around. It's me versus pretty much every one of them. Now, the bet has changed multiple times. To this day, it stands that all LGD have to do is make top 3, but originally it was just make playoffs, whereas these guys were so fast to dismiss LGD. I was like, oh, if they can make playoffs, then let's put some, dignity on it. And they're like, no, it's top 3 now. So LGD have to make top 3, and the wager is that whoever loses has to wear a wig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that includes all of us, by the way. So it's either Frostgurin wears the wig and we get to choose, or we all wear wigs and Frostgurin gets to choose our wigs.
Including the producers backstage. So I know that they can see me through this camera. You guys are wearing a wig. We're getting the B-roll because unlike you guys, I was born in the LPL. I've been around for a few years now, and every single time LG never failed to disappoint. They're always a back half team. They always make a really late surge and run towards the playoffs.
Yeah.
As soon as they're in the playoffs, Jesus, take the wheel. I don't know
Hard
what to
to
go
get
there.
from last to top 3 right now, though. There's the stat on your screen. It's even less to get top 3.
Yeah, that 37% chance, that is their likelihood of beating Team WE today.
And it's not looking great, is it, Frosk? And when you apply the LGD modifier to that number, we get a fat 0. So I actually just don't see any way that this bet is ever going to go your way. But if you want to wear a wig that bad, then I guess that's just on you.
I'm thinking we get dreads.
Dreads?
Yeah, some really long dreads there.
We could go Mr. T as well. We could go the other angle. We could just go straight up. I guess that's too close.
Too similar,
I cannot
yeah.
wait to get you in a Yu-Gi-Oh wig so you can finally be your hero.
I'd be fine with that, honestly.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
that's not even a bad wager for me. But all right. So let's talk about the first game of the day. We have the wager out there. You all know it now. So make sure to call Fruskern out when she inevitably loses. But let's talk about OMG versus EDG coming into this matchup. I mean, when we look at today, we were sat backstage and it was like, theoretically, this should be a fast day. This should be straight 2-0s across the board, and it should be fast games. EDG should demolish OMG, but we've seen OMG start take games off random people.
Yeah, I feel like when I first looked at this set, I actually thought it might have been a really good set. Like, I actually got excited to be able to see this happen. OMG are playing well towards a single style. They're able to perhaps upset teams. They're strong mechanical players. And the way that it works is they bring them down to your level. So OMG plays this chaos theory that makes you just get a bit confused and start just saying, why are they attacking me? I have to fight them back or I'll end up losing. EDG don't generally fall down to methods like this. They are a much more refined and structured team that they can endure strategies like this. So I think they still have a pretty good chance.
And you'd feel like if that's going to work on any team, the GT would be a big team who would fall to that. And you can't confuse people who already just like play their own game, so it's impossible.
And it was just such a, OMG should have had that 2-0, so they really have no one to blame for themselves. And, it was already kind of an uphill climb before you looked at the roster. You then also have to take into account that Icon will not be the starting mid laner for OMG, so they lose one of those key weapons. Because it was really about the World 6 Icon, superstar show. One of these two goes off, they're able to carry the game, they snowball into a Maokai Sivir composition, and that's OMG's win condition. And now they don't have that.
So if we take a look at EDG, are there any flaws in this lineup that theoretically OMG could exploit, or is this just straight up like, there's nothing you can do against
Go
this?
for gold.
It's fire lolly. So Rusty already brought this word refinement. I really like it for EDG right now. They're trying to mature, refine themselves as an elite team, whereas OMG are just trying to refine themselves to a playoff contention team, which they will fail because LGD will win. But fire lolly, he got Graves, Kha'Zix, and Rengar, and he did get the MVP in the last series when he played that Rengar, but it was simply because he just kind of put the series out of its misery and they had to give it to someone. But ultimately, it was kind of a no-show for him. And you can't get those power picks and not step up and be that carry jungler.
And there is a lot of pressure when you're against someone like World 6, who has just come in and honestly has been bodying everybody that he's been playing against. Looks super impressive, mechanically strong, is actually making the aggressive decisions, though, with his team. And they're drafting around him being able to do these things by picking the Sivir Maokai, building a team comp that if he gets the one Lee Sin kick, he'll be kicking them into the team that kills him.
Yeah, but his second man to all of those players has always really been Icon, and Icon is not with us today. Bad boy Icon was a little too bad, and he's been subbed out for one best of 3. So they are without Icon in this game, which should be a major problem, actually, for OMG's identity.
But he does have his second fiddle there in Shui Shui. So Shui Shui, obviously very comfortable with the team, used to be the jungler before World 6 took his spot, now gets to play alongside him, and as Rusty was saying in rehearsals, Lee Sin, flex pick for mid and jungle.
And I hope that was a joke in rehearsals, because if they do, I'll be a little bit sad. Or a lot sad.
A lot sad.
A lot sad.
We don't know what his champion pool is. We don't know how he's going to fit with the team. Ultimately, today, as OMG fans, you're just looking at individual pieces, SMLZ, World 6, and just making sure that they stay consistent in their performance, that you're getting what you want from them. But otherwise, it's a write-off. You don't expect OMG to take anything here.
That's a really good point. So what's considered a win right now for OMG and OMG fans? Is it taking a game off EDG? Is it just, again, as you said, looking consistent in those roles? Like, do you even want to see a consistent roster? Because you're not even going to have mid lane stay the same. Icon's going to come back.
I think there's a sentiment to uphold here when you're an OMG fan. You look at the matchup against EDG, and it's like you've got wins that aren't necessarily getting a victory on Summoner's Rift. Number one is Xiang doesn't feed to Mouse, because everyone has this perception of Mouse's ability to play League of Legends. Granted, he's playing well right now. If you die to Mouse, OMG fans will just be, oh, this is a disaster, we're over, everything's done. And Xiang is meant to be a consistent tank playing top laner. So that's your first victory, right? You have a consistent top lane that should be able to carry that through. Your jungler should still win, I think, is the other big one. He should at least do what Bengi does with Vici, get an advantage. And maybe it doesn't translate because EDG are better, but I feel like that's still a big thing for them.
Yep, and then you have to look at the bottom lane. So SMLZ, you want him to get on the likes of Caitlyn, on the likes of Jhin. He needs to start popping off and carrying late game. But again, it's kind of that bridging power. If Xiang and World 6 can take care of the early game, with maybe the Shen, Grave, Shen, Kha'Zix, whatever combo they want to run, it then is up to SMLZ, because you don't have Icon, that he needs to step up and be that late game AD carry on those late game picks.
Where's your picks and bans priority then? Is it looking towards jungle and saying, hey, World 6 is the consistent member on this team, let's just get him a Lee Sin, get him a comfort pick? Or do you look towards bottom lane and say, we need you to be on something that you are comfortable on?
I think it's a matter of how much they care about getting Firelolly ahead, right? Because he can play the same champions that World 6 does, and if they just want to get something away from World 6, I'd prioritize the Lee Sin and then pick the Graves. So maybe a ban on Lee Sin is warranted, but that's the only big standout to me.
Yeah, ultimately, SMLZ and Zed are going to be competing for the same champions. The AD carry champion pool is not small, but kind of a bit more stable, and you're not going to get as much carry potential out of it, especially early game to sway game. So I agree with Rusty. It's really about jungle focus here.
But even then, when you look at the pick ban of the AD carries, Zet's got a propensity to the Ashe. He'll pick the Ashe as the AD carry position, whereas you look at SMLZ, he's got more Sivir and Jhin in there. So Jin's the only real shared champion as of their last maybe 6 to 8 games that they've played. I feel like it may not be attacked unless OMG really dislike playing against Ashe.
I have a feeling it's probably going to be Ezreal, Jhin, or Ashe Sivir as kind of your go-tos. And if we see any bans, maybe a target ban out of Maokai as well as the Lee Sin. Unless they just look at Shui and they're like, I wonder what you can play.
It's a possibility. I mean, they don't know. We don't know for sure until we get into those picks and bans. I want to flip the question as well to EDG when we said what's considered a win for OMG. What's considered a win here for EDG? Because I think last time we saw them go up against a weak team, like GT we were saying straight up, needs to be a 2-0 here for this to be a solid win for EDG, for them to maintain themselves as number 1 in the league. That's changed now because they're fighting over second on Saturday. So what do we need to see from them? Is it just a win, or do we need to see them straight up crush OMG?
Yeah, it's a crushing. I think that's exactly what EDG should be looking towards. If this isn't 2-0, I'd actually be unhappy if I was the Edward Gaming team and or management. I feel like they're in a point of, not only is there a mid lane that is being played by a jungler on the opposite team, they're also a bottom of the table team, and it reflects poorly for you guys if you can't make this as clean, as efficient as possible, unless they really want to try a strategy that is a bit ballpark that they haven't done in scrims, and LPL teams do that.
That's the other thing, is it could be a training ground for them. That said, stylistically, OMG really hit EDG kind of where they have been faltering, which has been in the jungle with Firelolly. Firelolly is by no means a bad jungler. He is just a serviceable, middle-of-the-table LPL jungler right now. But ultimately, if everyone else is consistent, like if Mouse is consistently doing his job as the zoning tank Maokai, if Zet and Mako are consistently doing their job, that they're able to get into the late game and Scout's making these 1v1 outplays, then you have to look at Firelolly like there has to be some consistency there from him.
And he has looked better over time. There's been rumors that Clearlove may be coming back. When we finally killed it, and we was like, we're going to see him disappear. He's gone. Look at the new generation. And it's like, oh, actually.
Degrassi 2.0. I mean, you saw him walking in on the look lives there. You know, Clearlove was coming in the room.
They announced that he's going to play within the month.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what he does. And do you think that will be based on the performance of Firelolly? Is you just see the lineup there of EDG, whether if he doesn't have these consistent performances, they'll be like, all right, here comes Clearlove, or is it just they're going to bring him in at some point?
I mean, it could just be if EDG are expecting a 2-0 here, you know, smash OMG game 1, start Firelolly, and then maybe sub in a Clearlove instead of running a random strategy to try to give him a warm-up game.
Yeah, I think it's heavily dependent on how Clearlove is playing, not so much how Firelolly is playing. So for EDG, it's all about getting their star jungler back to star power.
Yeah, and maybe if they do have that 1-game buffer against the likes of an OMG, that could be where they try and slot him in. But yeah, will be a tough game today for sure for OMG. They have been netting wins all over the place, but it's not in the same fashion that we see like a GT. It's like, honestly, they are such a blue shell in this league that it's impossible to tell like who they're going to take games off and on which day. Whereas OMG, I think it's weird to say they're more consistent in their style when they take games off people.
I do want to point out, though, that it was Koro actually sitting with the team there, has the silver hair, so not Mouse starting. So, again, more substitutes. We talked about what was that question for EDG, how seriously are they taking the series? Will they experiment on the Rift with a composition, or maybe even off the Rift with their starting lineup? Sure,
and with OMG, you saw that Zuidre is in the mid lane for this game, and there's Koro in the top lane. No Mouse today, at least for game 1. Firelolly, Scouts, Zet, and Mako manning that bottom lane still.
And if memory serves, Koro said he wasn't able to go home when he had silver hair for Chinese New Year because his parents were too disappointed with their haircut. So,
wow.
Yep, had to hang around a little bit, but he did still go home. It was okay. He was just a little bit scared.
That sucks. I mean, Clearlove's got a new haircut now as well, I heard. So I've seen it as well. So.
I aspire for Clearlove's haircut every time. We get closer and closer. Every time I see a photo, I'm like, I don't know if he's copying me or if I'm just like copying him at this point.
We'll have to find out. At some point, we'll see him on stage and see if he has just gone full Froskuren. That would be great, by the way, if Clearlove was following in the footsteps of Froskuren.
You go full Coral, I go full Clearlove?
I can make that work, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll swap it up for next week. We'll have both those players playing. We'll see. But
Do not include me in this either. I'm not going full anyone.
don't worry. We were talking before. It's just like Froskuin seems to be the bridge in this broadcast, but she needs to be in the middle. She's got the floral shirt going on, but not today, unfortunately. But fan support still over there. And Koro, he's only just come in today, and the fans are there. Get a snapshot of Koro.
Look at that handsome man and his beautiful silver hair.
Honestly, how could anyone's parents be disappointed in that?
It
I
was
don't
a
know.
lot more silver before.
His world's performance was a little bit disappointing.
I'd be more disappointed in that than the hair, or honesty.
But speaking of kind of checking up where Koro is,
Fine.
so Mouse has been their primary starting top laner. He's very consistent. We've seen Koro, I think, maybe 3 series the entire year so far, and he's been picking up champions like the Jace, so looking more towards that carry-oriented flavor. Kind of curious what he's going to go for towards today, but Mouse and Koro do have very different identities and responsibilities for EDG.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mouse has been dabbling in carries recently, though, but yeah, for sure, Koro definitely fits that bill a little more clearly.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse is... he was a carry player before he actually joined the top lane for EDG as well. He liked to play the Fizz top lane, a really good Aurelia player also, and had to learn to play the tanks quite quickly. He looked at home, he looked comfortable playing them, but Koro has this unique ability, similar to what LGD needed from their top laner, that he can just control side waves, that he can teleport really well, and that he can be as low economy as possible whilst helping the rest of his team succeed. Remember, he was playing with Deft.
And
Yeah.
what's so funny is that their roles and kind of tendencies reverse. So Mouse came out as like the big carry top laner, transitioned into a tank top laner. Koro traditionally was a tank top laner. His #1 pick was Trundle. If you think back to his big MSI days, it was the Gnar, and then he became a carry player. So it's quite cute, the evolution and transformation that both these top laners have made to bend over backwards for the org.
It's true. And they're also like a top lane. When I see one player come in over the other, I'm not just like, what are you doing? It's a top lane substitution that I'm not unhappy with at all. So thank you very much, Rusk. We'll see you after the game.
See you,
But
mate.
OMG up against EDG for game 1. We're looking at a fast day today, but anything can happen. We've known that from the LPL. So LeBlanc band out here from OMG, along with Varus. And Graves and Shen will be out there from EDG. There's also Syndra from OMG as their final ban.
Oh, that was Syndra. Right, yep. So Syndra, 2 mid lane is actually taken away from Scout, is something that you wouldn't expect to see in the early phase of a regular pick ban, but because it's Dredre, a jungler, I might add, against Scout in the mid lane position, there is very much due respects to be paid.
For sure. And you mentioned it as the cameraman has gone wild. He's back. Lee Sun's going to be banned out there from EDG, recognizing this could be a mid lane flex. And Xiang there locks in the Rengar for his jungler, so World 6 will get his hands on that one. Kha'Zix still available though, even though Graves is off the table. First pick of, I wanted to say Scout for some reason, but for Scout it will be Jace. And Malzahar for Mako in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they don't need to actually go for the Kha'Zix now. Rengar's locked in. They do have to pick it in their 3rd rotation, however, if they don't want it to be banned away. So they go for the priority pick of the Jace. They make sure they have the support that they want as well here, EDG, for Mako. Very much acknowledging that Lulu is a pick that can be put against it.
Yep. I mean, Lulu is insanity right now. We've been seeing a bit of Cogmore come out in LCK and across solo queue worldwide. So at some point that will be coming back. But for now, just Lulu will be locked in against Malzahar and a hover that I'm not going to talk about just yet
He's
before I
all
get my
smiles,
hopes
so
up.
surely not. There we go. I mean, that's a realistic hover, much more than anything
Yeah.
else. He's picked AD carry as well. So EDG now have to be pinched. What do they want to pick?
We just saw Deft play it, and he started Dagger as well. So we'll see what SMLZ does in this game. Didn't go towards the Jhin in this one. And on the opposite side, EDG are looking towards the next 2 picks, or next pick into their bans rather. First one will be Gragas as they walk towards their bans. They need a mid lane, they need a top lane.
It also depends now while we're in the ban phase of what role or what AD carry even do OMG want Zet to play. If they ban the Ashe, they get rid of an engage tool. They ban perhaps something like a Lucian or an Ezreal that has mobility. They could force him to pick the Jhin and then just have a Rengar sit on him, have a Cogmore be able to kill him with the range being matched. Like, there are interesting strategies that OMG could take. They could actually just throw that out the window entirely and ban top laners so that Xiang's better off as well. However, the Gragas is a good flex pick, so
Yep.
risky ban phase here for OMG.
It's tough, for sure. Karma bans away, so looking towards JJ. And Karma, definitely makes a lot of sense if it's a jungler coming into the mid lane. It's just like, what can you play? Well, I played a couple Karma games in solo queue. Excellent. Well, that's been banned away there by EDG. And Ash at Zet as well. So Ezreal's still open for him. We've seen some great Ezreal performances out of Zet.
I mean, I think your safe bet here is to play Orianna. If you're JJ, just pick something with a shield,
Yeah.
you know, try and keep SMLZ alive. This is a clever strategy, I'll say, from a team that is subbing out their mid laner for a jungler to have to sub in that role. Just protect your AD. Just empower the one carry you have standing.
Yeah, sure. We'll see what World 6 can do as well, right? So you have the two-pronged assault this time, and there's the Jhin ban as well. So Zet essentially have a nice game on either Caitlyn or Ezreal. those are your two choices. Maybe you could pick up Sivir, but
Caitlyn's actually probably the best choice. Sivir and Ezreal are too low range of auto attack to be able to contest the Lulu Kog'Maw.
yeah.
Caitlyn's the only one that can really keep up on that front, but you'll outscale at the one item stage. Caitlyn needs the second one to really bounce back in.
Yeah, it's just not a fun lane to go against. Kog'Maw Lulu is pretty disgusting right now because he has only 20 less range than Caitlyn at level 1. So you walk in and you basically have a Caitlyn coming at you with 1 billion damage.
He just locked in a Zed.
He did. Zreja was just like, you know what? Actually, screw saving the AD carry and helping the jungler. I'm just going to say I'm picking up Zed. All right, that's why Xiang was giggling,
This
I guess.
is a traditional protect the Kog'Maw composition that we're not seeing that at all. This is the exact opposite of protect the Kog'Maw.
Oh my god.
That puppy's in trouble.
What's going to be top lane now? Let's see what the lock-in is.
Yeah, I think that was a hand up.
And hello?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So pretty sure it wasn't Susan in the top lane this time around. Though I would love to see it. It's not going to happen. And apparently it was an Olaf pick. So
Well, there you go.
makes a little bit more sense. But I'll be going into
Top
the
lane.
top lane, yeah, unless it's a Rengar top lane. So yeah, not what I was expecting in the last rotation, honestly, from OMG. It was like all set to be a protect the X composition with a Rengar thrown in there because it's World 6. But instead now we have Zed and Olaf.
Yeah, picking the Olaf for the team. Interesting choice, I will say, but it's actually quite good. Firstly, against Caitlyn, you'll be able to close the distance. Caitlyn's only real way of escaping people running at her is by the net that then slows you or the trap that can zone you off a distance. She just wants to stay at that auto attack range. Well, Olaf's axe is Caitlyn's auto attack range, and he can run over all of the above, and there's nothing that can stop him from getting to you. Gragas also, Malzahar also. Like, Olaf is actually a really clever pick here. However, he needs to be in a reasonable position when he gets to those fights. If he's ever behind, then they'll all just turn around and kill him with damage anyway.
Yeah. Very true. Plus he has the Lulu, I guess, right? If Lulu doesn't have to protect the Kog'Maw, or if you just have so many threats that you're just running over your opponent.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
place the
that's
whimsy on him.
legitimately their strategy, though. Kog'Maw's kind of like a backup plan here or a bait.
Yeah.
And if the Kog'Maw lives for long enough, fantastic. He'll get enough rotation of damage out that everyone's happy. But Rengar runs at the carries. Olaf runs at the carries, and they've got a Zed. Like, they have one job as a team right now, and that is just to make Zet's life miserable, and perhaps Scout just wish he wasn't playing.
Right now, it just feels like 5 1v1s are going to happen in a team fight. Which, honestly, I can see. Like, it just fit OMG's playstyle just a little. Up against EDG. Maybe they're just a little thrown off. And once again, we see the fan support from Koro. Same fans, though. So, I see you on that one. And we're just waiting to get back into Champions Set for our second time today. We've had a pretty good run, I feel. I think it's been getting worse recently.
Yeah.
I would say like maybe in the 4th and 3rd day of last week, but
You know, the last time you said that, there was immediately problems as well.
it's true.
Yeah.
I'm trying to reverse cursors. We'll see if it pans out, but so far not. All right, let's get back into picks and bans. We were up to OMG's final rotation, which was Olaf Zed. We were waiting on the final pick from EDG.
Yeah, we were. So EDG's final pick is actually still a flex. That's the thing when we're looking at their draft so far. They've got a Jace that can go top or mid. They've got a Gragas that can go top or jungle. And we don't actually know where they're going to finish with their final rotation. They know what they're against now, however. And if they pick something in that middle lane, I already suggested Orianna for the team of OMG if they wanted to protect the Kog'Maw. They obviously don't. But something along those lines is still a good champion of choice for Scout if they wanted to put that mid lane. Can Gragas lane against Olaf, though, is an interesting question.
That is a really interesting question because Gragas has generally had good matchups into everything top lane, which is why he's been picked so much. But I don't feel like that would be good.
It's all about minion and lane priority. So if the Olaf has control, you can never stop him from sustaining with the auto attacks, having the W up as well. Whereas the Gragas, if he has control of the wave from a gank, perhaps, if Fire Lolly comes in there and actually gets a gank off,
3-6.
then he's got too much sustain to actually push out anyway. So it'll be an interesting dynamic. I think junglers play a big part in that, but if they choose to put the Gragas top lane, that's what it really comes to.
Again, still a flex though, so that is a possibility in the myriad of options that EDG have in this game.
Yeah, Karo has also played Jace. Entirely possible that it will just be a Jace top lane and we pick something for Scout.
And with it being a Z as well, then giving Scout the option to pick something into that would make sense. But his options are fairly limited though, with Syndra off the board, so is LeBlanc.
We can go a champion like Ryze, Courage of the Colossus if he wants. Maybe whatever you run, you just have exhaust on it. Still 7.4, so he's quite alright with that.
Yeah,
We'll
big
have to
buff
see.
to AD Assassins in 7.5 with those exhaust nerfs. And yeah, of course, Zet had the Caitlyn going up against Kog'Maw Lulu. I really just want to spend the early game just watching Kog'Maw Lulu go to town, because Untouched that lane will run all over you.
I know you and Frostgurn have been talking a lot about it. I know it's strong. I know that we've seen Deft and Marta play this lane. But Deft and Marta are not SMLZ and 5. 5 is a Thresh player. This is a very fundamentally different, duo
All you gotta
playing.
do is press W and E on the Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw will 1v2. That is essentially the lane. But yes, they definitely not Deft here.
It depends on if SMLZ can, and I mean recently he has been looking pretty good in that AD carry position as they finish EDG's team comp.
Yeah, typically on different picks, like the Jhin. But Vladimir as the final pick, so it was indeed the mid lane pick coming out here for Scout. And everyone has just been trending towards the Vladimir. After Joinby brought it out a couple of games, everyone's just like, yes, Vladimir, good pick, let's go. So I believe this is the 4th mid laner now to pick up that Vladimir.
He really has restored faith in Vladimir for every mid laner in our league at the moment. Vlad's still good. EU, I believe, has played it as well. It's starting to creep around through all of the leagues. And it is quite good. He's got the exhaust. He'll be playing that into the Z. Like, Vladimir is definitely still in a position once he gets to the items stage of the game where he'll be okay. But he has to build armor. Vladimir doesn't necessarily want to start the game off by building armor.
That's true. He might not even go Seekers. Does he have to? Well, there's so many AD threats. You'd have to think that he has to, right? Yeah. Because usually into AP comps, you'd build a Spirit Visage, and you feel pretty great with that because you get health from that, which equals AP, which equals healing, which equals everything for Vladimir. But Zhonya's is just kind of an item early on.
Well, the recent build has been Proto Belt into Abyssal Scepter.
Right.
So they forego the Spirit Visage completely, but they still get the magic resistance. They're just choosing the damage route, and the healing is still obnoxious without the Spirit Visage in the first place. It will be curious to see where Scout goes, but he definitely knows how to play pretty much every champion in that middle lane. Mechanical genius. Studied under Faker.
The rookie did rack him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a fun matchup.
Rookie does that with everybody, though.
Yeah.
It's a wake-up call. I think Scout's going to come in after being bopped a few times and
I mean, definitely against RayJ, right? It's just like you can't lose against the jungler. So you gotta just blast him in the mid lane and assert your dominance. If I can't take number 1, you're damn sure I'll take number 2 in this league. And we have the 4 compositions. Once again, as we get into game, it will be our first series of the day between OMG and EDG. We're hitting the wrist. We have Butterfly Kog'Maw as well. Let's see how this game will turn out. We're looking at heavy favorites EDG, but I'm sure OMG will somehow still win the fan vote as they typically have done in the past.
probably not against EDG. That'll be pretty dangerous.
Are you willing to bet on that one?
Yes.
I get to choose your wig if you lose the bet against Froskuren.
That's Frosco's bet. You can't do that. That's cheating.
I'll ask her if it's okay.
We have actually seen an early movement from OMG as well in this bottom lane. 3 people down there, but EDG very much cognizant of the fact they avoid it. And I was curious as we got into this game. Zed, you would expect, has a slight edge around level 2 and perhaps level 3 when he's got the shadows and all the spell rotations that a Vlad won't have. Vlad's actually gone for the Dark Seal and refillable potion. That, to me, indicates that yes, he's going to take a lot of damage and yes, he's going to lose lane, but he just wants to go back to base and be as efficient as possible. And it's more about controlling the minions for Scout. But Juejue's also got a Doran shield, so his job as a jungler currently playing an off role is to just not die as much as possible.
Out of all the champions that he could have not died with, he chooses to go Zed as well. That really just feels like, Zoja, have you ever played mid before? Yeah, I played a bit of Karma, played a bit of Zed. Alright, well, Karma's down, so I guess you're playing Zed, mate. Have fun with that one. And you're facing down Scout, so give him, like, I guess, as much comfort. And he's smiling right now. I feel like, I guess he's happy getting the chance to play Zed on the stage.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, I missed the axe.
You
well,
lose the game.
now, yeah, Kara's just going to blast him. If he was in range for 2 of the skies, that would have been completely disastrous. Here's the bottom lane, though, of Kog'Maw Lulu. Getting a lot of poke damage from Mako, where Five's just kind of taking it to their face right now.
Yeah, they're trying to get level 2, so they're actually fighting for the minions and losing their health for it. It means they will get level 2 at a reasonable time. Still a bit behind, however, as, again, level 1 doesn't look too great for Xiang, but he's still an O-life. You know, hit the level 2 power spikes, and nothing stops him then. Jason's a good matchup, however. You knock him away when he runs at you.
Yeah, pre-6, it's pretty good. Maybe if he can get his E off, directly swing in time, then it does even things up. But yeah, E from Kara is very annoying to play against. Scout still facing down Suede. Just playing the survive game. Quick invade there from World 6 onto the red buff, and we'll maybe look towards top lane after he's dealt with these Krugs. Bottom lane still being shoved in. EDG are completely demolishing. Oh, the hidden trap as well above the tower. It's a straight up dirty, and a second one in a row. You knew that, you heard the sound effect. Stop doing that.
They're so hard to detect though, so again, kudos to Zet for even knowing where to place them, but it is starting to be often seen. It's World 6, you meant to hit those. But yeah, he falls for it twice. That's a bit of a disaster. Thankfully he's a boots Kog'Maw, has 4 potions to his name, he'll be fine. Just on struggle street this early in the game, and that's really the name of the game for most Kog'Maws against the Caitlyn. Because yes, you can match them pressing W, but when a Malzahar has kill pressure constantly.
3 traps above the tower.
That's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. First 2 I can forgive you.
Set's laughing about it.
Yeah, it's like, look at this guy. Look at me place down another trap. He'll step into it in the next 20 seconds, I assure you. Look at all this free poke I'm getting. This is a great lane.
They're winning lane and they're not doing anything to achieve it. All they did was push it to the turret, and OMG gifted them the laning phase.
Yep.
Dresser also struggling as well. We mentioned it before, you know, refillable potion, perhaps not so efficient for Scout in the way that he's going to lane, but he'll go back to base and get more efficient potions and money usage. Not really being seen that way at all.
Yeah, just really, really confident right now. And he's even going to look for the gank in mid lane. I mean, Dreje, let's see if he can get out. He has the flash, but he's holding on to it. How's the exhaust coming down from Scout? So ultimately, it's a win from Dreje in terms of summoners, but he's just having to sit at tower and has to farm with shurikens. So all in all, not entirely sure that was great.
It wasn't too ideal from EDG, however, either. He actually will still get pressured under the turret. So JJ's having a really bad time, as long as Rengar doesn't get a gank off to counteract any of the positive work that they have in fact been doing. The problem here is that really, OMG are just losing everywhere, and there's no counterplay until World 6 shows up. And he is a good player. He has a CS advantage. He's doing his part, but the rest of the map isn't, so he needs to start actually doing it.
We said this at the start, right? World 6 is going to be the X Factor, and the only X Factor in this game. Malefic Vision's down onto 5. I mean, he had the help picks there, so he's got the shield at least, but he is very close to death.
Flash headshot autos.
Flash headshot, yeah, it's definitely a kill. I mean, now it's just an auto attack. So, yeah, you run away there, 5. It's a bit precarious to be stepping in front of your ADC right there. Top lane, Firelolly looking for another gank. It's going to be a flash and a knockback from Koro. Xiang still has the flash, but they blow him up on the spot. Didn't get the chance to flash away. That was just a nice executed gank.
Yeah, Xiang has no way of getting out besides an earlier flash predicting Koro. So once he was knocked back, he was well and truly committed. He was in. The fight happens, and Firelolly's everywhere. He's gone from mid straight to top lane. Koro's doing a lot of work. This is a really solid start from EDG.
And Firelolly as well. A bit of criticism on the player is the only real criticism on the team. SMLZ this time stepping above the traps, but now there's a trap there as well. So he's getting to farm while we get an ideal back timing from Zet as he goes back to base. Looking back towards mid lane. Still, CS advantage is opening up, and as you mentioned, Rusty, it's just happening in every lane. up until we start seeing World 6 get involved, and he has just gone back to base, picked up the tracker snipe, picked up 2 long swords, so you have to think he'll start looking for these ganks now that he's gotten 6.
Yeah, I think the next step for World 6 actually is to go from red buff to the enemy blue buff. They've actually established vision for this already. That's a possibility that he looks for a fight around there. Once he gets to the red, it should be spawning in a pretty timely manner.
There we go, he's got the timing down. Take this away, and we'll see if we just get that invade off. There are wards around there, as you alluded to, so there's a chance that he should be able to take this one away. And it will just be Firelight, so he will be looking for the smite, because Scout will not be taking it. And he's going to bring 5 on him on this adventure.
It's a Cloud Drake, so they definitely won't be doing it. They're just using it to go through. They have vision set up, so they know where it's safe to walk.
Oh, they found Firelolly straight down. I mean, he went into the Whimsy and instantly blown up. Firelolly was just simply not prepared.
Yet he was in the area, so I still think he was looking for perhaps a counter gank. As now Zet needs to respect, but he's in trouble.
Oh, he's away from both of his towers, and World 6 is looking for this kill. He gets the second jump from the bush, but Mako's here with a flash on the exhaust. World 6 will get out of that one and heal back all of his great health.
Scout.
Here comes Scout into the fray, but there's still another exhaust on top of him. In comes the Death Mark, looking for that mid lane kill to happen. Suedre gets the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
And welcome to the Chaos Theory, EDG. OMG are throwing it at them as Xiang.
Oh, now he's turning online on the top lane. Needs to land this on the toe. Side step from Koro, turns around, shock blast, auto attack. Xiang ducking into the bush, but there's a ward in there, and Koro's going to chase you down. He cuts the vision, looks for a second control ward to get the vision and the kill.
2 control wards is what it takes. Xiang actually being the aggressor in that situation, now 0 and 2. And it's just as simple as missing your axes. You can't afford to miss them. And because he does, he is made to pay for it. However, on the opposite side of the map, OMG have been making it happen. We already said this. Level 6, World 6, goes from red buff to blue buff. The timing's in his favor. He's a Rengar and he clears it very quickly. And so he gets the jump. The fact that 5's able to leave SMLZ to go on this journey with him. Incredible work from the OMG side with their support laner and their jungler.
And Dre even got a kill in there as well off the back of that trade. They are still down gold very slightly just because of the farm differentials, but it's pretty much negligible at this point. So OMG are right back in the race. And Dre is feeling more confident to go up against Scout, and Scout is going to say, no, I'm still a mid laner in this relationship. I'm still going to push you in, shoving this wave. Dre, maybe you're taking the blue buff as well? Yeah, you've got to get the extra energy regen in there for him.
Definitely needs it against the Vladimir. He may be a not exactly resource-dependent champion in a Zed, but Vladimir will always have leaps and bounds above him in that respect. As he's currently doing Raptors in vision.
Yeah,
EDG are pushing in.
Knows he's there, yeah. SMLZ's sitting there while World 6 is going to walk on down. He's sat on top of a ward, so there is information to EDG in this play. And Scout is just around the corner. Dre is going to see him. And looks like they'll just back off to mid while both junglers will return to what they were doing. World 6 is swimming through the jungle.
Yeah, he's also being spotted throughout, however. Firelolly has the initiative and he's taking it to at least keep tabs on where the Rengar is. He's not looking to gank himself right now. He's actually looking more so to counter gank unless an opportunity arises. And because World 6 is the one who's going to really be shifting the tides of this game into the favor of OMG a little bit more so. If he counters it and it's successful, then EDG are actually the ones getting the biggest upper hand.
Scout still just pressuring this mid lane.
Yeah.
It's just so funny seeing the respect that Dre has to give over towards Scout. But it's to be expected. It was the first item Seeker's Arm God though, as we were mentioning before the game. So he has gone towards that purely because there's 4 AD threats on the opposite side, even though one of them is mixed.
And Zonias is still good for Vlad. He wants cooldown reduction. If he does rush his Zonias, and so be it. But you'd expect after the Seekers, he goes towards the Proto Belt straight away. Still gets the extra cooldown reduction if he goes towards a Kindle Gem. But then he misses the bonus damage that you're getting from having a Revolver until he completes that part. So it's not the most efficient damage route for itemization. But it's still quite a strong build, especially when he's this far ahead.
World 6 is prowling through the jungle. Somehow they got a beat on him despite that ward being disabled. Firelolly is sitting in a bush, and so is Koro. So they're anticipating a top lane gank here from World 6, but he's just staying around the Raptor side until the spawn.
He's also going to be able to look at the Krugs where Philo is about to do them. So the question is, how does he react? Does he try and kill Philo? He doesn't have a team to rotate with him, but he can 1v1.
He can, but bot lane, not in great shape. That tower is definitely done and dusted for Zet. Bring that one down for the first tower of the game. SMLZ is really just trying to farm up at this point. Did not have the greatest of laning phases. That trap you can see just above the rubble was his natural enemy. He can, yeah. This is like, this is what was getting me continuously in lane. Got it.
It's such an awkward lane dynamic as well to be a Malzahar Caitlyn, and they've done well to push and get the turret. That's the ultimate goal.
That just outplayed him, honestly.
Don't
Wall
do
6
it.
is gonna jump after Fire Lolly. Okay, that's a lot of damage, and Kara caught in front of that minion. But yeah, we've discovered today that World 6 hurts quite a lot.
Yeah. Here's the thing, I don't want to tear Philoli apart, but he should have went the Cinderhulk build. He should just be a tank in the first place. His team doesn't need more damage. They've got a Malzahar support. They've got Caitlyn Vladimir, that's already a lot of damage. And yes, they may need magic damage, but that's where the Malzahar does come in the support role to be able to complement. He can go towards a Rylai's, he'll always be able to lock people down. He needed a tank. They needed a tank on this team.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that he hasn't gone that way with his item build, and it's reflected now in the amount of damage that World 6 is actually doing to him.
Yeah, you can somewhat understand it though. You know, he's up against OMG. They're a man down, but they definitely still have some fangs. Carrying out this mid lane war, there's now scouts coming down over towards the dragon. Fire Lolly has started it. It will mean he'll do a little bit more damage though, and these Boilings will keep them all relatively high HP. Do have these teleports now coming in from OMG, and they're actually just going to turn tail and run. We'll see if it's fast enough for Fire Lolly as Zheng has turned on the Ragnarok. He's going to finish off the first kill. Mako under attack. Scout right in the middle of them. He's going to flash over the wall, but they're right on top of a blast plan. And he's going to use that to jump away, but World 6 is here with a flash and a double jump for the kill. 4 kills over to OMG, and Karo is not going to get away from this one. And this will be the ace coming out for OMG.
And welcome to the funhouse, EDG. They try and do the objective. They try and make the play on the dragon. And once again, OMG get a team fight. Jue is 4-0-2 right now. And he is somehow bopping people when it comes to these team fights. But the answer to why he's able to do that is just so simple. Firstly, they've got a Black Cleaver Rush Xiang on the Olaf. He's shredding resistances. They've got World 6, who is actually single-handedly killing the entire team. And then everyone comes in to get all of these kills. Juejue's score is fantastic. OMG are fighting well. But man, the amount of work that Rengar's doing is absurd.
Yeah, World 6, despite him having those 4 assists, this has been doing so much. And this was just EDG getting called out, honestly.
And that was good from JJ, but it's a Lulu able to protect him as well to ensure this all happens. Koro's almost the saving grace of the team, but he doesn't have that many items just yet.
Yeah, man, that was real bad for EDG, and he didn't even pick up the dragon as well. That goes over to OMG, so literally everything went over to OMG in that trade. Now they have the gold advantage, they've evened up the towers, and JJ is massive. It's like the one person on your team who you think would maybe be bleeding out, maybe he wouldn't pick up these kills, he'd just get blasted in the mid lane by Scout. And yes, he's 30 farm down, but with 4 kills, that's more than made up for it.
And he was getting blasted, right? He's even gone for armor boots though. And so his laning phase is like acknowledgement of the blasting that is about to occur.
Yeah.
And it's all about killing either Koro or killing Zet. We already said this in Champion Select when we looked at the draft completed from OMG, and it's about making Caitlyn's life a living hell. They've banned specific champions that are very utility-based to ensure they could do that. Rengar's also here. Good luck.
I mean, Scout's pretty dead. We'll say goodbye to that one as we turn our attention towards top lane. JJ in this 1v1. Koro does get the better of him. Didn't get too cocky, kid. I'm still pretty strong up in the top lane. Mako's just gonna walk up lane and just stare him down. Fire Lolly takes the death mark, but it's not gonna do any damage.
And just gives him a big old cake bop to secure the kill. So EDG, they do get a trade on the opposite side. OMG killing Scout is great, but what are they achieving by killing him? They don't actually need to send all these resources down there, where EDG are still looking at the structures. And again, when you want to highlight the major conflicting differences between these teams, OMG will bring you down to their level 100% of the time. But it's if you can bounce back, if you can look at the greater objectives on the game and get those turrets, get that gold for your team globally, and find the victory.
Yeah, the problems start seeping in when you can't refocus as a team, but EDG are a team that could definitely refocus. We've seen it time and time again, even in this series against top of the table teams. Fire Lolly just gets bolted down and rooted in place, but he'll have to flash away so he can E over the wall.
Yeah, forced to flash because Five's able to rotate up the river. Didn't have his body slam for a couple seconds, so was just trying to distance himself from Rengar, who is 3-1 and 2. And I might add actually going towards a tank build. So between all of the members of OMG, the only one that can die is SMLZ, really. He's got a Lulu.
Yep. As you said, he's a
I love this
secondary
comp.
threat as well in the lineup, so you can kill him fine, but then Tracer's gonna kill you. World 6 and Shin are jumping on your carries, so all in all, it's just working out real well. And SMLZ gonna first item Trinity Force on top of that.
I just love how counterintuitive and awesome OMG's team composition actually is. Like, you pick a Kog'Maw Lulu, historically and even like recently you've seen it, you know, it's designed to get like an extra shield champion in there, protect that Kog'Maw. His damage is absurd.
Yep.
But right now, OMG have said, just pick the champions that you're good at, and it just happens to be that they all play assassins. And Olaf is his own version of an assassin, I guess.
Yep. He's a funny looking assassin.
SMLZ is then left to his own devices. Five's using his Lulu ultimate onto Juejue when he's going in.
Yeah, EDG, still with the fan vote. You win this one, Rusty. 31% though is significantly higher for a team who's at the bottom of the standings though, of against EDG.
I think RNG is the closest you'll get to EDG in fan votes.
Yeah.
Then usually WE and OMG would be there.
Yeah. I could definitely see, well, not only just RNG being at the top of the table, but being a full Chinese roster, right? Here comes JJ and World 6 gonna jump right on top of Karo. Good luck getting out of here. It's gonna be the death mark popping, and JJ just needs to walk up, shuriken him for the kill. Mid lane, SMLZ, the one killable man on this roster, will go down. And 5, he's sprinting for his life, or waddling, I guess, as a Yordle. And he gets away. So it's just a 1 kill over to EDG, but can they convert it into a tower? Because OMG are doing that in the top side.
Yeah, that's the thing. OMG, they've turned their attention towards the right side of the map, being the top lane. They get a turret with it. EDG are looking to trade, and because Kog'Maw is dead, it should be a very much achievable goal. Now, do they move from here back to their blue buff, back to the Drake, reset properly, and get those really strong ways into the game, or do they let OMG run them around? Because the timing of that death from the Kog'Maw may have cost them a turret, but he'll be there for the Drake. And I'm sure OMG want an excuse to fight this one, as we get to see a Flash Malzahar ultimate. Pretty standard stuff. There's Scout very close to getting a kill, actually. Good flash from 5.
Once now 5 kills on Dre is absolutely gigantic. EDG going to clear out mid lane. It's pretty low to going down that tower, that outer mid tower, but EDG hold on for it, onto it for now. We're approaching that 20-minute mark in the game, and OMG, you still have the goal advantage by like 200 gold, so there's that. But Dragon will be spawning, and it has indeed spawned, so these two teams will be looking over it. And as you mentioned, SMLZ up and ready to go for this objective. But Xian is walking to the top lane, and he does not have TP, while Koro does.
Yeah, there should be an advantage for EDG in that respect, but they're pushed in the middle lane. Vision is being established by the OMG roster early and first. So the question is how EDG actually want to play this one out. Protobelt's a good spike for Scout, but he doesn't have his 2 items. Their AD carry in Zed is working towards the Infinity Edge, and that'll be super handy, but he doesn't have his items completed either, so he's on the way to damage. Whereas a Kog'Maw has it. Lulu's going to always make sure the Kog'Maw has it. The Zed has it. Like OMG, even though their teleporter is not available, might still want that objective.
Here's the 1-on-1 in the top lane. Koro's going to flash away. He doesn't even want any part of that 1v1 against Olaf. And OMG's pretty much just walk over to Dragon and take it. EDG were not willing to fight over it just in case we had another whitewash disaster that we saw last time around the Dragons. So they'll just concede it, give it to OMG despite the CP advantage.
Yeah. Interesting as well that Xiang's still able to beat out Koro so handily. When you actually look at Koro's item builds, he's going towards the Starrick's Gauge, you would expect. Similar to that of the Gangplank top lanes that we've seen when they're getting camped or they're losing lane, they on the fly decide to switch to make sure they no longer die. He's against the Zed, and so instead of going the armor route, he's got armor boots. He's choosing the Zed ultimate will not kill me build, which is fine. It applies to Rengar too. There's Scout.
He's under attack, and he's turned into a squirrel by 5, and he's dead. this is just going to be another tower over to OMG, you'd have to think, well, Minion Wave is lagging behind them and Fire Lolly is here, but there's still a lot of damage onto that tower and a kill to OMG.
This is crazy. So he has Zonias, and the W from Lulu is actually the biggest thing here that is letting them secure all of these kills. They're still going.
He's going to go for another fight. There's the wild growth onto Ray. He's going to be a frontline knockup for them as they pick up another kill onto Mako. This time it was a mid lane for a support, so it's not the best for OMG, but they should be able to pick up the mid lane tower off it, and that's just yet another advantage to this lineup.
They're just keeping them busy. Fighting in the jungle isn't the best idea from OMG, not when they don't have all of their summoners and abilities actually available, but because Kog'Maw is solo pushing that middle lane, they ensure it's not going to be a 1v1, it's not going to be a defensible turret. They actually just cut them off and say, if you want to pass this area, we will fight you for it. And then they win.
OMG have caught up and overtaken EDG yet again in this game. And in terms of just raw fighting strength right now, it doesn't seem like EDG can get anywhere close to beating OMG.
They're pretty close now, though, to be fair, Pulse. When we actually
I need to see
highlighted
them
their
do
items,
it though, Rusty.
they have got all of those items now. I feel like it'll help, at least a bit.
It should, right? They
I
also
mean, it
should not have
should.
gotten aced at Dragons.
Yes.
Until I see it with my own two eyes, I'll continue criticizing, because OMG have consistently made these trades which probably shouldn't work. And Mako and Fire Lolly were looking for an invade, but they will be shoved out here by the Scry's Bloom. And JJ is not taking a lot of damage currently.
No one is. Hey, like they're all building to defend from each other. There's so much physical damage running around at the moment. Magic damage users need to step up pretty big. And on OMG, that is, it's SMLZ. He's the magic damage dealer.
He really is.
I mean, he'll do a lot of magic
Yeah.
damage. It's deceptive when you've got picks on you as well.
It's true. With that high attack speed.
That just means EDG can stack armor and kill the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, pretty much. They just dive him. They have the tools to do so. You have Mako just to sit on his face and hit him with the ultimate. And JJ is looking for a flank though. We do have a TP from Xiang, but it's going to have to be a coordinated effort. EDG are finally grouping up. This could really just go either way, honestly, in this engagement. World 6 is, he's chasing with Thrill of the Hunt.
Yeah, Rengar burps loudly doesn't actually mean that he'll get kills. The crazy thing right now for EDG is the amount of control wars that they've got present, trying to prevent flanks from happening. They're grouping up as a team quite nicely, and the way that they're grouping up as a team is by extra emphasis on those control wards. It's very cool to watch them actually play this one out, but OMG are not going to play as slowly and as methodically as you are. They will just find their ultimate button eventually and run at you with it. And because you now have to deal with side lanes, they've got control wards against you.
Man, they are just always looking for a fight, always looking for a brawl, and they've found one in the top lane onto EDG. JJ is finally just going to get ulted by Mako, but Scout's under attack still. He's going to get a lot of that health back as he flashes away, but Xiang's there with World 6 to shut him down. Big damage in return from Zed. And Scout is the only member to go down. OMG yet again with an advantage.
They definitely still get something else, but again, it's only just one kill. They can't translate that to the Baron. They don't have enough health bar on their jungler, and there's also too many people from EDG around. But OMG are playing the side lanes better than that of their opponents. They go top lane, scout paths very greedily towards the top lane minions, and he's ended up going down for it. It took a lot of effort to kill him, granted, but he still does go down. The bottom lane had minions from OMG that was also pushing simultaneously, and that's the thing. EDG aren't exactly hitting the mark on where you expect them to be right now. They're dropping the ball.
They really are. JJ's yet another invade. OMG, like literally 20 seconds ago, we saw them fight top lane. Now they're just invading on the bottom side as well. And EDG are really struggling to respond.
They've just
despite
done the Baron.
not dying.
They're two-manning the Baron. Olaf and Rengar are very capable of doing it. Nobody knows they're in the
They
pit.
snuck past the ward as well on the top side. That is just straight up unfortunate for EDG.
Olaf's about to get so low health that he's actually just able to destroy it.
Yeah, he's just doing more attack speed being low health.
Cox just revealed it.
It doesn't matter though, does it? Fire Lolly's over the wall. He's going to have to go in right now. And no, it's gone. World 6 will smite it away. OMG pick up the Baron. And EDG's faces just tell the tale.
EDG, what has happened? We had a week break, we come back, and they just don't know what they're doing. Is it that, or is JJ actually just a secret god of mid?
Maybe. 5, 2, and 5. 2.5 items, basically 3 items. He's just... Oh, I would not have expected these scorelines coming into this game.
OMG are just winning. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, SMLZ's got his
can call it.
QSS. Malzahar can no longer flash engage onto him. Zed's got Edge of Night. He'd expect him to be out of range on a flank until he actually pops that one and goes in. Olaf can't be stopped, and Rengar is ultimately the target that the Mals will go towards. He has a redemption, so he's not killing anybody. Scout is 1 and 5. They have no magic damage. OMG are completely set up for success with this Baron buff. You would expect if they win a team fight here, that's the final nail in the coffin.
This game is a legitimate disaster for EDG. Scout is on wave clear duty, but Zerajdre is going to get to the point where he's just like, oh, I can kill him 1v1. And he'll go for the fight and just straight up win against Scout.
Oh, they want to fight though. File is drinking his graggy ice. Means he's ready for it.
Xiang also pretty adept at that. Turns the corner. No one's there. Everyone backed away from EDG. From OMG, rather. And we've got a push in the top lane. So OMG are honestly playing this out pretty smart. Drader's going to walk up to the tower. He's just literally not taking damage from Scout. He's going to jump after him. He's looking for the 1v1 kill. He's sticking out from the Ignite. He's going to survive from this one, but that would have been one to show the grandkids if he took out Scout there.
Yeah, unfortunately he doesn't. Still saves the ultimate, but does use the Ignite as Zet still doing damage. Still a big pain in the butt for OMG to deal with. However, it's a 1-3-1, so they're able to initiate the 1-3-1. Xiang's now got Koro busy. Zhuezhui has already shown his ability to take out Scout if it comes to it. And it's a Kog'Maw in this middle lane. He is so hard to deal with. Every single item that he continues to complete makes that harder.
Every single member of OMG is just difficult to deal with. Like, even killing one of these guys is hard. And in the straight-up team fight, it's just probably not going to happen at this stage. Yes, there's items being picked up. We now have a 3-item set.
That tickled.
But they literally just tickled the behind of SMLZ. It's like, all right, mate, I guess I'll just go back to base and pick up a Zeal. Got it. Big ultimate from JJ. Oh, he's called out by the 200 elo trap there. 2,000 elo, I should say. Maybe it was 200, he got away.
200 IQ trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
200 elo, bronze 5, negative bronze 5 trap.
Zed does live though. Zhuezhui goes back to base. He's learned his lesson. He may be 5-2, but he's not a mid lane main just yet. He's no scout, Zed. But at least he's better than a scout Vladimir, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's just a true statement. Xiang is running down Mako. Redemption comes down just in time, but not enough to save his life. Undertow is going to murder him. And Scout is not in the best of positions to Zhonya's. World 6 is going to just walk up here, path through the traps. Redemption once again coming down this time for OMG. And they are back to full health, having taken out 2 members of EDG and then looking towards the mid lane.
And there's nothing Zep can do. There's nothing that the 3-man unit remaining of EDG can do besides wave clear to actually prevent this push from happening. But you try wave clearing against the Kog'Maw and see what happens. They are sieging.
Oh, Firelight getting absolutely melted by SMLZ. The build is turned online, and you don't even need a Rise to make this rotation happen. Bot lane's gonna crumble. Koro looking to try and defend, but Firelolly and Zed just simply aren't enough. Maybe with Mako, but it's a 4 versus 5 still, and there's no tower. OMG are gonna respect, or SMLZ is just gonna kill Koro, and I guess he'll just turn his attention to Mako as well. Welcome to items.Kog'Maw. I'll just back away. SMLZ's low on mana, so this will be the end of this endeavor. We're gonna look for 1 kill, but Zhuezhui, oh, triple knockup. 5's gonna fall. World 6 turning it around. Zhuezhui looking for that kill. He gets 1. Xiang heading into the base. Zet under attack now, but it's actually SMLZ. Gonna fall to Koro. Oh, Koro wants this win. Xiang in this 1 versus 3. He finds 1. Got the Styrax. He turns around. Moves on to Koro. Not gonna happen. And that was a very messy fight, but it was an ace for EDG at the cost of 3 members.
And 4 kills goes to Koro. He has been the best performing member on the team in this game, and it's no surprise that he's going to be the one to lock it down for them one more time. Unfortunately, at the cost of an inhibitor, at the cost of his teammates' lives, as you mentioned, and it still feels a little bit like a too little too late scenario for EDG, because the only reason they get this fight going so cleanly is just quite simply the fact that everything had been partially used. From OMG, they tried to brute force their way in. They overstayed, and they're starting to run out of mana from SMLZ. The health bars were lacking, and then Koro just comes in. It is well played for the most part by Zet until the Kog'Maw bops him with his Afterlife true damage. But still, OMG, like, that was almost a winning team fight.
Yeah.
Like, this is weird.
Man, if SMLZ had mana for W, probably would have been all over. Oh, just does so much damage. 4 items currently, sat on the Executioner's calling. That could have been almost bad. But EDG, this is what they're having to resort to, right? Like, we have to sit in a random bush, hope that someone walks in, get a pick, turn this into an objective, but there's no Baron, there's no Dragon for another minute.
Yeah, they're trying to actually catch somebody out placing vision. Ideally, they find 5. If they do find 5, then they can kill the Kog'Maw. He's no longer invincible. But because, you know, there's big frontline members to stand in front of them.
Let's see how much damage Ace in the hole will do. Basically negative, and Sarex will bring up the shield. Xiang's still looking for a fight. He's going to walk in. Scout just do quite a bit of damage now, and EDG are getting the best of this little scuffle in the mid lane. Scout's going to be turned around on by World 6. Still does a lot of damage. Drajo now in this 1v2 onto the upside of this fight. He's running away, gets over the wall. Scout under attack still. He's low. He needs to vamp off something.
Look at Drajo.
And he's...
He's like, oh god.
I'm kind of running away, but I'm also looking towards Scout, who I could finish off. And now he'll back away. So all in all, no deaths, but the fact that EDG come out even or negative means that OMG will just take Dragon.
Yeah, it's an Infernal Drake. They also have bot lane pushing, they have top lane pushing. They've established control of all of the side lanes. OMG can now go back to base. They can re-establish vision and get extra around the Baron. And that's pretty much exactly what they need here. The fact that nobody died from their team is still really good for OMG. The fact that EDG didn't kill anybody is a big miss on their part.
17 to 11 now in this game. 7k advances to OMG. SMLZ. 5k rather. SMLZ just going to take away this this crab. And they're setting up for Baron. They have pretty good vision control. They're just getting more and more of that as this goes on. Koro is forced back to base to defend against this minion wave. No teleport, as you correctly mentioned. And EDG now sat in this bush.
Oh,
JJ just stepping up. Maybe not the best of moves, but he can afford to do so at this stage of the game. The flash, the ultimate onto 5, but for all these resources, they're not even going to kill him. Here comes World 6. He takes out Zed. He's now onto his next target of Mako. Someone kill him, but we've got bigger game to fry. It's going to be Fire Lolly as World 6 jumps over the wall. Mako eventually falls. It's a 1-for-2 currently. Made that a 3-for-1. Koro now getting chased down. He's just completely by himself. I mean, there's nothing that Fire Lolly can do. He just goes straight face first into the meat grinder.
That might be game, actually. 4 people alive from OMG. They've got a lot of time to work with those bottom lane minions. I actually do think this will be over.
I struggle to call that a team fight. That was just EDG walking in one by one and dying. And now they'll just run down the bottom side. They have Redemption running. Fire Lolly does not have his ultimate. And honestly, EDG, I mean, outside of a Christmas miracle of all of them running onto the spawn pad, this isn't going to happen. Game 1, OMG up against EDG. OMG, take game 1.
Not something we expect to say at the start of the day. EDG losing with their full roster against the sub mid laner, and that sub mid laner pops off.
Good lord. That was we came in today and we're like, it's going to be a fast one. It's going to be 2 quick 2-0s. It should be, in any case, as EDG want to be contesting second place against WE. But in fact, completely just annihilated. I have no idea what just happened, but OMG look ecstatic, and they should be, because they just took out EDG. Frascurin, what do you think?
It's okay, Pulse. I know exactly what just happened. And it's going to start in the draft phase. So bear with me. We've got a lot to cover. And the first and foremost, I need to point this out, especially as we go to the damage graph where you will be able to see all these compositions, is the Olaf pick. EDG make a huge mistake in their draft phase. First priority pick from OMG was Rengar. The response is the Jace, the Malzahar. We've seen the Malzahar be the soft counter to Rengar. He jumps in, you lock him down. That's how it goes. But that leaves the Lulu open. And we know that Lulu's the counter to Malzahar. She's able to counter him in the lane phase. She can disrupt his ultimate. She works very well with assassins. And the thing is they bait EDG into this Malzahar pick, which then opens up not only the dominance of the Lulu and how pivotal she was throughout this game, but also the power of Olaf. That he doesn't care about Malzahar. He's just going to run through. He's going to threaten that backline. So it was kind of two big key picks for OMG's cool composition off of baiting OMG in first rotation there, which was actually quite clever.
Yeah, that and forcing the Malzahar to ult the Rengar actually unlocks the Kog'Maw to do damage freely as well. So like, there's a lot of actually cool things that they did.
And this is something that's actually really common of LPL teams when they run protect the AD carry compositions. They'll almost never run a protect the Kog'Maw comp with like an Orianna, Lulu, Shen. They'll always do it with some sort of assassin because they believe in the assassin is self-sufficient, so you don't need to expend resources on them. Like the Zed will be able to take care of himself, diving around into the backline, so it frees up all of the attention of the Lulu to support just the AD carry and keep track of that Kog'Maw. Okay. So we've got the cool composition. We know how like the Lulu works and everything. That said, OMG's side lanes still get dicked pretty hard. Their bot lane loses heavily by about 20 CS. Their top lane loses heavily by about 20 CS. And you can see EDG, they understand this. Like, okay, we're winning in the isolated lane matchup. So they go in, they peeked into the red buff, you know, when Firelord almost got caught out going over the Dragon Brush. He's just placing vision because he's just saying, we just need to keep everyone safe. We'll take these towers. We'll naturally win these lanes. The problem that just baffles me is they then go, okay, we do not win a 5v5 because on the blue buff trade, Zed got the kill or Caitlyn got the kill, which guess what? Zed counters Caitlyn. Like, he's ahead. We're going to lose this 5v5. They take the 5v5 anyway on Dragon, and they just get demolished. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, you clearly set up your vision that you didn't want to fight 5v5. They choose it anyway. They lose. They're like, okay, we're behind by about 5 minutes. That's fine. We'll just try to farm it back up. Oh, it's brutal.
And then it didn't really happen either because OMG kept running over them.
And then they snowball even further off of the Baron. And the thing is when you lose those 5 minutes, which is pretty much just determined on that Dragon fight, to a Rengar and a Zed, you cannot afford to go out forward and place that vision that was so necessary to guard against the two-man Baron. Yes, the two-man Baron was super cheesy, but ultimately EDG didn't see it coming because they're like, we can't leave our towers because Rengar can just hop on us and tear us apart.
It was a series of unfortunate events, I feel, just summed up the entire game right there. Is this something that you feel like OMG could replicate in Game 2, or is this EDG consistently making poor errors in judgment?
This exemplifies everything that is wrong with EDG right now. Even Koro losing his flash. You said it during the cast rest. You're like, I'm not quite sure why Koro's getting beat around by Olaf so much. He's building the Stark's Gauge. You know, he's going much more of a defensive build. Well, the thing is obviously they didn't want to take the Dragon fight because you had Trinity Force, Ghost Blade, and Black Cleaver all live for Olaf. So OMG are very strong for that Ocean Dragon fight. So EDG are like, we're not going to take this. Their only response is then to push far ahead on top lane and try to trade a tower for Dragon, but they don't coordinate it. Like, EDG aren't creating any pressure while Koro's overextended. So he loses his flash, he loses the trade, and it seems so minuscule, but like, this is repeatedly happening with EDG, where across map, they are not cohesive as a team.
I do still, like, whilst EDG looked like perhaps there's a lot of mistakes with them, you do have to highlight where the strengths are in OMG and how they are starting to excel. I will just honestly say that 5 was one of the biggest standouts in this particular game. He's able to lock people down, uses the W offensively to get kills, doesn't just speed up or empower anybody.
Yeah.
And every single time he used it to stop the Vladimir from using Zhonya's or from using Pool, the character was dead every single time. So, like, kudos to him for that.
Yeah.
That and the decision making from OMG, they actually did have good sideways setup, even if it was EDG not having it. OMG had it, so it was good.
But I want to point this out because this exemplifies how good 5 is. He absorbs so many key abilities. Proto Belt, Malzahar, even the Gragas Flash, and he survives all of it. And then he turns it around, starts helping his team pushing back into offensive mode. But then the cherry on top is when Koro's like, okay, the Jace has arrived. I just got my quadra kill. I'm the big deal here. He jumps in, immediately whimsied, and just donezo. See ya, mate.
Yeah,
the
Whimsy and
Whimsy is
Exhaust.
really just on point in this game. It's like the amount of times people just go down into Whimsy and instantly die was just astronomical. We'll also say that World 6 was a big proponent of the win as well. Like, the early game was just essentially all World 6, setting up those side lanes, allowing the lanes to prosper and thrive despite mid lane getting blasted. In fact, you said it yourself, Rask, like every lane was like down by 20 CS, but World 6 was still making things happen.
Yeah, literally at 11 minutes in this game, top lane 66 to 83 CS. Koro has a 20 CS lead on him. Bottom lane 86 to 103 CS, another 20 CS lead. Like EDG clearly knew we just need to keep this isolated in the 2v2 and the 1v1 and we win. And they threw it. They gave OMG a beautiful 5v5 where Shui Shui went off on Zed.
I think it's partly a disrespect thing, just saying that we are the better team. We can just accelerate this game if we take the fight at the Drake. And it was ultimately decided through the jungle position for OMG. They had a fantastic performance from their Rengar. He did show up pretty big and was chunking out Fire Lolly, who was not having the best game. I still think a Tank Gragas build would have been better just quietly. But at the end of the day, like, it was through the jungle that they won when they could have just kept laning.
I think that also goes down to a little bit of disrespect then, like looking at the jungle and saying, hey, I can go for Runic Echoes, like we're just going to accelerate the game, let's go for the fight dragon, wipe them, accelerate the game, finish this one in 20 minutes, and then just go on to game 2, right? But then the fact that that just kind of cascaded out of control and it's now putting out fires just didn't work out for them. We're going to see if they can recover though in a game 2 as EDG are a game down.
I'm barely breathing.
Welcome back to the LPL. OMG are one game up against EDG. I did not misspeak, that is fact. And I'm back with my analyst, so we need to start talking about what we need to do in game 2 if we're EDG. Is it starting from the champion select, or is it just don't do what you did, any of what you did in game, and just play it safer, accentuate those leads that you have out of lane, and don't go for that random fight at Dragon?
It just, they constantly are making these bad choices. Like, EDG have been slipping on their macro game. They used to be head and shoulders above everyone else in the LPL and would just dominate through making smarter decisions. Now they're entirely reliant on basically superior Baron setup and superior smite control of that objective to get them to that top standing in the LPL, which just means that they have a better support than most of the other teams, Mako, which he couldn't do that this game because he had a Rengar Zed running around, and they just came up big on the smites.
They just team comped Mako out of the game though, and Koro could do as much as he could, but Zet was also in a position where he wasn't able to. I feel like most of this did come down to the draft phase, quite heavy-handed from OMG and how they actually won it out. EDG, I don't know how they decided on their draft. Overall, if you look at their 5 champions, you'd say it's good. But then you look at the opposing 5 champions and you strongly disagree.
And this has been a huge problem for EDG for, it seems like, years now. They've gone through 3 different drafting coaches. Their most recent one is NoFe, and they've always had kind of these big gaping holes in their draft phases where teams can exploit them. And for the longest time, it was said that Clearlove has a strong voice in champion select. So maybe it didn't matter who the drafting coach was if the player's sitting there and leads them down the wrong direction with the wrong philosophy. They don't have any excuses now. Clearlove's not on that roster. They have a brand new drafting coach, and they just got out-drafted by a bottom-tier LPL team.
OMG's draft was dope, though.
It was dope. I'm just so frustrated for EDG.
I think the Vladimir pick was an interesting one as well. Ultimately, I think the Jace could have been the mid laner. I think the Gragas could have been the top laner.
Yep.
And then they could have had a different jungler to compensate, to have a bit more strength in the jungle role. Even an Elise, but probably not against an Olaf.
Yeah.
But something else that they could pick there would have been a bit better, I'd say.
Kha'Zix was up as well, I
Yeah,
guess.
Kha'Zix.
Yeah. And Philo's had some great performances on the champion. Could have come down to draft. I really want to say that game 1 was a little disrespect from EDG and just see them turn it on in game 2 and 3, because we've seen that before from them, but it felt different in game 1 from the losses that we've sometimes seen from EDG game 1.
I mean, I do understand where you're coming from when you use the phrase disrespect, especially in regards to kind of some of the build paths, you know, the tank Gragas build path versus the AP Gragas build path that we were talking about. But ultimately, that choice to go towards Dragon, like, that's not... Unless they're sitting there like, oh, they're not going to contest us for this objective. Like, that's OMG.
Yeah.
You know they're going to run at you 5v5. Again, you just gave the Zed the kill. Your Caitlyn got all the kills. You had an immediate disadvantage going into that fight. That's just sloppy macro play. And EDG can't afford that if, like, they're battling for second now. It's no longer they're battling for first. They're battling for second. Is it going to be, oh, okay, now EDG are battling for third. Okay, now we're scraping into playoffs. Like, how far does this tumble go?
Exactly, and you just look at the teams around them, and maybe you even put all those teams above EDG right now, despite them picking up that win against IG. Big question marks around the roster and around the team and the organization, but we'll answer some of those as we get into game 2 of OMG versus EDG. And it will be starting off the banning phase with Shen, Graves, and Zed from EDG. And on the opposite side, it's going to be LeBlanc, Syndra from OMG, aimed at the mid lane there from Scout. I'm just waiting on that final ban once more from OMG.
Zed, a pretty good adaptation here from EDG. I'm not going to say it's 100% necessary to ban out a jungler playing mid lane's champion pool. Scout can pick it himself, but they're not on red side, so better safe than sorry. I think there's just a higher priority champion of choice for them, really, and it does just fundamentally stretch JJ's limits already.
Yeah, because you already know his champion pool is going to be extremely small in the mid
garbage,
lane.
yeah.
So we're looking now towards what else JJ has. Karma is open though if he just wants to pick Karma in the mid lane. EDG are going to first pick Rengar, while OMG will look once again towards the Malzahar.
Now, if I was EDG here, after OMG picked their champions, I'd still go for my bottom lane, or at least my AD carry. That's the immediate change that I would do here, with Malzahar and Lulu not being looked at just yet from OMG. We'll see what direction they go. I'm not actually sure why they picked Lee Sin for Xiang when World 6 can pick for himself as well. But I'd say, you know, the Malzahar or the Lulu actually here for OMG, and then EDG to respond.
Yep, maybe they're looking to flex the Lee Sin to the mid lane, Rusty. Maybe that's the case right here. Or they wanted more time to think about the Malzahar pick. Malzahar picked up 4-5. He had the Lulu last time, so you may even just see EDG pick up Lulu, honestly.
Yep.
There we go.
So they should. I guess the question is, will they be confident enough to go Cogmore back at them and say, OMG, look, we're you? The answer's no.
Maybe. No. Gotta pick up the Jace. Make sure that doesn't get banned away in second rotation. And I would like to see Scout, honestly, on Jace. Curry didn't do terribly, but he also did not really have the same pressure against the Olaf we were maybe wanting for him. Well, I feel like Scout could just decimate someone in the mid lane.
So EDG banned Rumble in the second ban phase of game number 1. An indicator naturally that Xiang's able to play it. World 6 can also flex it if it comes to it, but Lee Sin is there. And so it's interesting they don't even decide to actually go towards that, instead picking their top laner as a tank.
Gragas going in there for Xiang. But Lee Sin being picked up, it's hard to think that that would be a flex.
It just means they're missing a portion of extra damage they would have had before. And they picked themselves a Gragas into the Jace matchup. That may well be a Jace mid, but into that matchup knowing that it could be there. Not the easiest of matchups, but you can stack armor successfully on a champion like Gragas.
Yeah, just about surviving. They were thinking about the Rumble, but instead they're going to ban it against EDG here, who are looking for potentially a top laner and also an ADC here. So they'll hit that pool a little bit as we have that flex pick of the Jace. EDG will ban away Jin against SMRZ. Did not look towards it last time.
His book says pencil do the thinking.
Oh man, I didn't see it.
That's amazing. EDG's coach.
Well, it makes a lot of sense when we saw the last draft, honestly. But OMG, it will be Rise as their final ban. And now EDG waiting on their 2nd and 5th ban out here. And it will be...
I mean, that's an indicator already, though, Paul. So they just don't know where the Jace is going themselves. They banned one champion from each of the roles.
Yeah.
They're like, well, we'll just get rid of the best one. We actually mentioned Rise for Game 1. I would have preferred that in a way to the Vladimir. Would have been able to perhaps deal with Zed more handily. It's much more hands-on.
Alright, OMG. Let's shine some light on this composition. Come on, mid lane flex, Lee Sin, let's go.
They should pick their AD carry, give some time to think about it. Gives JJ the counter as well, being that last pick on the red side. Feels weird saying that,
yeah.
but that's what they're going to do. Mostly because they're scared of picking into scout. Not because it's a counter.
For sure. But at least EDG are on the blue side, so JJ gets a little bit of safety, I guess, there. Ashe will be picked up from Zet. And we'll be thinking about top lane or mid lane now for EDG. I'd really like that Chase once again to go mid, but let's find out. 17 seconds left on the clock.
I like this choice.
Nautilus is the consideration.
Nautilus has the lane pressure against the Gragas as well. He can clear the waves more successfully with that Riptide.
Yep.
I do think this is the champion of choice they should have if they want to control the lane tempo in every single lane and then give Philoli gank opportunities, or at least invade presence where they can rotate with him.
And indeed that will be picked up into the top lane. Man, this is a Victor coming out as well. And that's going to be locked in as well from JJ into the mid lane. It's like, yeah, I played some Season 5 mid lane. Give me Victor.
I feel like he's just put himself into a matchup he doesn't want to do. And it's not that Jace beats Victor, it's that he's playing Victor.
Yep.
It's like, it doesn't matter how good your mechanics are, you've just picked a champion that most players fundamentally suck at playing, unless you're a Victor god. They're the only people. It's like Ezreal in the AD carry role, or Lee Sin in the jungle role.
Yep.
Unless you're good at it, don't pick it, is the rule.
Yeah, rarely seen nowadays, but we do see it. JJ. I mean, last time he picked up Zed, and Zed is not an easy champion.
No, it's,
So,
yeah, I agree.
I mean, if he can make this work as well, maybe we're considering a lane swap.
I think Zed's actually closer to Lee Sin, though, in the way that you'd play it. You're just in their face, it's auto attacks, it's melee range, like, it does make a bit of sense, it's intuitive. Victor is not. Victor is about spacing between you and the person you're against.
It's true.
Getting the max range lasers off so they
Also has
travel
a weird
faster.
skill shot. Like, aiming that thing, there's only 2 skill shots in the game. That's Rumble and his Equalizer and the Death Ray from Victor. And those are very weird things to use. So unless you played a lot of Victor, as you said, Rusty, that could be going backwards, it could be going sideways, up, it didn't even hit the target, didn't even hit the minion wave.
And most importantly, it's about doing it at the max range so that it travels faster.
Yeah.
That way it's impossible to dodge, and if you do it at max range and it hits them, then it's just instant in the first place. That's what really good Victors will be able to do. And we'll see what he does, and if he's more of a Doinby type of Victor, or if he's more of a Scout Victor.
He's up against Scout right now, who's playing Jace, so good luck to him. If he plays it well, he can make it work, but otherwise Scout will run all over him. Probably more with this pick than he was able to with the Vladimir, so if there's any matchup that it's like, I need to survive, then it's definitely this one. And maybe that was the thought process. Victor wave clears pretty well.
Yeah.
I'll just try and clear out these waves and just not die against Scout.
And we have the completed team compositions here as well for both of these rosters. EDG putting themselves together with a stock standard Ashe comp, let's say. As far as EDG goes, this is pretty much them. The Jace threat, poke people down in the middle lane. They excel at sieging as a team right now. Mako's got fantastic disengage, as can a Jace and a Nautilus. And that's what I like about EDG's team composition right now as a 5-man unit. They can go forwards, they can go backwards, they'll have a lot of damage throughout all of their team. And then they've got the Rengar who can throw the spanner in the works. Rengar Lulu, also very dangerous if he's jumping in the back line. Lulu's good into Malzahar. Ashe is good into Ezreal. This is significantly better this time. However, OMG, they're just OMG. They're
really
unique butterflies that'll absolutely find a way to body people if they can.
They'll find that one opportunity just to get in there and just try and make it work. Pretty standard keystones across the board, honestly. But Koro has opted toward Grasp of the Undying. A lot of people moving away from Colossus, Courage of the Colossus.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, man, EDG have all the tools. I just hope that they can win with those tools. Because last game was not good. I want to see at least a game 3. Because if OMG 2-0 EDG,
That'd be shocking.
What even is this league anymore? Because OMG, they did do against Vici, but that's like almost to be
started
expected at this
shield.
point. I mean, Xiang's gonna, like, he can't pop the shield, so he's gonna take a lot of damage. You can't step up because you're gonna take another swing.
World 6 is cheesing straight away. To the enemy blue buff he goes. Also looking for top lane. The thing as well is why Koro is able to do this is actually because Xiang starts Q to help leash the Raptors, but Firelolly skips out on the red. He wants to be here straight away. Matches him. And it's not going to be a smite battle. World 6 concedes.
Yeah, wow, okay. Firelolly just making an active choice to back away from red will mean that he can secure his blue, so it's just equal. Going to waste the time on both sides. Maybe more wasted time on World 6s, honestly. So
a lot more on World 6s, yeah. Just
Damn.
because the camp goes directly to the Rengar. He'll still be fine. He's still Lee Sin. You can do single clamps, so if he really wants to, you can go straight from the red buff to the Wolves, be level 3 and be a happy camper, but Firelolly's ahead of him by about 10 seconds.
Well, the worst, and at least he has vision there, so at the very least they know where Firelolly is, and he's sitting right on top of it. Bot lane's pushing in, once again onto SMLZ and 5, regardless of the matchup. Zet and Maker will make it work against this bottom lane of OMG. And now we look at the mid lane of Juedre on Victor, who is again being pushed in by Scout. He's getting the chance just to sit off to the side and just volley in the shock blasts.
Last hitting's tough as the jungler. You can hit minions in the jungle, but...
Oh, got that one. He's doing pretty well, honestly.
Yeah, he's out of mana, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The best mid laners will try their best to not use mana on last hitting because they can control the tempo of the wave better. Scout has an advantage being Jace because you can go into hammer form and regenerate some of that just by auto-attacking. You know, a lot of people don't actually know that that exists on Jace.
Mm-hmm. This is like, why are you why are you meleeing the minions? Yeah. J. Oh, he's not too bad on mana. I mean, like, he's still at the early levels, so he's leveling up and getting a lot of mana back.
I think he's a do and be type of Victor. He has Deathfire Touch.
Mm-hmm.
Says a lot.
I'm looking towards World 6 currently, who is sitting in the pit of Dragon. I was wondering if he was actually going to hit it, because it is Mountain Dragon. So
They're about to ward. No, he doesn't want to. His team's
man,
not
he's tried recalling it 4 times. It's like, oh, I could. Nope. All right, we're definitely going back.
For he has no vision.
I have no idea. It's just like, even if they did come up, there's no ward there, so we can't even like land the Q or know that they're in the exact position. So honestly, not sure what World 6 was looking for there. However, had the play in his mind worked out, maybe it would have looked like a god and we would have understood it. But for now, we'll just have to be a little confused. We'll go back into the top side. Probably take Crux, maybe look for a top lane gank, because both top laners are very low on mana, and Xiang at least can hit the body slam. And JJ is, if he last hits all this mini wave, he'll be ahead of bomb.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Scout just trying to hard push though. May have missed a minion or two. Just wants to go back to base. Perhaps get his first part of the items with the Dirk. Which makes sense because he wants to try and body this lane out, especially around the level 6 mark. If Victor has any kind of advantage, any kind of minion control, push him around. He also gets the item spikes a lot quicker as 5 is trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a bunch of damage onto 5, and he's low on mana, so inevitably he'll go back to base. Mako is continuing to pressure in the bottom lane. Honestly, not too much to write home about in the bottom lane. It's just Zet and Mako shoving in SMLZ. It's not going to be a massive CS disparity. So at least OMG have that going for them. Yeah. Whereas in game 1, they were getting actually annihilated in every role. And you would say that EDG's composition, I mean, they have a lot of winning lanes. They're looking really good in the second draft. But They haven't had the same advantage that we've seen. They have in terms of lane pressure, but not in terms of raw farm.
Yeah, so they're still controlling the waves, but they're not actually pushing OMG out of those waves. Philolly had a presence last time, which was really the tipping over point, where he was able to get ganks off, force some of his spells out. So SMLZ able to catch waves cleanly, and just because EDG want to go back to base. Philolly's not able to really have a presence with ganking, and that gives World 6 the opportunity, even though he was pushed out of blue buff at the start, still go back, get his Tiamat. Everyone's pretty much sitting pretty. OMG, at this point in the game, usually start feeling a bit hyphy though.
I mean, they're already in EDG's jungle, so
Their breathing's intensifying.
Philolly is running after World 6. And 5 still has an out because he's got the Blast Plant, which he promptly uses. And it's going to be a fight over the control wards, which EDG have won. And World 6 cannot get away from it. Philolly's got to jump on top of them. Quick exhaust will save the life of the support, but the flash from JJ. He gets that finish off on the first kill, but that's going to be him dropping. And that kill can go over to Mako though, so maybe not the best person for that to go to. World 6 has kind of left 5 out to dry, but the great heal timing from SMLZ will keep him alive and kicking. So that's a 1-for-1 trade overall. 1 kill to JJ and a second kill to Mako.
5 summoner spells used on the side of EDG, and there's also 5 on OMG. These guys just went at each other. Juejue gets a kill, so the CS that he's losing under this turret doesn't mean too much. In fact, the jungler is going to get it from OMG. So everyone's actually pretty good, except for top lane right now. How good are you at running? Xiang against the Nautilus.
Well, what does he have in his back pocket?
No.
Well, he's going to turn this around onto Karo. He's used the ultimate already.
There was no tower
God, the
aggro.
flash, the auto. Xiang's going to fall here, but he got a 1-for-1 trade in this 1 versus 2. Well, he got a lot of health back, but Philolly's there to slow him down with the bowler. And Xiang's laughing. It's just like, yeah, of course the jungler's here. I guess I'll just die. But he still got a kill, so, I mean, all in all, he can be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that's actually really big from Koro. He shouldn't have been able to die in that situation at all. He's a Nautilus. He was not in a position where he should have been dove. But here we are. Xiang plays it as best he can, not even knowing that Jace was there until it was too late. But Scout goes top lane, gets a good gank off, actually gets the kill, then gets a blue buff on his way back to mid. So he's actually gone around the world with style.
He has done that. It's nice to see plays like that from Xiang though, because he's flanked by so many good top laners in this league. I definitely feel like in recent weeks he's been outclassed just straight up. Like you never look towards Xiang as like, this is the carry of the team. This guy, he is really just done a lot. You know, he's not like the MVP, but when you see small glimpses like that, it's just nice.
Yeah, we've never really looked at Xiang as a big carry on this team. He doesn't necessarily need to though.
That's true. 5 locked up in the bottom lane. Ash Arrow, last auto attack, easy kill over to them, and SMLZ walks back into lane. And he's now 1v2, and we'll just have to farm under this tower.
Man, mid lane's losing. Scout's got the flank.
Oh, well, this does not look good at all for Victor. Neither will World 6 get out unscathed. Philolly will chase him down, so that's 1 kill once again to EDG. Taking these small trays, chipping away at OMG. Making it a lot cleaner this time around.
Yeah, what they should be doing this time around is what EDG are doing. Contesting the blue buff. Scout already had his, the timing window was there. Victor is a reliant champion on that blue. And that's the difference between games 1 and 2. It's much more traditional in this middle lane. They want to get the blue buffs. They want to actually get objectives and work with their junglers. Philolly and Scout seemingly in control compared to the 2v2 of OMG.
Looking a lot better. Top lane, I mean, honestly, they just expended everything, and they barely scratch each other. So we've hit that stage of the game. They've gone back to base, and they've picked up a couple components.
They're battling for grasp of the Undying stacks. Whoever gets the 1 extra hit off wins the trade by 50 HP.
Yep.
That's actually where we're at.
That is top lane now. The life of the top laner, but you feel real good if you win out on that one. It's more of asserting dominance than it is actually getting anything else up there. Top laners know that feel. World 6 will start off this dragon, not revealed by the crab. And JJ is also there to stop Scout from coming down. So this should simply be a take to OMG.
Yeah, this will be a free objective. You can see EDG actually collapsing on it right now, though.
A second too late. Philolly will chase down World 6, but he's he's away. He's home and dry. He's going to go back into his jungle. So just a nice little play there from World 6. That's to be expected. Hasn't had the biggest of impact on this game, but neither has Firelolly at the same time. They've just been trying to farm their jungles, that early Tiamat, for example, from World 6.
Bottom though.
Yeah, SMLZ not in great shape. I mean, he walked back into the lane. 5 was dead, and 5 isn't even level 6 yet. So
Yeah, he's down 2 levels in his bottom lane. World 6, if he tries to gank this, and anyone's even near, I still think EDG might even 2v3 at this stage of the game.
without Mal's ult for sure.
Yeah. But he's still hanging around. He was recalling, he cancelled it. Perhaps Mal's is going to tick 6
Probably,
off a
yeah.
minion wave. He just wants them to catch the wave for free. He doesn't want them to die.
But here comes 2 members of EDG. World 6 took everything to the face, but Scout's locked up here by 5. Did finally hit 6 before Lee Sin goes down. Scout running away. He'll tick to the tower. SMLZ, he's not under attack anymore. Firelolly wants to get the jump onto him, but he's now just stuck in the bush. And that was 2 kills to OMG.
EDG, I don't even know what to tell you right there. That shouldn't have been 2 kills. That should have been clean from EDG. It wasn't. And now the lane that was losing in bottom is 2-0. The Ezreal is happy, and he shouldn't have been. And that's robbed from them. Xiang's doing so well in this top lane that there's not going to be a teleport gank to counteract that.
Yeah, this is, while SMLZ is getting put in his place by Zed, he'll just finish him off in this 1 versus 1 as he chases him down. 5 is not doing anything. So, all in all, it will turn into a 2-for-2 off the play from Zed.
And that's what they need to do. This will also translate to a turret. However, it won't.
Xiang has ultimate, he has flash, he got caught by a Glut Lance, which may have just saved the life of both members of bottom lane. So, we'll play to Mako.
Yeah, but it also saves the turret in that bottom lane. So OMG, by wasting their teleport, don't actually outright waste it. SMLZ is able to respawn, walk back to that bottom lane, and spend all of the money he made from the trade prior to that. It does amount to effectively just summoner spells and 300 gold to Zet, but Zet's big. And so that is still a pretty big win for EDG, at least in the 2v2. It's just when we hit these skirmishes, if there's more than 3 people in a fight, there just seems to be a clause that EDG find a way to implode.
Yeah, or OMG also find a way to win it. They honestly just defy the laws of League of Legends in a lot of these fights. But yes, EDG also make some type of misstep. There's the drone on spot out World 6 in his jungle.
Yeah, I think there's a big part of the communication as well. Koro might have been able to be further behind his turret. He might have been able to teleport to something specifically. As here they go.
I will open up, but the Boiling instantly died to Mako. He's going to try and turn it around. Arrow lands. Knock up as well from Mako. They'll drop the first kill onto 5. And SMLZ chased down. There's no getting away. Scout was looking to kill secure that one as well. And that was another 2 kills to EDG. Regardless of how these skirmishes are going, at least if they're less than 3 people, EDG will win.
Yeah, OMG are breaking the rules there. They should know it's a 3-people rule now. They actually lose the 2v2 convincingly. Malzahar trying to ult the Lulu. If she doesn't die within the duration of the Malzahar ultimate, you die. That's the unfortunate thing here. So Mal's too far away from SMLZ, being a little bit more opportunistic than necessary. Causes his team. 5 had such a good game 1 on Lulu. This is polar opposite.
You got the MVP, right? But let's take it away from him in this second game. Yeah, questionable decisions. EDG are invading, but blue buff over this Rage Ray. Thank you for the leash. World 6 just gets taken to half. Alright, Scout's hurting. We have discovered that now. Let's back away. Let's maybe not go for this fight.
Scout online.
Yep.
He's definitely online.
Scout hurt.
Red buff will help World 6
Yeah,
at the very
that's
least.
true, yeah, for the regen.
So he'll be okay. And OMG is still looking to contest things now. It feels like they're just working in tandem. And granted, when 5 looked really good, it's because he had World 6 with him every single time. He was able to make those plays. Their laning phase wasn't something to write home about.
True. Maybe just saw Mako on the Malzahar. He was like, it's so easy. He's just clicking R on people. And he wins. But not so easy when you're against Lulu and Lulu is your target. Regardless, World 6 is still invading. Fine, Firelolly. He'll chase after, but got the heal out there. Oh, okay. Scout just kind of killed SMLZ in the bottom lane.
Rengar's ulted as well.
He wants
no, he has
he's
no health,
very
don't
low.
do
I
it.
mean, he might actually just die to this aftershock. Comes the flash out of the arrow. Q barely misses Fire Lolly. In comes Scout. He detonates his target. Five's gonna fall as well. World 6 finds one on the low health target, but now he's getting chased out, and there's so many projectiles. He is not versed in the ways of the bullet hell game, and he will not get out alive. 4 for 1, EDG continue to win.
Yeah, this is what we should have seen from them in game number 1. A little bit better here when we get the big skirmishes. EDG group up, they have strengths from laning phase, they convert their laning strengths into skirmishing prowess. We get to see, of course,
look how fast he killed him.
Super speed kill. Man, he was breaking records with that one. He almost
going
gets
at
hit
Mach
by
20.
his own Ash arrow. We're just watching Scout. This is Scout camp. No, it's not.
Now it's mid lane camp, but Scout's not here. Where is
Back
Scout?
to Scout camp.
He's in bot lane. He's looking for another kill into SMLZ. He's at tower though. Man, he was going off. Never seen a Jace move that quickly. And we're at 17 minutes into this game, and EDG have a significant advantage. And this, pretty much as you said it, this is what game 1 should have been from EDG.
This is one of those moments where you're a support player at League of Legends, you press tab and you look at your team's items and you sigh a breath of relief. EDG have 5 control wards, 6 if we include the number that the support has of 2. It just makes me happy.
This is nice. Yeah.
It's just pleasing to see. Like, that's the situation where you're like, we're ahead enough that we can all afford to get a control ward and everyone benefits from this.
Yep.
See that? May not have had that one before. That was the mid laner that placed that.
Exactly. Now replicate that in solo queue. Good luck. Sometimes it'll happen, but 99% of the time, people needed that extra long sword to survive. EDG, I'm going to take away Cloud Dragon here. That's an easy take. Unfortunately, it wasn't a nice mountain dragon, but that'll be coming up on the next one, on the next spawn. And Zach will push in the mid lane. So we're out 12 to 5. Significant kill advantage. All evens up on dragons. We have the 2 tower advantage to EDG. We just need to make them not do anything stupid that OMG can capitalize on.
Thank you, Observer.
I'm glad that we saw that.
SMLZ has cleared a wave. In other news, when it rains, it's wet. As they're waiting to find a gank.
It's going to be off the back of Zet hitting an arrow here for sure. And Dre has no flash, so he'd be a prime target for the Enchanted Crystal arrow. And World 6, probably not the place you want to stand, mate, because now you are dead.
And there's nothing you can do. It's actually just that simple. If they find the damage, Scout now 7-1. Zet 306. They have an abundance of crowd control to lock you down. We already said they have a pretty good pick composition, but they have the ability to turn that pick composition around. Right now, they only need to go forwards, and it's all about Scout. It's all about Zet.
This is absolutely a Zet highlight reel game. And Scout as well. Cannot discount Scout. I'm really just glad he got Jace this game. I actually wonder what the result of game 1 would have been if Scout had Jace and we saw the Gragas go top lane and we just had a different jungler. And top tower will fall because he can exploit Dre so hard.
And I think that's something that we obviously we did highlight that when we got to the post-game stage, but EDG should be very much aware of that as well. Coming into this second game, there's one thing you can say, their draft phase at least adapted better, opposed to what it was in the first game. But OMG also lost a bit of their identity by putting Dre onto a Victor and having SMLZ on the instrument. They're trying 2 different styles, and honestly, he's a jungler, remember? Honestly, I think that's a bit too complicated for OMG with the sub.
Yeah. Just put him on another assassin. Like, play something similar to Zed if he has it in his wheelhouse. And honestly, just run something similar to game 1. I mean, we actually saw the priority on Malzahar, so they had the chance just to pick Lou and say, you know what, let's just pick the winning formula again, lads. Let's just go for it. So maybe that'll be the default for game 3, because it was the adaptation of banning away the Zed right from EDG, but if he plays Zed in the mid lane, you have to know he's got to pick something else.
Everyone
Maybe
can play
plays
Orianna.
Like talent.
If it comes to it,
Pick
you know what, play Lulu. Who cares?
Lulu mid,
Like,
yeah.
just take
There
it
you
away
go.
from them by picking it for yourself in the middle lane. You don't need to do anything then. You just need to protect your AD carry.
Yep. Make it more binary. But for now, OMG have all this time to contemplate game 3, because we will be going there. You would have to feel Mako getting caught in the mid lane though, and this should be a pick. 5 blocking that with the Void Shift. Here comes the TP from EDG. And Scout is hurting a lot. Dre J caught out. Staggering blow comes down. He's battered away before he falls over. 2 kills over to EDG. And they'll look towards the mid lane.
Mako dies, but it was how they started it off from OMG. They used a lot to actually lock down the Lulu. Granted, they hit the right target. The Mel's ultimate going on Lulu prevents him from saving the person that he would normally be saving. In this case, it's himself. Xiang as well also does the full Gragas combo, but doesn't actually put an auto attack in between like a good player, which is amazing. Xiang's doing okay, it's just the rest of the team aren't really there. Zhui dies too quickly, even with summoners up right now, he's not able to get it done. World 6 just too fragile on his Lee Sin. Doesn't meet the standard right now of EDG's damage.
That's an old one though. Talking about Gragas not hitting the combo correctly, being greedy, putting an auto attack in between body slam and ult.
Well, the combo has changed as well. It's actually like a little bit more important that you don't auto attack between the combos, especially if you're not at max range.
Because before it was, you could actually get out of it with flash or a movement spell if you auto attacked in between. There was a frame in which you could do so if you auto attacked, but
yeah,
not the case here. Oh, well, yeah. This is one of those games where Jace has a lot of kills and he has a lot of lethality. And he hasn't had to go Sterex, and he's just hitting everyone for most of their health.
He pulled the driver out on a path right now.
Whoa.
It's doing too much.
Yep. Scout, we're just waiting on acceleration gate essentially to see how much damage he's going to do with the next one. That was a warning shot.
Oh, there they go.
Again, we're on to Mako. And we're jumping in and we're jumping out because SMLZ.
Oh,
Firelight! Oh, he's under the tower and he's very dead. The tower's still alive. So
don't do it.
That was a nice move from Xiang there. He's definitely had some nice moves this game. And hello, Koro. Probably don't want to be there right now.
That's the thing, Koro wasn't there. And so they are able to actually still get these fights. If their frontliner was willing and able to help in this sieging endeavor instead of split pushing when he doesn't have teleport, perhaps things may have been better for EDG. OMG used a lot once again to lock down people using the Malzahar ultimate. They might find Koro here as well.
Well, Scout's with him.
They should.
Yeah, I think the fact that just Scout was there means that if you can't kill Nautilus quickly, which is not going to happen when he's on 2 items, then maybe we just don't try, because Scout will kill us all. And he's picked up that tier as well, so he's also spinning that one up.
Yeah, a similar thing actually applies to the first game when we looked at both team comps. The one problem EDG are going to suffer from is the amount of physical damage that they still have on their roster. They don't have a Cogmore like OMG did to compensate for that. So there is a chance that Xiang, being this Gragas, can just leave it at Spectre's Cowl and then stack armor, get Iceborne Gauntlet, go straight from there to like a Randuin's or a Thornmail or Dead Man's Plate. And he'll be pretty much unkillable as long as he has a team behind him to do damage. And he's good at W.
And he does have W. Yeah, that is a possibility. So there is some onus on EDG right now to accelerate the game. Because eventually Scout's damage will fall off. It will take a while because of how far ahead he is, but that is a reality that we could see ourselves in.
And always looking, OMG, always trying to find flanks. Doesn't mean it'll work out as planned, but a Gragas can get to safety. Hasn't got flash, but it's not far away. And OMG, again, bring EDG back over to the Baron. They understand the name of the game. World 6 decided that Baron is his mortal enemy and will fight him to the death.
Baron has won this day, but World 6 will be back with friends, hopefully. We go back to base, and that means that for the next maybe 20 seconds, they concede pressure over the map, and also concede this mountain driving, which will go over to EDG. And 25 minutes in, this is now the second one. So we have a mountain, we have wind, and World 6 takes a smoke wolf. We're essentially just waiting on EDG. This game has stalled significantly over the last 2-3 minutes as they are playing a lot slower, but they are just securing vision, they are taking away these wards, and eventually you'll have to feel that they'll start to brute force an objective like Baron.
Yeah, they'll look to Baron. OMG are starting to get desperate already with vision. You can see Xiang throwing kegs as well just to try and find people before he walks into bushes. World 6 now being left to his own devices to ward is super risky, but EDG weren't prepared this time. So, again, EDG, they do have the game plan. They want to get that objective. OMG are starting to creep their way in to at least prevent it from going down. As World 6 is going to do the exact same thing again.
Unfortunate Tiamat, but he's shielding. He's good.
I like that they put the control wards next to it. Tiamat makes it angry. They saw his health, they got the Mountain Drake. The next one's a Mountain. Like,
Yeah.
EDG are okay with playing this slow. We do have to stress that fact. They don't need to just accelerate too heavily. Their comp obviously can put them in a spot of bother. You can see World 6's item build already going towards the Randuin's Omen. He knows what is needed.
Yeah, it's going to take a long, long time for OMG to be unkillable, though, with their item builds.
Yeah.
Despite armor being very gold efficient. It
Well,
will take a long
armor
time.
penetration or lethality is also going to be purchased everywhere by Scout, so he's still going to be 8-1
yeah.
and fed
He's
and
just
now penetrating the armor.
He is just a little too far ahead of the curve presently. Still maintaining this vision over Baron is important for OMG, but they just cannot get around the corner. They cannot clear the continuous control wards that are coming down.
At least
from
5 is
Mako.
with World 6. If there's one thing I can take away from this, they're finally holding hands as buddies through the jungle, which is making the life of both of them easier. Xiang a little bit aware. Not. Oh,
What?
Yep,
Oh,
Philo.
Philo's going in apparently. Xiang takes the arrow. And it's the flash from 5. They will demolish
Ooh,
the
Koro.
first kill. But Koro's in from the backside. Big ultimate. They take down 5. They look towards Xiang. And surely he should fall alongside World 6. It was a 1-for-3 trade. But the jungler did go down for EDG.
Amazingly, Koro shows up to play. So there's 2 still here. It's Juejue, SMLZ. The Victor has got his ultimate. He might just drop the Storm inside the pit and see if he gets lucky.
Oh,
They've
well,
got vision.
First ultimate from SMLZ. Dre turns the corner.
No, Juejue.
Oh, he gets caught by the dredge line. Hit the ultimate. There we go. It's on to Karo, though, and no one else. He's getting chased down. The flash from Scout to the skies, and that will be the first kill. SMLZ also chased out. A mini shock blast
But
to
they
finish
can't
him
Baron.
off. And that would be the rest of those kills. But yes, EDG unable to get the Baron, but that was many, many kills and many, many golds over to EDG.
All of the golds. OMG has still got people back alive. World 6 is there, 5, and Xiang are now going to spawn as well. So they've defended the objective, and that's why it's okay that Juejue face-checked, and I don't know, he actually did just face-check a Nautilus hook. SMLZ also going down. The thing is, EDG still have this window where they are in control because of the amount of people alive on Summoner's Rift. They can still pressure the objective, they can still start the objective up. Just 2 are dead.
What tools do we have? Alright, there's going to have to be a miracle from World 6. But they are hitting the wards. There's a control ward. Now, don't hit the next ward.
They know it's at 2K.
Alright, World 6 jumps in. Can he get the steal? No, not today. Fire Lolly was on top of it. And that was essentially the one choice. I mean, it was still a little dodgy for EDG to try it with World 6 over the wall, and he had the smite opportunity for the 50-50, but he outsmites them, so it makes it okay.
And maybe, Pulse, maybe this is enough. Like, maybe they get over the line, finally break inhibitors and get the game for themselves, but EDG are making this a challenge for themselves.
They really are. Or SMLZ, yeah, you're going to have to take a trip back home, and Xiang is unfortunately left to the Wolves. Oh, hello. It's Karo, apparently. Hits him with the depth charge. An instant ultimate from 5, but Mako was able to finish him off. And that was 3 kills and the Baron and EDG. I mean, this is the game that we should have seen earlier from them as they look to finish around 30 minutes into this one. OMG have not made it easy, and EDG have been playing on intermediate mode, even though they could have just played on easy. But they wanted a bit of a challenge, and they'll take away 2 inhibs and go back to base.
They could have ended there. OMG choosing to hold the fort. EDG actually saying that we're going to go back, get some more items. They got a lot of gold influx from the last fights. Better safe than sorry. I think it's safe to say. It's just annoying to see EDG this far ahead not be able to close the game out that successfully with 2 dead.
Yeah.
And maybe it's about, you know, prolonging the length of the game to ensure that OMG are successfully and sufficiently tilted to the point where you're getting the 3rd and it's just an easy victory.
I appreciate that one, Rusty, but it is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, it's just because EDG lost game 1, I think. Had this been game 1, they definitely would have gone for it.
There's no way they were going to throw there, though. With Xiang dead,
Ah,
they were
well, you
fine.
say that, but we've seen EDG do a lot worse.
They just need to buck up.
Yes, I agree. of all these things you were saying. But in the end,
The teleport ward near the Nexus. If Koro wants to get a bit funky, OMG should concede that.
yeah. This game, basically what's left of it is the waiting room for game 3. Gia just thinking about what they want to do in their draft, what they want to do in the next game.
Next wave, boys. Next wave. Next wave.
Let's think about, maybe we just go back to game 1. Let's just run that composition again. Yeah, next wave. We got top lane pushing in. We'll play it smart.
Next wave. Next wave.
Ne-
All right, here we go. Okay.
We still have at least another wave on Baron. Here we go. Not a problem.
This is the wave.
This is it. We're going in. Up, Xiang is going to stop them. He's going to knock Fire Lolly into the team, and it will be cleansed out of as we go for a big engage. Kuro is just massive ultimate. Finally, Fire Lolly will go down, and this is actually... Oh no, this is a 4 versus 5 now. Turning it around, OMG find a second.
No.
They lose the mid laner. Kuro trapped under the tower.
Scout.
Maker by himself. Scout over the wall. Xiang, oh, he's still staying alive.
Exactly what we said couldn't happen. Thank you, EDG, for showing us that the impossible is sometimes possible on Summoner's Rift. OMG, on sheer faith, managed to get a team fight victory inside their base against a Baroned up EDG. That's absurd. I'm tilted for them.
What was that Sherlock quote? When you eliminate all possibilities,
I don't know the quote.
then like the impossible is possible, something like that. That's EDG. I mean, like, I didn't even understand how that happens. Like, just they even played it out safe in their own heads. We will wait for top lane.
Yeah.
We'll wait for mid lane. We'll wait until they're knocking on the front door, and they take the first Nexus turret. Great. They take the bottom inner tower. Great. And now Fire Lolly jumps in by
He's just
himself,
trolling, man.
and he gets out, and it's like, all right, cool. Jumps back in and dies. I don't understand.
Aliens. is the face that you just made.
Yeah.
I am
Fire
honestly a bit confused by, like, they should have been able to win that team fight.
Yeah.
Scout wasn't in with the team. Koro hits the perfect knock up all 5 people, and then he riptides all of them. He was crowd controlling everything, and that's where you look towards the damage of EDG and say, where was it? Zet was there.
Yep.
Like, I saw Zet
Scout was
next to them. He got body slammed by a Gragas 10 seconds into the fight. He was alive for 10 whole seconds. How did they not die?
All right, Rusty. This should still be the game to EDG, but I think what we said at the start of the day, the fact that this needs to be a 2-0, it needs to be clean from EDG against OMG. Those bonus objectives have not been hit today.
Yeah, the tower's still going to go down.
Not remotely.
Because Dredge is on the opposite side. He has got his Zonias, but he doesn't have a Void Stuff, and so he's not actually doing a lot of damage yet until he completes that item. What we look towards now is how EDG execute for the 3rd time. If SMLZ is able to get 3 hits off, if World 6 can get a kick, or if Xiang is the tank that they need. So far, this is already better from EDG.
Yes. We have one low target.
Inhibs are about to be up.
SMLZ goes back. Top lane being pushed in. Has to be a 2-man defense because not one person can deal with it. Well, tower should go down. Hook onto World 6. Let's just kill him. Get the safe pick. Oh no, Firelord's being caught. He'll drop very low, but the great help from the healing keeps him back alive. Koro finds 5. He falls. Dredge being pushed back. Zet's going to get finished off by Xiang, but the rest of the team not in so much of a good shape. That was a weird sentence, but you knew what I meant. EDG kill 4 people. It's a 4 for 2. Inhibs are free spawn. They're going to have to kill the inhibs again before they look to finish. Xiang's left alive, but there's no damage dealers. And Scout, Fire Lolly are just enough to deal with him. Tower goes down. You can ignore the Gragas. Don't hit the Gragas. Just hit the Nexus. There you go. Mako, turn him into a squirrel. That's great. Just hit the Nexus. EDG, hit the Nexus. Yes! EDG, take game 2.
It wasn't clean. It wasn't pretty. But they get a victory. They bring it back to 1-1. EDG do what we expected of them. OMG obviously not too... oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, no.
Some of them are okay
broken.
with it. He's questioning if he really is a mid laner after all. The answer's no.
Yeah, this is not the jungle. Well, honestly, if I were OMG, I wouldn't feel too bad about that game because EDG were definitely trolling for most of it. And if we go into game 3, there is still a chance, bizarrely enough, that OMG could take this series if we continue to see odd performances like that. And the start of the game was so good from EDG. Frusco, and welcome back to the desk.
Oh, hi.
Do you have anything for us on that exceptional victory from EDG?
I think huge shoutouts to Scout. You can see that on the damage graph, 31.3k. I mean, of course, it's a Jace. You're going to be seeing huge numbers like that, especially when he gets snowballed ahead. But to me, this is, again, kind of another red flag that EDG really only looks super dominant when it's an individual member. And again, they're in Group B. Group B are supposed to be the teams that are all about the 5v5, all about the incredibly intelligent macro performance, and EDG are playing like a Group A team. Unless one of their key members starts popping off, they don't go anywhere. We even saw that in the 5v5 when they attempt the dive on the inhib tower and just hit that wall. It's like, okay, reset, let's try this again.
Yeah, I think the biggest premise of all of that is they live or die by Scout. And we've said that for a few weeks now, but even evidenced in that game, he was 11-1, I think, like popped off massively, was doing damage on everybody. He was the star of the team, and without that star, it just doesn't feel like EDG have what it takes to actually be a top 3 team. They have shown that they can lose to OMG without him playing well.
Do we have to go back on our statement of saying that EDG are not a team who will get drawn down to OMG's level?
Oh, I mean, yeah, but like, no. They bring OMG bring everyone down a notch. EDG usually will come down and match them, but then just go back up and make better decisions throughout the game incrementally, which will be the victory.
Did that happen, though?
In that game, yeah. Like, they were making the right decisions. They just were executing poorly, I think.
The thing about OMG is they just kind of play like stock standard League of Legends. Like, we talk about how they have a very strong identity, you know, the Sivir Maokai. And even if when they don't play those champions, you still see that same identity in their composition. You know, they're going to draft a 5v5, they're going to run at you. And they understand, you know, side wave management, make sure the control ward is on the Baron, like really fundamental stuff. And it's when you start experimenting with higher level strategy about moving different pressure points on the map, playing with tempo, that you can catch them off guard. But frankly, not a lot of teams in the LPL can do that. So they just try to go toe-to-toe with OMG in the 5v5, and that's something that OMG are good at. Even when Shui Shui is playing off-role, off-champion, he was still, you know, doing fairly well in some of those 5v5s as the Victor and as the Zed.
So coming into Game 3, what are the chances that OMG take Game 3? If we see a very similar draft to Game 1 and they play like a similar game to what we saw from them, is it realistic to say this could be a 2-1?
Yeah. It pains me to say anything remotely close to that. Can OMG beat EDG? Yeah, they 100% can. I think that EDG right now looks shaky in their shot calling. I honestly think Philolly's on a different page to the rest of his team. Philolly and Mako aren't actually working together. And I do actually wonder if behind the scenes they're just scrimming more with Clearlove, trying to bring him back in.
And on the other side of that, 5 and World 6 are working beautifully together. Like, you're constantly seeing them team up. You said it during the cast. They've got the little buddy system. They had a great Game 1. And an okay Game 2. Of course, you know, Scout gets super big. There's not a lot you can do from 2 screens away when Jace is blowing you up. But my big concern is, as we go into game number 3, if OMG choose to have blue side, then you can't get that big priority pick of the Rengar, and that's kind of been the turn both games.
Yeah, the push and pull. Well, Scout, I think it could have honestly been anyone else in this game because he was just popping off in the mid lane. 14-1 and 10 in the end.
That's it. That is the team EDG right now. It is Scout, and unless he goes off, they do not win. You go all the way back to their first best of 3 against Team WE. What was it that put him over the line? It was Scout popping off on Ryze, and this time around, it's on Jace.
Just before he got this, he just murdered Ezreal in a 1v1 as well, so Scout was absolutely massive in this game.
It was his unofficial quadra, like you said. He got the Ezreal, he then gets the triple right there, and suddenly that was a 5-0 Jace running around.
Yeah, I mean, Scout was the biggest deal on that team. I think Jace actually being picked in the first game from EDG flexed is a strength that they have. Being able to flex that is a strength, but it's just so much better on Scout right now. Like, I just don't flex unless you absolutely have to, so that you don't make mistakes in the drafting phase.
And ultimately, I don't think you can give the responsibility to Koro right now on such a fragile champion like Jace, especially in the playstyle that it opens up for your 5v5. The coordination's not there between Philolly and Mako. It's also not there between Koro and the rest of the team. We're not seeing that same, you know, teleport, playmaking dominance that Koro made his name on. He looks a little bit off kilter.
Hashtag bring back mouse.
I mean, he is mechanically playing well still, though, so like the Jace still works for him. He still looked good in defeat playing the Jace. It's just the ability to teleport. I'd argue to say that we put him on a split pusher and just not make him teleport.
Well, we'll get some of the answers to those questions as we come back with Game 3 between EDG and OMG. Come back after the break.
secret.
Welcome back to the LPL. It's EDG up against OMG. We're 1-1. We're tied up. We're heading into game 3. That's a weird sentence to say, honestly, coming into the day. Did not think we would be in this position where EDG now have to win this game, and I'm not even sure that they can do it successfully.
Yep.
Or cleanly.
We're tied. I don't know how we're tied. We're tied. EDG, even when they won, didn't look that great. OMG, when they did win, looked great. So we can take that away from the set so far. That was cool. I like that.
I'm just saying, how's LGD looking for top 3 right now?
Better now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got my boys in there. OMG pulling down EDG, showing that there's flaws.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what? You said at the start of the day for us, it's like we have to keep asking questions of like, actually, where do EDG stand when they're fighting for second, they're fighting for first, now they're fighting for fifth? Like, how far do we go down? Are we fighting for fifth now? What's happening?
To be clear as well, I think there's a better argument for game talents at the moment.
No.
Like making playoffs, I'm all for it. Yeah.
They can ride it back with God Goon. Let's go. I can see that happening.
Skyrocketing up. Suddenly newbie and game talents are in playoffs. EDG aren't. You're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Kled.
Kled happened. Yeah. Man, we just need some Kled in this series. I just don't understand.
That is not what we need in this series at all.
We need it from OMG.
That is the complete
If they've learned
opposite.
anything from that loss from GT, it was like Kled's a good champion. But looking towards EDG once again, start of the game was great. And then they just get OMG'd constantly over and over and over again. And it's just like, oh, what went wrong? Because they had a better composition, they had a better draft. Everything was working out for them. But they just still struggled when it came to closing against OMG. Maybe you can say that's the OMG effect. But what do we need to see from them to make it just better?
Well, they need to execute on those dives. I think that was kind of the first red flag for EDG. And again, Scout goes off after that, but it's that individual performance. You know, he's not going off because EDG executed a beautiful dive bottom. In fact, they sacrificed Jace's life and lost Rengar as well. So at this point, if I'm EDG, I'm just like, Scout, what champion are you most comfortable on? Jace is probably going to get banned away. Hopefully Zed's not also banned away. Like, get one of them to him and just start throwing all of your resources mid and get that guy going.
Yeah, it's all about, and I won't often say this, but the 7 Ps of performance in life, you know? Proper preparation and planning prevents piss poor performance. EDG just ran in there with their weapons in the air like a Kled anyway without having the champion on the team, and that makes things harder for them. You don't set up your side waves, you're skirmishing poorly. If you don't actually do it as a team and as a unit, then you will find that there are mistakes that can be exploited against you. That is mostly why OMG lost in the second game and why they won in the first game, was the team composition created a fundamental difference for them in the ability to skirmish and how they play out fights. This time around we get to late game for EDG and they start making the same mistakes. They don't set up as efficiently. I feel like that could help them out.
There's also this weird thing where OMG have kind of sacked their side lanes both times around. They're constantly having the weaker 2v2, and I think that's kind of an oversight. I'd like to see them be more competitive in establishing dominance at least on one strong side of the map, especially since World 6 is such an aggressive, invading-oriented jungler.
Yeah. Last game was a bit weird because we just didn't see the junglers really interact at all. It was like the start of the game, he goes for the invade. Oh, didn't work out. I guess I'll just see you at level 8. Bye. And then we just didn't see the junglers again.
And that's incredibly punishing against the likes of Rengar. If EDG get that champion, or whoever does, you need to make the most of that window between levels 1 and 5, which means you need an established strong side so you can exploit that into the jungle to challenge that champion.
All right, Frost, 2-1 EDG.
Oh God.
Just say yes.
Yes.
You
All
might
right.
be wrong.
He asked me before the draft. It's so unfair.
It is. It really is. Well, message me. Maybe it will change. Slide in those DMs. All right, OMG and EDG. Game 3. Let's go. Okay. Syndra and LeBlanc. As the first ban from OMG, once again targeting Scout has been the consistent factor in these drafts in this series. And Varus will be the final one against Zet, while Graves, Rengar, and Shen aimed at OMG.
Yeah, the Rengar ban, definitely good. OMG actually hyper aware of what the big deal is so far.
Oh, it is Rusty. First
Yeah.
pick of Jace away from Scout.
Scout having a fantastic performance warrants it being taken. Also, the flex is removed, so it does have to change the way EDG look at their drafting phase. However, the ban of the Rengar to me is the standout decision here. World 6 can default to a Kha'Zix. He can play a multitude of champions if he wants, but his Lee Sin is his best. and his Rengar looked fantastic, and now they're both gone.
Yeah, Rumble and Lee Sin taken away. Rumble was banned last game against EDG and will be first rotationed by EDG. OMG now looking towards their next pick, or next 2 picks rather. It could be a jungler. I mean, what else have we got left? I mean, Kha'Zix and Elise, so Elise will be picked away by OMG. I know.
And they may go for a Malzahar here actually in the second rotation. Depends how much they want the Lulu or to deny the Lulu away from OMG, from EDG.
Yeah, good possibility. Lulu has been an exceptionally strong pick with or without the Malzahar. So seeing that priority ahead of the Malzahar is nice to see from OMG. So giving that one over to 5.
Yeah, the Lulu's good. The difference between having the Melz and the Lulu is an actual engagement tool. So having the Malzahar, you can flash ult and then Elise can lock it down. Now they're a little bit more dependent on the rest of their team composition. Giving Zhuizhui some kind of engage tool will be risky. And so Xiang may have to default to something that is tanky. He may go towards the Nautilus, perhaps. Gragas was good. You can play Gragas in a Rumble. Rush this Spirit Visage.
Maybe even get a banned out here by EDG, but they're actually banning Ziggs right here. I think that could go into ADC or mid lane right now.
SMLZ has played at AD carry. But it's interesting they choose towards that. Again, OMG are structuring themselves up to have a really good siege composition. If they had the Ziggs, they have really good turret taking, whereas if they have the Kog'Maw, it's champion damage. So what did you do with their last ban though? What are they most afraid of in the AD carry position? Or is it a top laner?
Good question. Rise banned out here against Scout once more. Still waiting on that final ban from EDG. Where do they want to hit? Where are the priorities at? 5 seconds remaining. Gonna be Jin. Gonna hit SMLZ once more. So still the chance for him to pick the Kog'Maw with the Lulu. But Caitlyn is still open from EDG, and that did exceptionally well in game 1.
Yeah, and they also picked the Nami and then banned the Jin, whereas they may have wanted to just ban Kog'Maw. I guess the difference here is that if you're a Kog'Maw and you're trying to stand still and do as much damage as you can, you'll be on a red carpet of death. And potentially next to a Lee Sin. But this is where we still look towards the last rotations here of EDG. If they want the engaged, or if they want even a Zed in that middle lane, which unfortunately is banned away, or an assassin-like champion. Twisted Fate would be cool as well, actually.
It's a possibility. Ashe picked up there by EDG for Zed, so we've got the bot lane locked in. And again, makes sense. Pretty much a no-brainer. Just give Scout the last pick. And there's the Kog'Maw once more, so that's what I like to see. And there's no Caitlyn in this one, so he's a little bit safer, and he will slightly outrange the Ashe, even early levels. And now we'll see Renekton picked up, and that's locked in as well. That will be going up against the top lane, which you'd have to think would be Rumble.
Yeah, they pick the Bruiser into that top lane. Again, we're waiting for that middle lane pick for Scout, but looking at what he's against, he has to choose between distancing himself from the Kog'Maw, being able to blow up the Kog'Maw. Orianna's good at that. And if he goes Katarina, like, he can blow it up, but he'll be too close to a Lulu and an Elise, so it's super risky. But by going for Orianna, you're actually a mid-range champion, and your biggest threat actually comes from the Jace damage that can always come down onto you. If OMG are ever sieging as a 5-man unit, even as a, you know what, as a 4-man unit, I should say, and just have Xiang on a side lane, then they're comfortable.
All right, full composition's locked in now. So yeah, that was your Orianna, as you were talking about, to EDG. And it's basically, yeah, Ashe comp. Get in there, hit the ultimate, lay down the equalizer, see what we can do with Lee Sin, and see if Orianna can just hit a big ultimate. Xiang jumping onto the Renekton though. Sometimes we see him tanks. We've seen a couple of Rumble performances from him, but we've honestly not been that impressed by his carry performances. So we'll just have to see what he can do in this game.
He's been losing laning phase to Xiang in the top lane, which is something you'd never expect to say. I feel like he died simply because he was trying to bait, however, and this is now his opportunity to carry again. His Jace looked okay. When we got to team fights, his Nautilus was great. He was hitting the targets right. And that may be where they look towards again, EDG. Can Koro hit those big equalizers when we get to late game? And can he survive against the Renekton to get there? Is really my question. Xiang's feeling confident.
Yeah, looked way better today than I think any previous performance we've seen from him this split. We're just having to see if EDG can make it work. And way too many questions coming into the last game of EDG in a game up against OMG, and it honestly just looks like a different team from what we were expecting, and from what we saw against IG. I mean, they literally just played against like a top 4 team the other day and looked fine. So something's gone wrong.
This set today, they're in shambles, man. I don't know what's going on for them. This is a good opportunity, though, for redemption.
It is. It is a good opportunity, but I think damage is already done regardless of how this game 3 goes, you know? And it just go back to what you're saying. Maybe they have been scrimming with Claylove and just without Fire Lolly, because we know he's coming back this month at some point. But there we go. EDG going up against OMG for the final time today. Let's see if EDG can actually make it that 2-1. It's not going to be pretty regardless of how this game 3 goes, but it will be another win on the board. Another series win. And that will cement themselves in the top 4 and keep them available to challenge second place. And see if they can contest W in RNG, who will be going head-to-head on Saturday. So important to stay up there and keep the points on their side.
Yeah, no, it's pretty important that EDG get the victory here, especially against OMG. It's one of the few free point rounds that they'll actually get for themselves, and I say free point lightly, given what has been happening so far. OMG have well and truly established themselves an identity as a team, and the Kog'Maw's the newest addition to that mix, being able to do a lot of damage, but having 3 threats running around Summoner's Rift flanking you instead of being a team that stands behind or in front of you. Very unique to pretty much only the LPL. And OMG have proven that they can make it work. However, to make it work, they need to not lose laning phase as hard as they have in the previous 2 games. And even then, their skirmishes still need to be successful. Game 1, we saw them losing and then turning it all around on the back of EDG's decision to fight them and to match them with that fight. This time around, if they can at least start laning phase off a little bit better, perhaps that's not even necessary ultimately.
Yeah. The great thing is we always watch these fights by OMG, and it's like it just turns into a dice roll whether they do well or bad, and whenever they decide to roll in that fight. SMLZ 5 just going toe-to-toe with Zet. Zet will get the better of 5, but he just chooses to stand still and take a minion, so he gets punished by SMLZ. It's just a bit of poke back and forth. Before SMLZ and 5 were getting blasted by the Caitlyn, and he just lost the opportunity there to get a lot of damage down. Top lane is literally just getting burnt to a cinder. Xiang will get a lot of health back with Call the Meek though in a second. He's got a lot of rage built up, so he didn't actually go for the back wave. He wanted to hit Karo with that to get more health. So, so far, level 2 advantage. Karo.
Yeah, he also just wanted to make sure that the melee minions were dying so that he does tick over to level 2 and can't get zoned away from the wave. At level 2, he has a kill threat. I would expect that he's actually gone towards the W at level 2 for the actual kill.
Flash, Ruthless Predator, flash after. Can we get the stun down? He's in the minion wave, chasing down still. No, not going to happen. Last auto attack brings him low. With the red buff on top of that, turns it around. World 6 has to be wary that Fire Lolly could be in the wing, so he respects and backs away. And
that's the scary thing. So Koro can teleport in now and be okay, but the wave is still pushing back towards Xiang. He's in a good position now as this Renekton. That was a lot expended to try and make the gank successful. As bottom lane's going at it. There is a lot of sustain that is an advantage to EDG here, so they should still heavily win bottoms 2v2. But getting top going is still good for OMG.
Yep. Very true. OMG looking for another gank. World 6. I mean, there's no summoners on Karo. He's full health, but if they could get this kill off him with this TP. Fire Lolly's waiting just behind him.
Karo's probably going to throw a harpoon in the bush.
Gets caught by the cocoon. Xiang. Stun lock. In comes Fire Lolly. Is it going to be enough? Is it too little, too late? Both top laners go down. Fire Lolly in this 1 versus 1, but he's getting chased out by World 6. Oh, man. Rumble's great. Mandarin Rumble was the best Rumble.
It's really off-putting. It's so hard to be excited, but they're constantly screaming in yordles.
It goes on for like a good 6 seconds as well.
All right, so Xiang doesn't get the first blood. It actually goes over to World 6. So this favors the jungle and the moving member of the team of OMG. However, there was also a teleport that it was in advantage to OMG. And so the CS, the experience, and potentially all of the advantages that Koro might have gotten is gone because he can teleport back because they ganked twice. And this is, again, fundamental League of Legends. You gank a lane, you get a flash, you gank the lane again. Good that Fire Lolly was there, and great that Koro got the kill. So everything pretty much winds up as a net even top lane, but the jungle having the kill actually gives a slight edge to World 6. However, he's gone for the speed boots Elise. So if he gets ganks, big win for OMG.
No. Really trying to accelerate with these mobility boots. We've seen this a couple times from the likes of, say, an MLXG, and if he can make the ganks work and have that cocoon hit and they got a kill in mid lane, we'd say World 6, that all worked out. But I have faith in the man. He can make this investment worthwhile. Bottom lane still trading off. Zet taking a lot of damage. Polymorph down, and nice bubble from Mako. And big damage once more from the Tidecaller's Blessing. And they are just shut back to tower. He essentially just had to make a trade happen. Otherwise, they would just lose in terms of sustain. And those biscuits, that was the last biscuit that SMLZ just chomped down. Fire Lolly caught out in the jungle. Will not be a kill just yet. Not enough damage. Of course, World 6 went for the mobility boots.
But completely forces him out of any attempt at a gank. So World 6 doesn't have enough damage, sure, but he has control of the river if nothing else. He's now just trying to find where the Lee Sin will be. I doubt he'll come bottom for actual kill threat more so than just being here.
Flash from 5. This is dangerous. I mean, he's being chased after, but big commitment from EDG. They may just sack 2 players here. They lose Zet, they lose Mako. And 2 kills to World 6. I mean, mobility boots just paid off, boys.
Yeah, those mobies are definitely a successful investment here for OMG's jungler. That was a big commitment, actually, from EDG, knowing that the Elise was nearby. The Scryer's Orb actually just revealed exactly where he was, and 10 seconds before that he fought Fire Lolly. As these two are going at it.
Xiang's already used his ultimate, but it doesn't mean he's any less threatening. If he had any ability up, that was a dead rumble, but Slice and Dice was down, of course.
And this is the beginning of the end for EDG. Like 3-0 on an Elise, as the pivoting member of the team is able to completely destroy people's health bars. The major difference here.
Oh, well, here comes the gank from 5. Gonna drop him down into the polymorph.
Good exhaust.
Exhaust comes down. Shock blast. No mana, no cooldowns. So not gonna be the kill. He was close, but Scout gets out alive with flash, I might add.
And like straight up, 5 on Lulu is just PogChamp compared to the Malzahar. Like it feels really lackluster when he's on Malz. Looks great now. OMG just look better overall. They're not losing lane so much. The bottom lane was losing. They were controlling it, but the jungler has an impact. Fire Lolly hasn't had an impact. He's been matched. He went top to counter gank and still ended up losing the trade. So right now, OMG are actually okay. Mid's not losing.
Mid isn't losing. That's a true statement.
That's the biggest win of all.
It's always interesting in this matchup because I keep forgetting that Icon's not here and it's Raytray in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But he does have that Jace. He's taken it away from Scout. Had a killer performance in game 2. So at the very least, he's denied the pick. He's able to do well. And still advantage in the early game to OMG, if however slight. The gold is centralized on World 6, who is quickly getting towards his Runic Echoes.
So this, just quickly, whilst the Rumble's mid lane is a big problem. That already indicates that he doesn't want to lane top. And so he's going to lose 6 minions to collect 4 in mid lane, and that means he's wasted 15 odd seconds to get there. Like, speaking towards the mindset of a player, that's pretty much pure acknowledgement of I'm not having a great time and I'm happy to get the free farm because you're recalling to prevent any damage on a mid turret. But he also knows Jace has gone back to base, so like, not good is the easiest way to put that.
Bot lane's life right now is survive please, SMLZ, just get to 2-3 items like you did in game 1 and just start murdering the front lines once again. That is your job. Just try and farm underneath tower. And the big difference between game 3 and game 1 is the fact that bot lane is nowhere near going down for EDG. Caitlyn had all but taken it by now. World 6 sat in this bush and Karo just wants to farm. He does not want to get ganked.
He's playing carefully, and it's the right thing because Fire Lolly is 6 and can work on the opposite side of the map. They can also look towards the dive. It's risky because it's a Lulu Cogmore.
5 is 5 though.
Yeah.
They're respecting. I'm holding my breath.
I feel like they can't dive. If they try, they might still lose their lives to actually get the kill. It comes down to how they engage. There's no Malzahar to lock down the Lulu. It's a Nami bubble that'll have to hit one of them at the very least to make that successful with an Ash Arrow.
Oh. Karo again just taking damage, and Xiang, I've got to praise him. Today he's been playing exceptionally well. I've definitely been hard on Xiang, just because there are so many good top laners in the league, and Previously, at least this split, he has not been able to compete, but he has just walked all over Karo.
Oh, good damage.
Zed is taking a lot of damage here. That is the power of the lane when they are uninterrupted, but Benny basically does nothing for 12 seconds while he's waiting for W to come back up. And Scout picking up this blue buff. Alright, can they make a play happen though off the back of this? Firelolly is heading down to the bottom side.
Good timing if they wanted to do the Infernal Drake as well. Mid laners from OMG was at blue buff, but EDG weren't aware of it, and they will be in a couple of seconds. So the reactive dive isn't going to be a clever idea. They weren't proactive enough to actually look for a setup for a Drake or a dive or anything in particular. And OMG are very cautious. They're very weary of where this Lee Sin can possibly be.
Yeah, and they see him as well. So Scout's coming down.
Teleports in.
Not looking for this one. Turn around with Zed. Nice combo. And both caught in the bubble. Double kill to EDG. Xiang is definitely late to the party, but it makes it work. And looking for a kill from the mid lane. Big shock blast for the kill.
Xiang.
2 for 2. Chasing down Scout and Firelolly. Nice kick. Will keep them alive and jukes the way out of the way of the shock blast. So all in all, it's a 2 for 2. And Karo does get a bit of free farm.
The kick was good from Firelolly actually to ensure no one else dies, but having Zhuezhui nearby, World 6 and him should be able to lock down this Drake. They should have enough damage, even early smites, to ensure he's healthy enough. Doesn't actually need that secondary smite, so this is still great from OMG. The gold may be exactly equal between both of these teams, but the end result is a slight power edge and a slight scaling bonus for the blue side.
Many pings are going down onto
Yeah.
World 6. I was letting that speak for itself as 5 is also approaching. Zet was chasing after him as a volley. Take that one home with you.
So many control wards from EDG. I actually have 4 still in, like everyone has them. 2 for Rumble and 2 for the
They have
support.
7.
They have a crazy amount. They just placed 1
They placed 2.
from Mako. Like, these guys do not want to die. That's what they're saying right now. This Elise will not get ganks off. Unless you run through vision.
It also feels though that it's just like EDG saying, we need to play a smart game. Everyone pick up pinks. Got it. Alright, we did it. But there needs to be a step 2 to that, you know? It's not just like, we bought pinks so we're good. They actually need to capitalize on that and make the investment worthwhile. Because they are 75 per pop, and when you buy 7, and that's a lot of gold. So if they can convert this into something, that would be great. Firelolly is just bouncing from lane to lane and has a couple good counter ganks. Karo has gotten to the point where he is still sounds very annoying, but he's able to deal with Xiang, at least in a 1v1.
He sounds and is very annoying, but he's not really going to kill the Renekton. Especially having an experience egg, Xiang is going to be close to level 11, and that's pretty much it until the Rumble gets his items. He just holds on and just farms the wave. So that's a good situation now on top side. Scout's 101. He's got a lot of damage, even though he doesn't have items completed. He's just against a lot of squishy members on the opposite side. As again, big movements. They know exactly where they want to be. However, OMG are looking to trade. Thankfully, Rumble usually has equalizers that he isn't able to place.
Yep, because he's definitely silenced himself. So,
Getting the Krugs instead of saving the turret.
excellent. Well, that's a 1-for-1 trade.
Now he has no health.
He has no health. I mean, he wasn't going to use the equalizer for a while anyway, unless they are really looking to set up a play around the dragon that doesn't exist. But EDG are once again in a position where I'm not saying that they are in a dominating position. They have the slightest of gold leads, the down a dragon. They're being contested.
Whoa, that
Firelolly
damage.
just lost most of his health from Zhuezhui. The shock blast, I don't think, hit anyone right there as Repel comes up. But that could not have been a better timed arrow from Zed. Zhuezhui, you have to feel he'll be falling here as well. And Zed, what a play.
That was a pretty big arrow. I'm not even sure that was aiming for the Elise.
Yes, it was,
Actually
Rusty. 100% planned.
He repelled the shockwave, okay, and then it just so happens that a giant arrow comes along and locks him down.
It was just the setup from Scout. It was the synergy between mid and
Here goes
ADC.
Xiang, though. You will not get that
He's
turret.
got Dominus. He's going to absolutely clear away that entire minion wave with Caldermeek.
Too easy, so they hold it off. And it's just really picks that EDG are able to secure for themselves. And the red buff goes over to Scout, it looks like. Inside of EDG. Slows down the momentum, slows down the pacing with which OMG were trying to force them into fights. And they've actually broken themselves out with a gold lead. I think it's mostly around having the turrets. That's about it.
Yeah, essentially. If I'm World 6, I'm pretty tilted off of that kill as well. That definitely shouldn't have died to that. That was perfect timing coming out there. 202, I should say. Scout in the mid lane. So Honest Orianna pick is making it work. And he's gotten to the point where he will be doing pretty major damage in these team fights to OMG. But it's not to say that they can't fire back. We've already seen the damage from Dre. That Cocoon just whistling past Karo.
Finger was on the trigger, but doesn't hit the mark because he was trying to react to it. Karo didn't juke. Maybe in a battle of reactions, one of them wins. As the other one's Karo. But he still wins.
Yep. Got him. The Xiang is 30 farm ahead. He is definitely overtaken and accelerating that lead over Karo. Firelolly is keeping this one just warm for Scout, but it's going to be stolen away by Dre. They had the ward over that. Sorry, Scout. I mean, I tried, buddy, but yeah, it was warded. Yep. There we go. Yep.
That's the ward. Observe it.
Oh, the ward in question.
That's the guilty suspect right there. As that's handy. I mean, not having a blue buff on an Orianna is a pretty significant thing. No Morellos either. Won't have the mana regeneration back per kill.
At least he's got it back on level. So
exactly.
Let's go level 12.
That's the power spike.
That's the power spike.
Bugs reveal Elise.
Dre. Really nice to have the blue buff. But Kora's going to step in anyway, take the cocoon, take the stun, and just die. Here comes the red carpet of pineapples, and Firelolly's here. Lands the Q, does not land the Q. World 6 going to jump towards him, flash away. Firelolly so close to dropping. What is this? Godzilla just running after Scout. He's on a rampage. He's coming in there. Big ultimate. Five's going to drop. Dre close to falling as well. Scout is looking for blood, looking for something.
A Lulu ult Dominus Redacted, by the way. Battle Dino.
Gigantic.
It's pretty absurd.
Ooh. World 6, pretty low himself. Wants to back away from Mako, who could probably kill him with Ebb and Flow. And EDG on the hunt for Xiang, who is exiting that team fight with full health.
Yeah, I don't really think they even want to hit him, to be perfectly honest. He started on an equalizer and gained health. As Dre's about to...
Oh!
Shock blast
Fish in a barrel.
As Raptors spawned, by the way. That could not look more couldn't have been more badass.
Dre does not look at explosions. Oh my god. That was junglers. Literally just Dre, I mean, for a guy who's had to play mid lane, has played so well this series, regardless if he wins or loses. Like, the Z game was great. Yes, his team was winning, but he's performed great on the Jace. Like, I'm not even sure if he's played more than one game of Jace in his life. Like, he's making it work.
He's got to have been a mid laner in a past life. Or
He's
at least
played three different mid laners.
He's at least in one trick that has mechanics.
And none of them have been easy champions.
No. Jace isn't the easiest champ. Like, it's a linear trade pattern with your Shock Blast Gate combo, but to actually weave between and everything as well is
that's hard.
a bit more complex. So we'll see how he gets towards the mid and late game stages where he's actually required to do a lot more damage. His team fighting on Victor looks fine.
Yeah.
It's always a thing. EDG still trying to generate picks themselves. Alternatively, though, if OMG can work around Xiang's strength, he's going towards the magic resistance route. He'll be pretty much unkillable. The thing is, they kind of need him. If he's ever not there, they're banking on their cog more.
It's true. We haven't really checked back in on the young SMLZ for a while because it's all really been about the top side of the map, but he has Triforce. So he's hit that power spike himself. And the next dragon is Cloud, so it's a little hard to just run at. It does a lot of damage. Dre is back into his bottom lane here. In this 1-on-1 against Scout. Here's the combo. Can he execute it? Double exhaust comes down. Bats Scout backwards. Come on, get the kill. Make it work. Oh! Command Protect for the finish off there on Scout. He gets the 1v1 outplay. He asserts his dominance as a superior mid laner.
Jouer tried too hard, actually. He just was wanting the shockwave to come out so he could flash it, but didn't wait for the shockwave.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a mid laner that doesn't play mid lane, to be clear, as the Drake does go over.
Well,
OMG looking.
I mean, we're still looking for a fight, and it's 4 versus 5. The flash out of the shock blast The shock
Look
wave
at
rather
Xiang.
comes in. Jumps into the fight. He's instantly knocked away. Kara's coming in, but he silenced himself. He'll go down. Cogmore will be happy to eat this kill. Looking for a second onto Fire Lolly. 3 kills so far to OMG. And it started off as a 4 versus 5, but now it's 4 versus 2. And more specifically, 4 versus 1. As Scout is running for his life. Zed is laying down the covering fire, allowing OMG to get out of here, or rather, Scout to get out of here, and OMG to just walk all over this jungle. OMG just know when they can go for a fight.
Yeah, they suspect with the Orianna Shockwave not being available, they have enough strength, and they're absolutely right that they do. Xiang, whenever he's nearby, is always going to have enough presence and damage to be able to tank everything and kill everything at the exact same time. Doesn't matter that Jue is dead, because the important spell of Scout was used. Firstly, the exhaust, and secondly, the Shockwave. It's good.
Yeah, it is good. OMG. Turning it on. Here we go. 4 versus 5. Teleport comes in.
I mean, the premise of this as well is the Lulu Cogmore, because Mako's out of the fight, and then Xiang just stands in front of all of them and commands the kick. Kora's the only one that can go hero, and it's a bit much because there's a Lulu there. So if there's not more than one of you actually expending resources towards killing him, Rumble's so loud.
It really is obnoxious.
So hard to finish a point. There's a Rumble.
Because Rumble will finish it for you. Well, it's pretty hard to deal with SMLZ is what I've discovered in these team fights, because if Shock Blast does not land, or Shockwave, man, there's too many shock things in this game. Shockwave does not land from Scout, then who else is going to deal with SMLZ? He's going to sit there like Bastion and just spray down your team.
So what EDG should be waiting for actually is the Zonia's Hourglass on the Koro. When they complete the Zonias, he can be a frontliner as well as be a damage dealer. When he stands in front of the Cogmore. Cogmore's not the most mobile AD carry. Generally just wants to high APM try and kite around. And then just Flame Spitter and Zonias, and he'll generally be forced to have spells used on him by the Lulu. Combo that with a Shockwave or with a Lee Sin, with an Ash Arrow. Like, there's definitely things that they can look towards doing here on the side of EDG. I think they're just waiting for those item breakpoints to turn it around more so. And saying that, he's already got a QSS. He's already pretty hard to kill when an Ash Arrow can't hit him.
Yep.
The rest of their crowd control is pretty risky, so whenever SMLZ has flash and heal up, they can fight.
Waiting for those cooldowns, and OMG when they can fight. I mean, that was a 4 versus 5. It's a 5 versus 5. I don't even want to know how drastic that would have gone over to OMG. And they are ahead in this game, by the way. They are definitely ahead in gold. Scout is turning the
They know
corner.
you're there,
Xiang,
Xiang.
I mean, he's sat in the bush. He's just going to charge in there, of course. Why not? Here comes the Ash Arrow. Going to lock him up for a second. But, man, he's just not even taking damage. Like, 4 people wailing on him. Someone just kill him.
Are you kidding me? That was like
5
4 ultimates.
people. That was 1,
3
2,
ultimates.
3 ultimates.
3 ultimates and an exhaust to kill one member of the opposing team.
And it wasn't even fast. That took like 15 seconds.
Xiang's probably laughing, even though he just died. That means he can go back to base. He hasn't got armor yet. He only has the Spirit Visage, but he's stacked his magic resistance and health. He is a tough man to deal with.
Maybe that was the play. Here comes Karo. Let's see if he can do the same. Yeah, nope, that didn't happen. 2.5 seconds on the stopwatch. Did not live up to expectations. And Xiang's like, great, I'm back up. You've just used all your ultimates. Let's go and make a play.
He's got teleport in about 30 odd seconds. You can see the bar ticking down in your screen. OMG starting to make these plays, knowing that there's no ultimates there from EDG. This is a great move.
Never before have I seen a win condition that is send Xiang in by himself, burn all the ultimates, excellent, wait for the respawn, take bot tower. There we go, we did it. Plan executed. And it worked. I don't even understand, but OMG, they know something that we do not, that typical League of Legends players will not even contemplate or think there was a possibility.
I mean, he's Rambo basically at the moment, you know? He's that action movie trailer guy, the one man on a mission.
Yep.
He's completely set too. Like, the rest of his team are just able to build damage, compound the amount of work that they could do behind him. They can choose to send him to a side lane. They will have to put more than one person there. Koro, not having a great time, still doesn't have the Zonias
Take
for
this.
the back massage.
Awesome. Well, Koro caught in this 1v1. Dre, if I can't kill the mid laner, I'll have a go at your top lane, chasing him down while you're silent, so good luck running away from me. Dre, the one-on-one kill. Yes, he was 1-4. Now he's 1-5. Shut up, Rumble. You're dead. Dre, 3, 2, and 2. He's nodding. He's having a good time.
Man, Koro's just straight up been exposed, hasn't he? We know he's a good team fighter when he gets there, but he's not getting there. Xiong's having a field day. Now Zhuizhui is able to come over and kill him, and that's insult to injury as far as I'm concerned right now. OMG getting a pick on the opposite side of the map. They don't have teleport on their Jace, and so they're not exactly the most capable Baron doers, but they're not looking for the Baron. They actually want to pressure this side lane constantly, and he's got 5 seconds till the Rumble's back up to try and get control of at least the Baron area without doing it.
I mean, Zhuizhui killed Harold earlier as well, so he's got that buff on him right now. It's still ticking. And Koro is back for more. All right, you want some of this? Zhuizhui ready to go once again, and Koro used his ultimate last fight, so he's even at a disadvantage. Still, Zhuizhui will show mercy. As you see the Ash Arrow, and kicked into it by Fire Lolly. Whether that was intentional or not, it was sick, but it's happened 2 times in a row now, so you have to think there was some synergy.
They forced the teleport out of Koro 1 as well, though. So what can EDG get after a fantastic combo out of Zet and Fire Lolly into a bubble from Mako? It was a clean pick and a clean kill, but they have so much damage
Here comes SMLZ. He's dragged in. One more combo of ultimates, but he's going to shrug it off. Zhuizhui clearing out the minion wave. Tower's not dead yet. Finally
comes the raid boss.
Here comes Godzilla. Let's go, Xiang. Flash it into the enemy team. Instant exhaust. SMLZ chasing after. He's low on health. Zet's going to trade his life with him. SMLZ doesn't even fall. Zhuizhui chasing after Koro, but he's still good to go. Get past these minions. Flash it into the bubble. Have this one. Mako locks him up in Aqua Prison.
And it ends there with a fairly equal trade. However, World 6 is alive again, and he's able to run immediately to the Baron buff. SMLZ living in that fight against Z2 is the most crucial aspect of that entire fight. They've just straight up resumed this Baron. EDG are aware, and it makes a lot of sense that they would be.
Well, it's on half
But
health.
can he stop this?
Well, he's already used his Q, so there's a
Oh,
window.
God.
Oh no, World 6 is just going in. 1v3, let's go. Here comes Xiang. You said something bad on World 6. We're going in. Wait a minute. That was an execute. 5's dropping.
Oh,
Someone
no.
kill the Baron.
Oh, no.
Xiang in a 1 versus 4.
no,
He
Baron.
takes the shockwave. No one can kill the Baron. That's not safe anymore, Xiang. Here comes Yasha. Flies by Renekton. EDG, they're not very healthy, but they may attempt it. Kara's turning the corner. No, it's going to reset.
That was stupid. OMG just jumped over the wall and left their AD carry and support to try and tank the remnants of that Baron buff. They could have kept Xiong inside the pit. You know what? World 6 didn't need to go over the wall. The reason that they have done this is to prevent a 50-50 smite. They wanted to get rid of Fire Lolly, remove him from the equation, so they successfully get it. But if you put everything towards him to take him down, you have no one hitting the Baron anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a big loss though when you actually take a look at the damage report, but they didn't get the Baron. That could have been a big win for OMG.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing right there.
And granted, right now they're actually still super far ahead as long as he calms down. Edge of Night doesn't work after they've missed their spells, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. They're not behind. It was just unfortunate because it means they don't get the objective. They do lose somebody to it. As Zhuizhui thinks he's Lee Sin, really pushing
definitely
his
not
luck.
Lee Sin. Ooh, that was a volatile spiral.
Watch the gate shock blast though if it hits.
Hits the crab. MVP crab. Crab's the real homie of this one.
OMG are teleporting. They definitely want to fight for it. Just any excuse to
Xiang
fight.
does. He's teleporting in. Koro trying to zone him away. 5's going to drop before the fight starts. Though Zhuizhui on the other side decimates 2 targets. He's going to fall for that one. Xiang wants into the fight. There's the blast code. He's right into the middle of 3 players. World 6 providing support. SMLZ untouched. Koro getting chased down. Call the meek Xiang. He's back into mini crocodile, but he's still full health. World 6 zoning away with the volatile spawning, and both of these members of EDG are just dead. There's no getting away from this. I agree, Rumble. You're definitely very, very dead. 5 kills, 5 for 2. OMG come out ahead.
And OMG are just making any excuse to try and get a fight that they possibly can. And that's because they've got the biggest crocodile in the world to protect a Kog'Maw. Lulu dies quickly, but it doesn't matter. SMLZ's got his QSS. He hasn't even used it. Self-sustainable AD carry right now with the 2 completed items. He's also got one of those being a Blade of the Ruined King. So let's see how much damage he can do to the objective of the Baron.
It's happening, Doc Gift. OMG
It's
are
actually
in
happening.
prime position to take this game. Mako, I mean, he is the guy who has to get a steal, and that's not going to happen. We saw a tidal wave in a different region, but it's not this one. In LPL, OMG just took a team fight and took Baron.
And the thing is, this is actually JJ more than anything else. Arrow's good, Kog'Maw's zone, comes in exhaust, gets 2 big kills with the shock blast into the hammer combo. Xiang misclicks the explosive plant, takes an extra second. And that's the thing, SMLZ now comes in, they're able to lock things down. He mostly just uses his ultimate. At this stage of the fight, like World 6, his job is to just zone from them running towards their own base. They just need to snipe them off. Fantastic work from the OMG side. And that was surprisingly mostly their sub. In the mid lane position.
JJ
destroying them.
And then Xiang just ran them down. And when Crocodiles are just running in a straight line, they run real fast. The average human being cannot outrun a crocodile. We did the math. Usain Bolt can though. He does run fast enough. And OMG are in a great position. 19 to 14, 7,000 gold advantage, 2 dragons. EDG are reeling.
Yeah.
And this could be a 2-1 victory to OMG. EDG really need these points. They came in today and were like, all right, OMG are standing gold. But they just got executed by the tower, I guess.
Tell you what, there's 7k more standing gold than that of EDG at the moment. That speaks a lot towards both of these teams that I'm sure Frostgreen's going to be so excited to talk about when this game ends, even if EDG win. And the thing is, OMG, absolutely in a position of power. They can split push with the Jace, they can 1-3-1. I would say they 4-1 and have Renekton actually team up with them. They need the frontliner to help them out. 2 QSSs on their big carries. They have all of the tools needed to actually find a victory here. But a shockwave from Scout can turn the tides. An arrow on the right member of the team, which honestly is World 6 or 5, can assist in making that happen.
Oh,
It's not going to be easy. Never said that.
oh, that really hurts. I mean, it's going to be the full collapse. Flash from Dre may keep him alive. Philo's chasing down. They're going to throw everything at Dre. He is going down, but that's 3 ultimates. 5 people commit to the bot side. OMG take top tower. They don't move on to the next one, so they have broken the bottom side at least, but I mean, when you're throwing that many resources at one member, and it's not even Xiang, you still haven't killed the crocodile.
I mean, thankfully for EDG, that was what they needed to do. If they don't find somebody, they don't get the Jace in particular, he takes the whole base. And so they kill the most important member towards thwarting the offense of OMG, at least for a time, for 20 more seconds, until he respawns. And that's just OMG's mid laner, you know, like, I don't expect a lot from Zhuezhui. He's doing more than I expected from him, but he overextended, he overstayed his welcome. Thought maybe he could get out.
Yeah.
Definitely could not.
He did take the tower though, right?
Yeah, he took the tower. He was threatening the inhibitor. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He pushed too far. The rest of his team was no longer mid. They rotated top lane for the inner turret, and that's where he should have backed away. EDG make the right call. They make the aggressive decision. They throw the arrow out. Zet's arrows have been right. They have been true.
We have been good this game. And Zet has done the best that he could on this Ash pick, in all honesty. Here comes the red contest. It's over to World 6. Would have been nice on SMLZ, but just about which team could get it right there, honestly. We'll go back to base. He has a big buy in mind, I guess.
Now they've actually done the right lane assignment. So they put Renekton into the side lane. He has the teleport, and because the turret is broken, it's actually really difficult for Ko to contest Xiang when he sieges the inhibitor itself. Before, when the turret wasn't broken, actually really difficult for the Renekton to push in. Ko can clear minions. Now, actually significantly easier thanks to the work of Zhuezhui.
Dre caught out once again. Shockwave will pull him out of the Aqua Prison. Philo should be able to finish him off. Thundering Blow. We're kiting. We're going. Oh, no, there was a tower there. So
Renekton and OMG are sieging though. This is risky. Do they want this fight?
No, probably not. Let's just, yeah, it's a big delay. That's 50 seconds on the clock, another 50 seconds before. So EDG have stalled out the Baron. They've held on for at least a minute and a half, if not 2 minutes now, just from those picks. So they're holding. And
quite simply, it's the inexperienced mid laner. Has struck twice.
In a row, yeah.
Consecutively, yeah, pretty much as he respawns and goes to a lane, he dies. And doesn't set up vision, even though he has vision there. They managed to walk through the one narrow corridor that doesn't have it from EDG. So well done to navigate that path. But OMG have completely stopped. The Baron's now no longer going to be useful. It's gone. They got themselves a sizable gold advantage from it. The lead is significant. But Scout's still hitting the shockwaves. They're still hitting Ash arrows, or at least throwing them out at the right targets. This game's still within reach from EDG.
Oh, for sure. OMG, though, have made a lot of the right choices. As soon as you said it, Xiang, join the rest of the team, be the front line. He does it. He sees Ray Trey, which is the right call. Good to a side lane. 5 has been called out. I mean, he's almost certainly dead. So good pick again from EDG.
But why is he standing in the bush?
Objectives coming up shortly, so they're going to seed vision control. And EDG, 3 picks in a row, and suddenly it's looking like a different game.
And it's mistakes. It's individual problems here from the side of OMG. We look at how EDG have been winning these games. It's laning phase. That's individual plays and abilities to win Summoner's Rift. That's coming through in late game right now. OMG is starting to flounder. They've got a strong front line. They've got a strong damage source, but they're not playing around him in SMLZ. They're not playing around their tank in Xiang. They're getting picked off. 5 and Zhuezhui 3 times now. If that was 0, this game was over.
It's mounting up. 50 seconds on the clock for Baron. Less than that for Elder Dragon.
This is actually OMG making a play for the Elder, I would imagine. They want to transition the Elder to the Baron.
Yeah.
They're looking for an excuse to 5v5 team fight.
Yeah.
That's the real thing here. EDG have been making picks. They've got the Ashe Orianna comp. The Lee Sin's helped that out. But if they get a 5v5, if they force EDG to walk somewhere, perhaps it does go in OMG's favor. They get that team fight they're after. Wherever the Jace goes, you would expect that's the direction of the map that OMG are going to look towards zone. Because he's bottom side, it's Elder.
Yeah, he's walking over
And
there.
now it's top side.
Elder's about to spawn, but OMG really want the vision over Baron apparently, so really just was a coin flip.
Cool.
SMLZ hit the full item power spike, as does Zet. Both AD carriers are hitting real hard. EDG just stepping into each bush, looking to regain control over some of these brushes. And Xiang will clear away this pink.
Yep, but now you have to watch OMG. Xiang's revealed himself. Will EDG hit an arrow? Will they get a pick again? Or will OMG actually show some resilience? The answer right now is they want top lane and control of the Baron area.
World 6, not entirely sure why he walked forward, but he's going to get kick flashed into the team. Repel comes up, but what goes up must come down and stay down.
And Xiang's in. They actually want to fight.
They want to fight 4 versus 5. He feels like he's strong enough, but he's instantly CC'd out. Koro zones away SMLZ. He's bought time to kill Xiang. But SMLZ is just going to town. Shock Blast doesn't land.
Wrong side of the map for EDG.
Sombrero on the floor. SMLZ turns
SMLZ.
around, turns it on! Oh, blows up the entire lineup of EDG! There was nowhere to go. The Void Creature was just too hungry. On Guardian Angel, I mean, that's just disgusting. SMLZ annihilates the whole team along with Ray. They'll look for the TP. They'll run it down mid. OMG are looking for the win.
OMG are about to beat EDG 2-1 if they can just push in. They should have enough time. I cannot believe that that has happened.
Oh my god, Rusty, what was this game? What was this series? Xiang turning up for the team. The sub of Ray. Icon was out. We looked at the wounded lineup of OMG and we said, they take a game, they make it hard for EDG, that's a win on the day, but instead, they turn it to a 2-1. OMG take the win over EDG.
Definitely a happy side of OMG on your screens. Except him, EDG on the other hand. There's not a lot to be happy about. That was a very disappointing performance from them. Koro got absolutely exposed by the side of OMG. But honestly, it is a well-deserved victory from them. A couple mistakes to be expected, to be fair, from someone filling in another role. But the rest of the team really carried it through.
You said mistakes there, Rusty, and I definitely agree with you, but I think those were more than counterweighted by the amount of good plays he had in that game. Yes, he died twice on the side lane, but he just blew up 2 people in the Dragon fight, did a bunch of damage in that final one, allowed SMLZ to literally just destroy everybody. At OMG, they were a man down, they had a jungler in the mid lane, but they took down EDG, a team who was firmly, we said before, top 4. They were top of the league in previous seasons, and they fall down.
He's gonna smile. Look at it, you can see it.
It's the best you'll ever get from him.
It's so good because OMG are such a jovial team. Like, you
Mm.
constantly see Xiong as like 4 people are trying to kill him. He's just cackling, just like head back, losing it. World 6 very smiley. Is bouncing in a seat. Every time you see SMLZ, cool as a cucumber. Stone face killer.
He just took down EDG and it's like, yeah, cool. Nice.
And on the 4th anniversary of the LPL, they took them down too.
That
Happy
was
birthday,
fated.
LPL.
Happy birthday. We've got 3 casters casting for us.
Yep, the original casters that cast the very first iteration of the LPL. And that said, what a historic moment for OMG to capitalize here. OMG are the definitive LPL team. WE Invictus Gaming reigned the Chinese circuit before LPL even existed. As soon as it was created, OMG, the dark forces never give up. You know, the Chinese mafia, as they like to call themselves, they were the true kings. And it's nice to see them reign here today.
Throwing an EU meme, scripted. OMG taking against EDG today. But, man, did they deserve it? That was a hard-fought win. And
Screw this graph,
Oh,
Pulse. I want to look
so
at damage
good.
taken from the Renekton right now. That's what matters to me.
that's true. All right. Before we get to MVP, who's the MVP of game 3?
SMLZ! Are you kidding me? Okay, we should have a replay coming up super soon about that last fight. Okay, look at this. This is like old school EDG. Philo gets this sick pick kick. Koro's gonna get a beautiful ultimate, and then he's going to hourglass and zone off the Kog'Maw. You're like, this is old school EDG. They're back. There he goes. There's the zoning. Lulu and
Great
Kog'Maw,
flame spitter.
they're completely forced out of this fight. And then SMLZ is like, wait a minute. Time to pillage the village. Let's turn it on. And he just goes huge. He flashes to the side and blows up everyone. Look at that.
Oh!
It was
Yeah.
timed with an ultimate, I believe, from him as well. So very good usage of his spells. But, like, yes, I agree.
That is absurd.
And that was the game-winning moment. Sure, I know how the LPL does MVPs. They're totally going to give it to SMLZ for
Yeah.
that. But I also think Xiong's very much deserving of it.
Yeah, that Gator, Godzilla. I was backstage with Ray and I was like, Pulse and I are a duo made in heaven. Because as soon as I saw Xiong coming out of the bush and we're like 5 seconds ahead of you, I was like, Godzilla. And then you're like, here comes the Godzilla. I was like, Pulse, my
Yeah.
soulmate.
We're on the same page. Oh, we just had to see it again. Man, this was... that was so good.
Shock blast on top of
Oh, it
Kog'Maw
was literally
damage on top of
everything.
ultimate.
Did you see
just-
Maple blow up 5 people the other day? It was basically that, but with Kog'Maw and the whole team behind him. That was incredible. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. SMLZ with the win, but like... Dre as well in the mid lane, Xiang, there were 2 people doing so much work on that lineup, and I think you just got to hand to multiple members on OMG to just make it happen.
And that's the thing, right? He actually gets a successful gank off bottom lane. He goes through a very safe route, actually goes the enemy explosive plan, somewhere you don't expect him to be.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I think it's like the biggest reason that he's able to get in these positions, get the items and get ahead, wasn't winning laning phase, wasn't having a great time, but because in the 3rd game someone comes down and actually helps them. Like, you give him an inch, he takes a mile.
You just have to wait long enough. SMLZ, you know, we talked all the time about consistency. We hate that word. We're like, please no more. And frankly, EDG didn't have consistent members. You know, Scout was popping off, but if he didn't, no one else would step up. SMLZ is always consistent. If you get him to 35 minutes, he'll be that god. Just the problem is OMG usually fall apart before then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much, hey.
Yeah.
But that actually that sums up most of that team.
Yeah, that really is just the
They're a
game.
struggle
Honestly, I mean,
streak.
it's so difficult to
I'm
like come out of
excited.
a series like that where it's like 2-1 to OMG against EDG. It's just like, man, what do you say? Like,
Aw,
they
man.
just got wrecked.
I genuinely think that sums it up.
Yeah.
Like, EDG, currently a train that is on fire, just still on the tracks, but they're definitely on fire.
Yeah.
They...
Oh my
Like, they're
God.
so reliant on Scout, as you highlighted. They need a 2nd star, and that's partly where Clearlove was able to at least do these things. Like, Firelolly is making good kicks, he's making good picks, but it's around Zet making plays. They had Deft before that, now it's Zet, and he's playing well, but he's not Deft. No one's Deft besides him. And so, like, Clearlove's this differentiating factor where he at least communicates with the team, makes them group
Yeah.
up and do these other things. Like, they're a really good team fighting team. But at that stage, when they're team fighting, they were so far behind, the Kog'Maw had scaled. Maybe if they could do that 10 minutes earlier, things would be different.
Sure.
And you can see that kind of left over when they looked for that initial dive bottom, and you even said, you know, I don't know if they win that, but like normally EDG would just pull the trigger on that. They had the Rumble was at his tower looking for the teleport. They got the initial rotation from jungle and mid. They knew that the enemy jungler was top lane, but they didn't. They hesitated on it. They let it back away.
So, question. EDG, based on that performance, where do EDG stand in the standings?
Not top 3.
I mean, after that game, if we're looking at the groups, I'd put them below WE for sure. I feel like who would be oh, they have to be second still.
Who?
It's not
RNG?
producer.
Our producer's like,
Not
it's game
game
talents.
talents.
It's game talents.
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm there
still
and there
think
as well.
They kind of have to be second unless QG.
It's either QG or Invictus Gaming. So if your top tier are RNG and WE, then it was kind of like EDG, and then this conversation about QG, Invictus Gaming, even IMA possibly as a dark horse, but this is kind of where we get into our dark horse. Of course, then if you're me and you've got a bet on it, you're like LGD all the way, let's go.
No, I just mean in the group, like EDG's group.
Oh, then yeah, they're still second.
Yeah.
Because
There you
there's
go.
such
Second.
a gap.
Yeah. Crazy.
That is pretty crazy after you see a performance like that. That's pretty mental, yeah. Man, EDG, like, that's not a playoff team, though, that we just saw. That's not, like, a team that you feel like could do well even domestically, right?
I mean, they are doing well domestically, and they've been doing the same thing. This is the thing. Like, it's not like EDG suddenly just fell down. They've been falling down from week 1, but we just
Yeah.
didn't notice it because we were so, enamored with how well Scout was doing. Oh my God, Scout, that 1v9 performance against Team WE to win them the series. How heartbreaking for WE. EDG are there, and just like, oh my God, Zet's now going off. He can actually play Azriel. Maybe he's, a good substitute. Mouse is playing Maokai really well, but it's never like, wow, EDG are being really smart around the map and making smart choices. It's these 55-minute games like, Jesus, Cat, just end the game. Fire Lily, please, back to the Nexus. And it just kind of puts us out of our misery. And now
Yeah.
EDG are finally really exposed against a lower tier team.
It's so weird, though, because they just played IG, right? And then had this really close series, and they, like, stayed toe-to-toe with them. And we were like, okay, cool, this is, like, a strong battle for second, like, bout.
I think
and
I know
then
why,
we
though.
just see this.
I mean, quite simply, I feel like EDG, they play so slow that when they're playing against teams that want to play slow against them, they actually look good. So when you look at Group B, the teams there are more strategically focused. They want to play slower games. You've got like Vici down there. You've got WE that'll play long-standing games. Even if they get a lead, they'll get to late game. EDG can still team fight perfectly fine if they get to that late game stage. But when you're against a team where you've got a lead, you're trying to siege the inhibitor. You're trying to set up vision and control, and suddenly they're just running at you like Game Talents and OMG do.
Yeah.
It's actually super disorienting.
So you're actually saying that, like, teams who play like that are kind of EDG's kryptonite?
Well, it 100% does hit them where they're weak, but it was also under the pretense that Group B was fundamentally stronger than Group A. We came into this like Group B is the stack team. EDG, they're in the hard region. But now, if you actually look at the score, Group A have climbed ahead. They've now won more games, especially with this OMG upset over EDG. So now it doesn't look like Group B is the stronger one. Technically, Group A have the higher standings.
So what does that say about our league? Is it just the teams who just run in hard and fast are actually better? GT were trapped in a land where no one understood them, but when they were opened up to cross-conference, it's just all good?
I think we're rediscovering what aggression really means for a lot of these teams, and we're still not sure how to deal with it.
All right. Let's go to break and reconsider our lives, pretty much. We'll see you in the next series. Welcome back to the LPL. We're having a crazy day. Of a day that we thought was going to be fast, it was going to be sweet, it was going to be a bunch of 2-0s. In fact, we just saw OMG take down EDG. My mouth didn't want to say that, neither did my brain. But I'm back with my analyst. Hello, Frosky, and hello, Rusty. And we're into our final series of the day. LGD versus WE. Again, we're coming into this saying that WE should be heavy favorites, of course, going against LGD. 37% chance, I believe, for Oscurin, but you do have a lot riding on this, so good luck to you.
Yeah, obviously the bet going. That said, EDG have fallen down. Now, naturally, it is bad for LGD that OMG are picking up games that they necessarily shouldn't win. It means that it's that much harder to get into playoffs. That said, Snake and Aime are still tied with OMG, or were tied. OMG's now pulled ahead of them, so there's still plenty of targets left for LGD.
Yeah, look, after the first set, I don't even want to say the WE are the favorites anymore. We're just going to play a game of League of Legends. It's going to be a best of 3, and I hope everyone puts their best efforts in, because at the end of the day, like, Group A are just really good, talented individual players, and sometimes these things happen, and sometimes macro strategies just miss.
My favorite version of Rusty is always, like, dejected dad Rusty, like, disappointed coach Rusty. Like,
It's definitely the best form.
give it your best shot, guys.
Get in there,
I studied
play a
teaching,
clean
you know?
game.
Like, I'm pretty good at telling people kindly to just do their best.
He doesn't mention, though, that he specialized in teaching children, not like high
primary.
schoolers, like primary school.
That's great.
It's adorable,
It's-
but it's just so fitting right now.
Yeah, no, it's actually, now you just exposed me. I feel like I can't.
Good to know. Let's move on. So WE going in here. What are the chances of LGD even beating WE? Is this like, because we look at the numbers, 37%, blah blah blah, but like, is there actually a solid, reasonable chance to say they can take WE? Because we're still looking at WE. They're a pretty clean team. We're looking towards top 2 with this lineup, even coming into Saturday. So is this a game that they win? Is it a game that they could blue shell? Is it just we need to see them go a little bit better?
It's just a giant question mark right now. The big thing about LGD is they're actually starting a different mid laner. So it isn't Godvi in the mid lane. It is Genyu. He is a top lane sub for them who's now role swapped into the mid lane position. We don't quite know why Godvi's not starting. It could be, performance, maybe other things, morale
Could
in
just
the
be
team.
sickness even, like.
Exactly.
There's no reason to get rid of Godvi when he's playing so well. And like, you may have an off series, but he's the best player on that team for mid lane. There's no reason to put someone else in, especially when they're a top sub.
Yep, pretty much. So are we looking towards Imp now from...
I mean, we say that, but ultimately,
LGD.
apparently, if you just do role swap mid lane, they just play Zed Victor and they just come out massive. So
okay, maybe
who
looking
knows?
towards the mid lane. Yeah, maybe that's the possibility. I want to say that was just Ray because I think that's the best role swap into a lane that we've ever seen within one series, honestly. And I think when you look at the wins that LGD did have, it was off the back of an Imp doing well. Yes, he's kind of like this player who will go in super hard and maybe just get hit by a random skill shot heading his way, but he is what the team ride on.
Actually, I think that's a dynamic that we should definitely discuss, because Godvi, he wards a lot, he does set up for his team a lot, but he never really works around his AD carry. He's much more of a, like, you envision an Ahri is basically what Godvi will be. He'll pick people off on flanks, or he'll be doing a lot of damage in the front lines. He's a secondary carry for this team alongside Imp, whereas now that we've got Jinnu there, perhaps they do just do what OMG are and put all of their emphasis towards SMLZ, just trying to ensure that he can get a Cogmore, let the Cogmore carry the game, and they just put him on something protective in the middle lane.
We do also need to point out that it's not Intruder starting, it's also Amy. So not only do they have Jinyu,
The
who's
Ivern.
a question mark in that mid lane position, but they have a more, zone controlling, tank-oriented jungler playing for them. So there is a very capable possibility of a protect the AD carrier, protect the Imp comp.
Do you think that we could just see a Cogmore again? Like, do you think
Either
that's in
Cogmore
a
or
wheelhouse?
Caitlyn.
Yeah, and just like go towards that pick, try and dominate lane, try and do more. Because we saw SMLZ kind of like a backup, but if they funnel resources into Imp, maybe he can do a bit more of that pick.
Yeah, Imp and Deft, again, Cogmore, like, they'll both pop off on it easily. They're just fantastic mechanical players. They've got a lot of experience playing the Cogmore with a Lulu protecting it. The difference now is perhaps there's less actual protection on the Cogmore. And, I mean, Imp's a strong independent AD carry. He'll do whatever he wants. He'll flash forwards like SMLZ and make those plays if he's supported to do so.
But if we're talking about Imp, we then have to look across on the other side and look at Mystic. And WE are patched in right now. Like Raz said it earlier. I know it's helped a lot of the LPL teams, but Ezreal's super strong right now. The way that they like to play the game has been empowered through all of these changes. Like WE, this is their perfect patch.
And they've also shown they can play protect the AD carry. Like they pick Karma, they have a Lulu with an Ezreal, and he would do like 87k damage or something in that game. It was pretty absurd. So Mystic may even be jumping on the Kog'Maw bandwagon. He may well be actually showing up with the same carries. And I do think this is a very AD carry focused matchup between these teams. LGD not having their mid laner in Godv will definitely put emphasis towards Imp. He is the star of that team right now, and WE are working around Mystic.
That's true. I mean, he was our MVP pretty much of the last week, so we did put a lot of... we definitely did look towards him, so...
They have a
That's good.
top laner who is a former mid laner, and they're starting their top lane. What?
Yeah.
I just saw Frost giving, like, revelation moments, like,
Their
look
top
to the
laner
skies.
is
What?
Funny, formerly known as Punished. He is a Twisted Fate main. He's their top laner. Their mid laner is Jinu. He is a top laner. That's it.
We've just discovered something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't really have an answer for you. That's what they should have done. Well, maybe they just saw the last series and was like, you know what, we've stuck to our guns. It apparently just works. Let's do it. Let's just put him there. I guess he was in the solo lane, right? That works. There you go. Boom, put him in there. So I don't understand. Maybe it works out. I mean, honestly, you can't discount it anymore. You literally can't. We have video evidence of it working out.
Against Team WE, you can, because unlike EDG, Team WE are that one word that we hate to throw around, which is consistent. They are always consistent. They are the exact same playstyle, the exact same team, no matter what. And either you're better than them on the day, or you don't win.
Yeah, and unfortunately that means they have a lacking mid game whilst they have a really good early and late game, and that's where we look towards to beat Team WE. When you have LGD on your side, they usually have an okay early game. They sometimes have a fantastic mid game that looks unparalleled, and their late game can always be brought into question. But it all comes down firstly to if PYL is able to rally the troops in the right way, if their top laner this time is going to be funny, can actually do what Acorn and Flame did for LGD in 2015. It's clear the side waves, trim them down, slow push them all, and set them up so they can group. Harder to do in mid-game, but if they can actually get something going, they can very easily exploit
Small
WE.
window, though.
And speaking of side wave control, against Team WE, you have to be perfect in doing that because they are probably the best team, other than like 2015 iteration of LGD at playing side waves. They are very old school WE-esque, where they'll funnel a long lane, all of those resources into Mystic, their AD carry, and then suddenly he'll start popping off about 30 minutes, 35 minutes with like 4 items because he's got a huge farm lead.
Is there any way that WE come into this game on like just mess up the draft or anything? Because I think, as you said, they are a very consistent team, and all the teams in this league, then I would definitely allow consistency being used for WE because they just are the essence of it. Is there anything that you can exploit in the early game? Because if you just get blasted in the early game, there isn't a mid game to speak of from LGD.
I think 957 is always going to be the weak point of Team WE. Condi also can be over-aggressive. So if you're looking for ways to actually exploit them, he's one of the few people that'll always go boots of mobility on his Elise. He'll always try and make things happen. And he doesn't always have the first kill before he goes mobility boots Elise. So if you touch him, you stop him in any way, he's just done. Like Condi's early game is completely gone. And so he is an exploitable member of the team for certain tendencies that he does have when he actually paths around the jungle. I don't know if Amy's capable of that, however, in this particular matchup.
And that's the thing. It's that LGD really can't punish Team WE where there are, those Achilles heels sticking out. They can't punish the top laner because it's funny, and then you can't punish the jungle because it's a rotating door between Intruder and Amy. They don't have the synergy there.
I think, like in all honesty, if I was to highlight like not just the weaknesses of both these teams, but the strengths, it's just going to be, can Imp beat Mystic? Like, if Imp can beat Mystic, then LGD can beat Team WE. If they go even, then sure, they can still beat them. But if Mystic ever gets ahead, I don't see the rest of the map keeping up.
Are we talking about like early rotation, like bot lane priority then in terms of ADC and support?
Ooh, I definitely think we'll see an earlier rotation of support if the first series is any indication of that. We saw a lot of Mal's Lulu priority. I expect it will be the same carrying over into this game. Again, we are 7.4. We're not 7.5 yet, but we can already start to see them kind of shifting towards that patch with some of these picks.
Sure.
But ultimately, no, I don't think we'll see any early rotation AD carries. In fact, we'll probably see those pools pinched a lot.
But if we talk about, say like Kog'Maw, for example, is that something that they want to early rotate, take away from the opponent, even ban towards? Is there anything in there that you want to say that, like, take away a Caitlyn, take away a Jhin, and then focus towards Kog?
Yeah, I think Caitlyn will be taken away one way or another. If WE want it away from LGD, we have seen this happen for weeks on end now, where they will make sure that Imp doesn't get his best champion. I think that perhaps they could look at the Ezreal from the side of LGD and ensure that they get an early rotation of this. But I think most of that regarding AD carries comes back to the support rotations. They're always in the first three. Lulu definitely stands to attention as the best support to pick up right now because it gives you the option of the cogs.
We're going to take a look at the lineups as well. We already mentioned 957, Conti, Shie, Mystic, and Bent. No change on the WE side. I mean, why would you, honestly? On the opposite side, Funny, Amy, Jinu in the mid lane with Imp and PYL in the bottom.
And again, Jinu is a top lane sub. He's been with the organization for quite a while, so they definitely are familiar with him. He should be, you know, theoretically scrimming with the team or at least around the team communicating with them, but he's not a mid lane sub, he's a top lane sub.
Yeah, it's just weird seeing that Godvi taken away, or Wayless, or whatever his name is now. That he did have a couple bad series in a row, and he kept going for 1v1s and then not working out. But I don't think it's enough to warrant a player of his caliber being taken off a lineup.
Something that can be said about Wayless is his mental state and morale. He definitely is a player that tilts. He tilts a lot. He tilts very easily. Everyone saw that at 2015 Worlds. It almost took him an entire year to kind of tilt all the way back around.
Sure.
And you can kind of see, you know, he's repeatedly going for those 1v1s. He's not helping his team set up these plays. He's trying to, you know, kind of push sideways, and ultimately it is helping in certain instances, but it's not on point. So it could just be a morale, mental reset thing. We don't really know, but ultimately you have to suspect that this is going to be a step back from LGD's true strength.
Sure, and it just seems like every time we start seeing teams rotate out some of their key members, like you think back to a Snake moving SOFM to support, even like Vici with EasyHoon going support. It seems like the relegation role, honestly. That team will take a couple weeks to figure the game out, honestly. And it was like usually, what, a 2-3 week turnaround until we actually see those teams say, hey, let's put them back in the main roles. You've learned your lesson. Let's go. So I asked the question, is LGD is that a similar situation that we see them go towards?
I don't think LGD is that same style of team. OMG is the only one that's really aggressive with their subs for, you know, weeks at a time. LGD is much more of a, correct me if I'm wrong, player-driven team in their decision-making.
100%.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, they could definitely do that. Actually, speaking of wrist injuries, Godvi had one?
Yes. Could be.
I remember him having one at the same time as Pawn. It was like, we're missing stars.
Yeah, didn't hear a lot of chatter about that though, so it might just be, hey, stop going for those 1v1s, or bring in our top lane sub, and we'll bring you back for game 2, or maybe we'll look for something else. It may not even be like a full series thing like we've seen from Snake and Vici. But WE fan support. I mean, it's a safe bet, honestly.
Always. Keep your dreams, Pulse.
I'll keep that in mind.
Keep your dreams.
Let's keep your dreams alive.
Don't let them be memes.
Well, I can't agree to that.
Every,
Those are not terms that I can agree to, my friend.
Every LPL team has a motto or a slogan. So EDG's is like talk back with results or speak back with results. The Dark Forces never give up for OMG. Keep your dreams alive, Team WE.
Fight.
Fight.
Game challenge.
Charge.
It literally is just the word fight. It used to be I'm come back just now. I love that one.
I'm come back just now. I love it so much. I need to start using that in just everyday life. What coffee would you like? I come back just now.
Please no.
I think we also, speaking of PYL, while we're looking at the sign of him, he's going to be up against Ben. That's actually a pretty important bottom lane duo. Not just for the AD carries, but for the supports in particular. They have a very big responsibility. It's a shame that it's not Zero. Just constantly missing seeing Zero play, but Ben has stood out massively. His Malzahar is fantastic, but I also know that PYL was one of the earliest Lulu users as a countermeasure to the Malzahar.
It's two playmaking supports, which is what is interesting, is you pretty much have PYL, who's the most veteran support remaining in the LPL, the captain, shot caller of his team, versus Ben, kind of the new kid on the block, leading the charge, picking up that Malzahar, flashing forward and getting things done for Team WE.
All right, let's look for a cleaner series this time around. WE versus LGD. Second series of the day. Let's get this going. Rumble, Varus, and Jace. We'll start it off for WE. Pretty fast bans with Rise and LeBlanc coming out of LGD. We'll be looking towards their final ban as well. Maybe they'll put some hurt towards Shie's champion pool, just lighten the load for Jinu, who will also get last pick if he wants it.
But a lot of questions coming out when you see the likes of Jace taken away as well as Varus tells me that Rengar might be the priority pick for Team WE. I find that Conti's had a lot more success on champions like Elise, champions like Graves, and I love this!
First pick, Lulu, out from WE. Yeah, good to see. We talked about support being priority, and there we go.
I'm already so happy. So again, it's Coach Home that's behind Team WE. It's one of the reasons why we hyped up this team so highly, wanted to see them make a big statement coming back into the LPL for 2017. Samsung White Coach behind Team WE, a very consistent 5v5 oriented LPL team. The priority on Lulu when Rengar is still left open means that LGD, they can't take Rengar here. They don't want to get countered out.
So Graves coming in as the priority there from LGD. I mean, it's left open, so why not pick it?
But this now opens up the fact that Team WE could get two big power picks like the Rengar and the Lulu.
LGD. Let's see where they go. Contemplating ADC, but we'll have to see if that's actually locked in, whether they'll look towards a priority support. And it is actually Imp's Caitlyn, so they did, in the end, prioritize ADC.
Yes, they did, Pulse.
Haha. Rengar locked in. It feels like I'm a great analyst in this region because I say things that shouldn't make sense and then they happen. It's like, well, there we go.
It helps for LGD just because it feels like their only win condition right now is Imp getting on that Caitlyn. Normally, obviously, in a game, you could back up a bit more.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this. So again, they priority pick the Lulu. It guarantees them Rengar because LG don't want to pick it, don't want to get countered out. So now Team W, with their one blue side pick, now got two strong priority picks, and then they round it out by taking the Ashe. So it forces LGD's hand to pick the Karma because they don't want to lose the priority shove and control of the bottom side. Again, when you have a Rengar, you have to establish a strong side of the map because the Rengar needs to farm until level 6 when he's actually potent. And as a Graves, you have this big window 1 through 5 where if you have a pushing priority on one side of your map, like with the Karma Caitlyn, you can invade and cause a lot of havoc for that Rengar.
Yeah, it's been locked in there. So Talon banned away from Xie, or even top lane. 957 could be picking that one up. More likely mid lane, but that's taken off the table. Camille didn't even see any Camille priority at all in that last game. Forgot the champion existed for a second, but that will be banned out from LGD. So no Camille from Funny. And now back over to LGD for their final ban, which will be Shen towards 957. So stopping that Shen Rengar combo.
And something that we haven't had a conversation about on the desk is the two different styles between 957 and Funny. Funny is very much a carry-oriented top lane player. He has dabbled a bit towards the bruiser side, but as close as he'll ever get to a tank is something like Renekton or Rumble. He's really not that Maokai, Shen, Nautilus type of player. So the Camille definitely fits in that wheelhouse to kind of take the fangs away from him.
Syndra, final ban towards Jinu. So maybe they know something that we do not. Jinu's maybe practicing that like one pick. Okay, we're jumping out of Champion 6. So maybe it wasn't a Syndra ban. I was like, damn, that's pretty good scouting.
PRL's like, that's not Shen. Shen was already banned. Why would you ban Syndra?
Yeah, like what? Okay, so we're gonna jump out and find out what that pick was. Man, I'm getting good at this. The fact that we see so many like misbans, mispicks, I'm able to call it. And it's like, yep, was not that ban, was not that pick. That's not what they wanted.
I would expect that it would be another top lane ban, just to kind of shrink that pool even further. If they kind of sit in the same vein, maybe you're looking at something like a Renekton since the Rumble was banned in first rotation. Could also be something, you know, like the Maokai. It's not necessarily in Funny's wheelhouse, but it is still a very powerful champion.
Sure, if they're just riding the coattails of Imp, it's just like, all right, just make it less easy just to surround Imp with a wall of bodies in the form of Maokai. Yeah, we'll be getting into that one very shortly. Back into it, rather. So this is only second of the day. I think we're doing pretty well.
I'm very excited that we saw a Talon ban come out. Now, it is in second rotation, but I would love to see a Talon finally make its way into the LPL. You know, we've had a couple of the Echoes, a couple of the Katarinas.
Apparently it was a Z ban, actually, as the final one, so...
What is with every...
That's every, like, random stuff that comes in. It's like, we have played Z. It's like, it's not just a simple... It's not like an Orianna. It's not like Karma, which would probably be pretty common in a different region, like you know, like an E or an NA. It's just like, yeah, our sub knows this champ. No, we know an assassin because we're LPL.
Now, I think there's two things. A, it says something about the champion right now at its current point that
Yeah.
all of these players have experience playing it in solo queue. Maybe a bit overtuned.
Yeah.
And then B, I do know that when when the LPL or EDG were visiting the offices, they got to play a friendly 5v5 against some of the rioters there.
Okay.
And Mako insta-locked Zed. And just
Well,
booked
yeah.
it. So it is definitely also a fan favorite of a
Yeah.
lot of LPL players.
Fan favorite, maybe just it's like the Lee Sin, I guess, of the jungle. It's just like we always just play Zed. And even talking about it being like overtuned, it's still a hard champion, you know? Like even you can be mechanically talented, but it's still like not easy to play.
Is it?
You're wincing at me, but like it
As
is.
an
It
AD
got
carry
hit-
player?
They got hit so many hard. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
like
man.
as an ADC, it's
Look
like
at
man,
that.
this Zed just hit R me and he killed me. Yeah, that's kind of true, but he did get hit so many times where he was just like, well, it makes it harder for him to jump back out.
Kind of true. He gets so much safety in the lane. Yeah, now what? The last thing that they increased was the window on when he can reproc his shadow
Yeah.
off of his ult.
Correct.
So now he has to kind of commit to what he's jumping in on instead of just instantly jumping in and killing it. Man, that skill. That must be really hard to pull off.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Zed, good champion, and we're seeing it a lot,
I'm
and also
sorry,
Panda
Zed
Punch.
mains.
And you better know that r/Zed mains pretty angry right now. Top of the
I
Reddit.
can't think of a
Trustguard
champion
just called us out.
that I hate more than Zed. Like, Master Yi would
Master
probably
Yi.
be it. Like, because anytime you see Master
Yeah.
Yi in high yellow, you're like, what? That is never good.
And that's your counter step. What about like Yasuo or Riven? What do you think about those champions?
If it's
as an
on
ADC?
my team, it's going to feed. If it's on the
Right.
enemy team, it's going to go legendary.
Okay, yeah, classic ADC talk. All right, so LGD is going to be Talon ban, and it was WE banning. One of them is it was Camille and it was Zed from WE.
We caught up quite quickly.
We did. We also were just talking BS for like a good 2 minutes, so that also helped. But
I find Zed conversation very
riveting.
therapeutic.
Yeah. All right, there's the Shen ban.
And now it should be a Zed ban,
Yeah.
which now
Don't
means...
screw it up. Hey, good job. That was
So,
Ben, I think. So.
Do you
well
pick your mid laner here or do you pick your top laner here? So still trying to leave last pick to Jinyu, despite the fact that the mid lane pool had been pinched so much, and you did have the opportunity to take another mid lane to pick away by immediately picking out of red, or picking out of ban phase on red
Yeah,
side.
sure. Yeah, it does make sense. And WE, it will be Gragas lock in, and okay, well that makes sense. Ben thought he was picking Syndra, I guess, even though he was like 3 picks away.
That also explains PYL's face, where he was like, "What are you doing?"
I don't understand. All right, I understand. I don't know how it got through Ben's head that was the right thing to do, but there's the Syndra pickup. It's actually going to be locked in for WE. And now we're back over to LGD. Man, if you picked up Cat as a top lane sub, that would be the
In-
most hype thing I've ever seen.
To Syndra, Ashe,
I mean, it's a good pick.
Lulu,
Not into
Gragas?
that, but into the Syndra. Oh, okay. Ari, all right. So, yeah, mid lane subs, assassins, apparently a thing.
I think it just says something about the class currently.
I think so. All right, Ari. I mean, we've seen some great performances out of Icon, but it's been 50-50, as you can see from the win rate. So, let's see if Jinyu can replicate some of that.
Okay, so taking a step back and looking at these compositions, let's see, you have push priority,
That's a shiny nose.
you have push.
Oh.
So the nice thing is, oh, actually, no, you don't automatically get push priority onto a Gragas.
It's WE versus LGD coming up.
Thanks, False.
You're just like, look at trying to theorize this game.
Because I'm trying to
talking
figure
about
out
what's on
who has
screen.
the strong side of the
The
map to
handshake.
protect the Rengar, because that's always what this comes down to, is
Yeah.
can you get Rengar to level 6? Now, we've seen Condi go off in early games,
Mm-hmm.
but he's not geared up to do that on this particular champion. So he's looking at the likes of 957, Mystic, and Ben to keep him safe. And on the other side, you know, Amy, we do know that he's kind of more the tank-oriented jungler for LGD, but historically he was a Kha'Zix main. He was kind of a Kha'Zix one-trick and was known as an assassin player, and LGD just forced him into this rigid tank-playing role. So he has the pick like the Gragas. He can go toe-to-toe and really disrupt this cat.
What we're looking for. Be a bit more aggressive up there. Konzi though. Rusty said it. I mean, he might just go for mobility boost, and if you touch him, maybe he'll go down. But like WE, they show so few weaknesses, so few opportunities. Seen teams try to take it slow against them. It's just like, well, they're never going to make a mistake, so good luck. You're going to be waiting here for literally a century for W to slip up so you can actually capitalize on a mistake. And that'll be hard for LGD unless they get a big advantage early game, translate it into mid game. But there's always the chance for Jinu to randomly go off an Ari, like we saw Zhuizhui do in the mid lane. There's always that chance when you're playing a pick like an Ari. But we're getting into game. It's WE against LGD, second series of the day, starting off day 1 of week 6 of the LPL.
Typically, when you have the Ari versus Syndra, you have to think that it's going to come down. I mean, unless one of them gets the kill pressure on each other, they should just stay safe. But it should come down to roam potential for Ari. Can she beat Syndra to one of these outside lanes, get something going, have these small skirmishes in the jungle? Syndra usually likes more so skirmishing in the jungle, not as far to go because she's not as mobile as other champions like Ari, but still offers absurd burst damage and kill pressure, especially because of that passive. Other things that I love as an ADC main. Man, thank God I have to build Hex Drinker this game.
Man, I was just like, this is so much salt just oozing from those words.
I'm excited to see Mystic and Imp go off, though, you know. Rusty talked about it on the desk. These are two AD carries that are playing at the top of their careers right now. Imp fell down a little bit in 2016, but I think he's definitely made a comeback in 2017. And he's on his signature champion like Caitlyn.
Yeah, Mystic's just been going off. Mystic's just been really, honestly, so solid. This is a quick collapse out from LGD. This is dangerous. Exhaust comes out. 957 will have to flash. Yeah, that was not a great invade.
Yeah, disaster there for Team WE. So spotted out by the ward from LGD. It's quite common to contest Raptors these days, so I like the adaptation of having the late ward there on the ramp to catch a delayed invade. And frankly, 3 versus 2 forces, I believe, 2 summoner spells, the exhaust as well as the flash. And now it's just a question of how does Amy want to punish all of this? Again, he's the Graves. He has the advantage here versus the Rengar.
Nice start for LGD. Also a nice bit of damage onto Xie, just helping Jinu, who's going to walk up and start attacking him. Thinks he's a melee champion. This is not top lane. You are ranged.
He's also very comfortable to trade right then because he does have his green orb there, so has the sustain. So I like the confidence there of understanding when he's strong. Shows that he is quite comfortable on Ari.
Shoves in the wave, but he did lose like most of those minions despite getting there first. So he did lose 5. While only 2 lost by Xie.
But he proved a point.
He did prove a point. Yeah, he did do that.
This lane is not about farming, this is about fighting. And that's what I love in the LPL.
Yeah, the funny thing about the last series as well was that Zhuizhui, the mid lane sub, did not get a single solo kill against Scout. He came very close, but not once did he actually kill him. So, Scout, he has pride still left.
Is that your way of defending the true mid laners?
Yeah, exactly.
One true mid lane to rule them all?
I'm just saying that Xie can't die now to Jinu, otherwise he's just proven that he's second fiddle to Scout. What? Hello. I feel like I don't want to be here anymore. Funny is walking away, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, has to flash, but here comes 957. Man, if he had flash as well. Oh, Amy's in the bush. Flash, auto attack, turn around, do something. There we go. Kills Funny.
Oh, so many poor decisions.
Yeah, all in like a couple seconds. Man, if he'd actually gotten away. I actually can't believe he was in range for that auto attack.
That moment when the Nautilus hook connects the wall, even if he hit Knife Cat, do you really want that?
No, not really.
Especially when he's on a speed shrine like that and he's got double buff. You're like, double buff Rengar, I think I'll take my... He throws it out like mid, they're like, this is a mistake.
Yeah, please don't hit anything. There's a wall there. This is a one-way trip. Yeah, that's just immediate regret, in all honesty. Jinu, big damage from Xie. It was the Funnelage proc as well.
And what that means is that any sort of disadvantage that 957 had because he burned his flash, because they were forced off of that early Raptor camp, is now back in his core. You can see him now. He's buying 2 Dorans. He's teleporting back up into the lane. He's a very happy fat man up there. And he's also going to have his flash back before Nautilus will have his. So there is a big window for counter kill opportunity, or at least a lot of safety in that lane, so he can punish with double Dorans.
Jinu is getting shoved around in mid lane. Pretty much to be expected, and I'm glad that we saw a pick like Syndra from Xie. Like we just saw Scout pick up Jace, for example, in game 2 of our first series, where you can actually really punish the mid laner who's fitting in.
And I think it's really important to keep the creep wave shoved on Ari in particular because she has that line skill shot of the charm. And naturally, if you have the creeps in front of you, it makes it much harder to land that hard CC to set up your jungler for ganks. So even though it technically does expose you in the end to the side, mine spoke too soon.
Maybe. I think we're good for now, though. Just a small point. It's also really frustrating to hit your healing orb on all the minions when you're shut under tower instead of when they're just kind of grouped up nicely in mid lane. Just equal with the minions. But LGD sitting underneath this tower, they knew there was a potential Konzi in the bush, so they'll keep it safe, keep it secret. It's funny once again, just drag himself to the wall.
But Team WE are in a great position right now. They feel comfortable in the top lane. He's got his flash that's just about to come back up. Bottom lane, Mystic and Ben are shoving Imp and PYL around. They've got the push priority down there, which means that Kandi just gets to be a happy Rengar, sit in his jungle, level 5, getting closer to that level 6. The question is, where does he use that ultimate? You would assume that it would be bottom with the Ashe ultimate, but he'll actually get an opportunity before that to use it with Xie in the mid lane. And it's just about different pivot points of power and different places to snowball.
Looking for these stuns now, but Xie is level 6. It's not going to be 100 to 0, but it's going to be down close.
It will hurt.
It will hurt a lot. Jinnu, who is also tick 6 though, so if a stun misses from Xie, there is an opportunity now for a punch from Jinnu, but with this massive minion wave, makes it very, very hard. And Kondi's also hit 6, and Amy is level 4 by the way, so he's just dinged to level 5. There's the ultimate. Funny knows he's the hunted currently. Big damage out from a crit there from Kondi. He'll follow after. That's what's going to be the kill. 957, massive barrel, and the body slam.
And frankly, I didn't even consider that he could go top lane because you look at that, you're like, Gragas, Nautilus, no one should die up there. But again, he's still only level 5. They didn't even use the Gragas cast because he didn't have it available.
Now he's level 6, but funny, 0-2 right now, and WE are opening up advantages in a lane that we said that any lane was going to falter from WE, it would be top lane. And that top lane is 2 kills.
And the nice thing is that because...
Hello? Looking for the outplay.
Oh!
Oh, no, I misses the charm, so we're evacuating mid lane.
But cute little
Abort
maneuver
mission.
as well. Yes, he did just frankly miss the skill shot, but also the fact that Xie was making a very conscious effort to hide himself in the creep wave. You can see that as Jinnu was trying to position for it, he kept cutting back and forth in between cannon creep and caster creeps.
Well, who do you think's gonna win? Amy immediately wants out. Connie is just ripping him a new one. Last auto attack and Savage, you see you later, nerd. Get out of my jungle. What are you even doing at level 5?
Oh, and now it's about to get from bad to worse.
Oh, here comes 957. The cast is literally nothing you can do. There's no auto attack in between. You can't flash out of that. LGD are getting picked apart.
Just, Shaquille O'Neal styled on that guy right now, and it's about to...
Man.
That's the red buff as well. Now every single lane is ahead. Now technically, Xie didn't pick up the kills there. It is 2 kills on Kondi, but as Rusty likes to point out, the jungler, the moving power point of the map. And this is, again, Kondi's just going off in the early game. This is the weapon that is kind of evolving Team WE from kind of that consistent top-tier team to a contention for the first place team in LPL. Now they will face RNG on Saturday to kind of cement themselves, but if Kondi continues to perform like this, it's going to be a hell of a battle against MLXG.
What I think would be really cool actually is the fact that they face each other now. I think now is a really good time that we've actually seen what RNG can do, what WE can do, whereas we saw a very infant kind of toddler stage EDG up against RNG. Though, I mean, that toddler has just lost the ability to walk, so I guess that's just a different story. But WE are in a very good position right now. It will be very exciting to see what they do on Saturday. But for now, 4-0 over LGD. They're literally walking all over them, and until we see any signs of life from LGD, we're just, I mean, this is just like, I mean, I don't even understand. We've got the rotation from Jinnu, who'll come in with the cleanse, but Kondi even wanted to jump onto him underneath tower. That's just like, oh, he's gonna go for it as well. Sidesteps, looks for the charm, just get the flash out of the way.
But this is a perfect iteration of the confidence that Team WE, the fact that he had the gall to look for a play like that. He's like, I can outplay this guy, and looks for the flash there. That's such a dangerous maneuver.
Jinnu came into this game with...
What is this?
We're teleporting for the blue buff. All right, funny. And Jinnu coming in for the play, but they immediately just have to go back to mid lane. Meanwhile, PYL and Imp under attack. Oh, this is great. Why are there 4 people in my lane? Imp trying to get away. I mean, he's just dead. Connie's going to find his 4th kill. Jinnu being chased after. Oh, he clicked R on him. Goodbye. Funny. Also, next challenge approaches. How are you going to do? Oh, not so hot, I guess. Amy turns around. Hook lands. He's going to jump after Ben. This should be a kill. Collateral damage. Finishes off the Yordle. That's 1 kill on the board. LGD will not get perfect gamed.
But the map is completely open for Team WE. Now all of the kills are littered across everyone. Still Knife Cat reigning supreme, 4-0-2, looking to make it 5-0-2. Please, Condi, they have families.
They had dreams and ambitions coming into this game. Jinnu was like, I saw a jungle sub go into mid lane. He had a great series. He won the game against EDG. I walk in, 0-2, getting blasted by Xie. Connie's permanently in my lane. This isn't great. This isn't fun.
And let's think about how that started. That was simply over a Raptor camp, and we ended up teleporting for blue buff. Multiple people die, and now Ringar's running around with red smuff.
Oh, that is actually great.
Red
He's
smite
killed
serrated Dirk.
4 people. 4 different people in this game. His bone tooth necklace is always complete, and we're 11 minutes in.
The free stats.
Oh, Condi's gigantic.
This is rough.
This is one of those games where he could actually just be like 20-0.
And the thing is the map is still relatively closed, so this is actually the safest that it's going to ever be for LGD, because they just have kind of from point A to point B in their lanes to sit in. As soon as these towers start falling, that's when that Rengar becomes even more utterly terrifying, because he can just run you down from anywhere.
Well, we've hit a moment of calm, I stress moment, as Amy is, don't go into the enemy jungle. You know what happened the first 2 times, and that's where you just get killed by Condi, who's 2 levels above you. Yeah, he's just running through his jungle. He's got like battle spikes on the front of his boat. He's just like ready to go.
I mean, it's worked twice before. Graves just kind
Amy's in a kayak.
Walked in.
Oh, his arrow onto Imp, and we've got Condi coming down.
I knew you well.
I mean, oh my god, that just hurts my soul. Connie is 5-0-2 right now, and he's heading into the enemy jungle. Here comes PY out. Oh
no.
Do I have friends? No, I do not.
Oh,
There's a bush
can he clear
there.
the bush?
All right, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
I'm having flashbacks. This is a nightmare.
This is just one of those games.
With the Caitlyn dead, it means that you don't have the primary wave, but you've got the Rengar there and a big wave approaching, so this should be first brick for Team WE. And again, the big important thing here is, as this map opens, Condi's just going to have more room to run you down, so the Rengar is going to get passively stronger on an open map.
Yep, he hasn't gone back to base in a while, so I'm sure he could finish off another big item. Mystic just shrugs off that ace in the hole. He'll also fall back to base. And Xie, how's he doing? Well, he's 40 farm over Jinnu. That's good. And he's also a kill and an assist. Top lane's getting punted around. Funny is 2 levels down on 957.
I mean, their faces say it all. You can see Funny on your screen right now. It's just kind of dejected, melancholy.
Unfunny.
Unfunny.
Yep. It's his alter ego. Unfunny.
Punished.
Punished.
It's his alter ego,
Yeah.
and that's what's happening.
He just name changes between game 1 and game 2.
no!
Imp, though!
Condi, at least laugh. It's funny.
Yeah. I mean, Imp's smiling. Imp's just like, yep, that sure was a Rengar coming into my lane with 6 kills. Xie, let's see, can he one combo? Can he do the froggin? He just right clicks him to death. Not right now. Doesn't clear out that minion wave. Well, Jinny's also not having a great time. Funny, he's getting more and more sad every single time we see him on player cam.
And clock is ticking for Jinny right now, so Funny can at least know that they're not coming for him just yet, that it's probably going to be that mid lane. Actually, though, so this is interesting. Mystic, instead of breaking and moving Ashe towards the mid lane to throw the arrow, is actually going to either just reset the wave because she needs to hit at the tower, or they think that they can actually contest for 2nd tier bottom. Which, Rengar is massive, they definitely can.
Arrow. Didn't hit. That's fine.
But this deep in the map, you have to have perfect execution because there's so much more room for the enemy team to make a counter response. They're closer to their base, they can get back faster off the backs, the towers are stronger.
A plethora of reasons. Plethora, I should say.
Horde?
Horde. A horde of reasons.
A lot.
Many reasons. Many a reason. Well, Condi's onto blue, and I don't think anyone can really contest. But yeah, a little bit safe. Just drag it out. Oh, we're even going to give it to Xiang. All right. No, we're not. It doesn't do enough damage. Nope,
Oh,
still not enough
no.
damage. Okay. He got it. That was a disaster, but WE will just turn this into a dragon as well. Will be the first one of the game in 15 minutes. And we'll just continue to press their advantage. Next one's also going to be Mountain. LGD are getting straight up RNG. Jinnu, it's a bit more damage. Now with this blue buff on Xie, he's almost always in kill threat. This is over a level 11 Xie, and yeah, you have to cleanse that, otherwise he just clicks R.
But there's the Ashe Nana. She doesn't have the arrow, but she will soon, and the cleanse will be down for Ahri.
Mid lane's getting pushed in. Mid lane tower almost down. We're only just cresting the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I agree with LGD here. So they're pulling funny towards the mid lane. Now, if you look at the itemization, yes, just ignore Rengar. I'm just going to block that one out on the screen. But everyone else is actually in kind of a decent position for a possible skirmish. So as long as Rengar is not necessarily involved, they're in good working order. That said, Team WE decide that they don't want to put themselves in an overextended situation. They do the classic WE, they bunker up, they move, they pressure their side waves, set it up, and reset map, and then look for the play. So Funny doesn't get his flank play, LGD don't get to try to capitalize on the fact that 4v4, they're still in good shape.
I'll take that silver lining. That's a good thing to think about.
We're digging really deep.
When you're 6,000 gold behind at 16 minutes. We'll take those. For now, at least, I guess it has slowed down just a little. The only thing that WE has gotten over the last 2 minutes is a dragon and a blue buff. No more kills, no more towers.
But I want to iterate the difference between slowed down to tempo control, especially when Team WE are kind of setting the pace. They are still in full control. They are still in the driver's seat and dictating everything that happens. And they are choosing to, okay, Mystic, instead of pressuring mid lane and taking another objective, instead we're going to swing you down bottom, pick up all of that farm. You've now got your Hurricane. You're ready to continue farming. Now go top lane, take the free tower. Then maybe if we make a pick, we can try to break mid lane. It's still this very controlled, very methodical tempo of game.
Well, knowing that most of WE are concerned topside taking top lane tower, can we make a dive bottom happen? Amy contemplating it, doesn't go for it. Here's a gank into the mid lane. Xie locked down, Condi coming in as well. Jinnu completely exploded. Condi finishes him off finally, jumps into the bush, looks for the jump. Funny falling as well. Xie didn't even die. Ben was there with the ultimate. Just more kills to WE. 957 going 1-on-2. Gonna blast PYL towards him.
Arrow,
He may even
arrow.
pick up this kill. Arrow goes wide. Imp being followed after. Barrel lands. Oh no. Condi finishes him off with a quick bowler. Imp running away. Flash. Body slam. Condi. Ben. Imp. No chance of getting out alive.
And across the entire map, Team WE just won it. Again, it's that controlled tempo and pace. LGD thought that they had found a hole in Team WE's defenses to make an aggressive play, but check out the top side of the map. Look at all of that vision, particularly the control wards. That's how Ben was able to get up on top, and they didn't notice that the Lulu was there to ruin their day.
Oh man. 4 control wards as well on that top side. Mid lane tower also falls 2 towers in the mid lane, plus the top lane tower. More kills on the bottom side. This may be the most one-sided game we've had so far in LPL Spring.
I don't know, RNG looked fairly oppressive in their latest series.
Yeah. And maybe it would just come down to game time. But, I mean, this is just, like, W were over 10,000 gold ahead, and it's not even 20 minutes.
But it's cool about how, since we last saw RNG in their current iteration, we now kind of get this preview at Team WE that they're similar in how they're being or exploiting the map, and it's through their jungler. Again, RNG, MLXG, Team WE, it's Condi this time around, so it just makes it that much more exciting when these two titans get to clash.
I mean, for sure, yeah, this is just, this is the warm-up right now for WE.
Get him, Jinnu.
Go on, get a kill on the board. So far, one to Amy. Oh, Condi is tagged. Oh, no. Predict of the arrow. But Spirit Rush will get him out alive along with Cleanse. And we're on our way topside.
Moving in as a trio, setting down our triangle vision. Can we get a pick?
We're going to look for it. Ben dropping low. Condi going to turn around. He's being exhausted. Down into stealth. Backs away. It's in a hole. Mystic, you take this one for me. I am the carrier of this team. Know your place.
Still life left in LGD. The fact that they're looking for these traps. Jinu, no ult.
No ult, no cleanse, no flash. 957 takes the charm. Here comes Connie. He's got the
No
ultimate
hope.
though. There's no hope for Jinu. And Imp, this is actually just a horror film right now. This is like Final Destination. 957. He's chasing down Imp, and he's going to be a slow one. He's not a very good serial killer, to be honest.
He's got red buff.
Yeah, Imp's going to kind him for literally forever. But he just needs to keep him occupied, in all honesty. Oh no, he's got the honey fruit as well. Flash
no.
catches him, 957. He's finally caught up to him.
I believe Imp.
Nope. Actually, just no.
And you can see it on his face. He's like, I messed up.
Barrels over the wall. He just disrespected him as well. What even is that? He didn't have wards over the area. He didn't even know you BM. The only people who know that you did that was us.
Messes up the flash. Could have had it.
Yeah.
It was a valid
happens.
attempt, but ultimately that means that the 80 carry doesn't have flash. You are top lane Gragas.
And
You're
this is
super
one of
far
those
ahead.
games that you just write off. Maybe they can kill Condi. Nope. Great health. All back to full health again. He's down to half, but he's basically full health.
Meanwhile,
Ash, split push Ash. I mean, I want to know how many towers Mystic has killed. He's killed mid lane inner.
4.
He took
Top
did he
lane,
take
2 mid,
2
and
top
bottom.
lane. Did he take? Oh, he took bot lane as well. Yeah, he killed 4 towers by himself. Because the rest of his team is enough of a threat 4v5 that no one can go up there. They just don't have the resources to send.
What is this casual itemization on Ash? Just the Infinity Edge Hurricane at 21 minutes.
He's playing PvE. He's soaking up all of the gold from those towers.
Who wants to bet it's a triple mountain? Oh, thank God.
At least, well, there we go. Small mercies. This is one of those games that you just say, can we surrender? And can we just go game 2? Because this is just not good for the mental of any team.
You know, surrendering actually used to be fairly common in the LPL. A lot of Western fans who weren't used to it actually used to find it quite BM. But the thing
Yeah.
is the LPL teams, you know, if you're in comms and you're talking, you know, next,
Yeah.
just don't waste the mental fortitude on it.
Sure.
Just immediately go. And you have to think, the LPL has been in best of 2 or best of 3 for so much longer than
Yeah.
any other league. So the amount
It's
of
just a lot
games that they play.
yeah. Seems to me that would be an okay thing in this game.
Run him!
Run! Oh, he got out.
Ah, that's satisfying
He's
to
the
see.
one survivor of the team.
This is a horror movie.
He really is. Now he needs to go away and tell, raise a family, tell his grandkids that he did escape the serial killer while all his friends died. PYL
Round 2.
has only died once actually in this game, so he's the KDA player of this lineup. And WE are knocking on the front door. Is anyone in? I've got a meat cleaver. We're ready to go.
Breaking inhibs is still going to be relatively challenging this early on in the game, unless they hit
Wow.
some pivotal CC. I mean, they're competing against Hurricanes now up online for Caitlyn. Ari's still there, Karma as well as Graves. They need to break this with Baron. Or a pick.
Yeah, one of those two things. LGD, you'd have to think to start grouping up. Amy, he's not got a lot of wave clear with his Q currently.
But LGD do have good vision for the limited seconds that it's going to be around. Will they fall for the trap? It's kind of do or die.
Connie, he's
no.
blending in to the Krugs. One with the Krugs, and the Krugs are with me. Nope, he's going to back towards it. Well, P-Whale, he knew. The rest of WE also setting up a Death Rush. I'll clear up the rest of these wards.
Because
but
this would be the one fumble that they can't make. If
Right.
LGD do get the Baron, it offers them at least 5 minutes left
whoop,
in the game.
loses the Aaron to P-Whale, and I guess that means you're dead. Okay, alright. 10-0 and 4 Condi. That's what Rengar does. Yep. And that was fair. 24 minutes now, and I mean you said it for us, like they need the pick.
Nah, just do it again. Let's
Or-
go.
Alright. Okay, where are they?
Oh!
Oh, they're on top of me. Funny under attack. I mean, he's just not a tank at this stage in the game. Like, alright, that's 2 people down.
He's only
Let's go back to the bush.
he's only got Spirit Visage as well. He's just got his Giant spell. Ninja Tabi hasn't been completed. He doesn't have his Warden's Mail. It's for his Frozen Heart, possibly. Iceborne Gauntlet, whatever he wants to build.
There you go. Redemption comes down. 957. He's zoning away Amy. Oh, that was what? That was too much damage for a Gragas to deal. Ben almost falls, but Baron's over to WE. And now,
Oh no.
Cue everyone running away.
Oh no.
Oh,
the
even
exit
worse.
plan.
All right, Jinnu, run between these two towers. You have to take a tower shot, but that's okay. You can still make it out alive. Oh, no. Condi's on his way. He's got Jinnu in his sights. Can he make it out alive? Well, he's got the extra movement speed. He knows where Condi is. That probably didn't want to hit that, and you are so dead.
The auto attack. The stutter. They say that our producer's always like, you know, stop saying that League of Legends is a game of inches. It's a game of milliseconds. You know, like change the analogy. That was literally a game of inches. That single stutter auto
It really
attack.
was. That just meant that he died. Oh, I don't think he was. No, yeah, he did have flash. So if he didn't hit that and got towards the wall, maybe he was actually trying to get to the plant so he could jump over the wall. Maybe that's what he's looking for. Regardless, he's dead now. And we're pushing in. We're continuing to push.
At this point now, it's the. I mean, let's be frank. This game was over at 12 minutes in, probably earlier.
Yeah, I hate to call it so early, but it really was. Amy is caught inside the base, but there's no one to kill him just yet.
Who wants to take bets that Rusty just sits down at the desk and says, Rengar?
I mean, you could make a good gif out of it, that's for certain. WE
Uh-oh.
are kidding Amy.
Good ult.
He has to use it also to get out of life. Xie under attack. This could be a kill. Never mind, Lulu exists. Everyone run away. LGD, clear out the wave. At least survive for the next 30 seconds. Rengar just burped. Someone's gonna die. WE.
Run!
Oh, Imp flashes away. Can we kill Condi? Nope, he's too fast with that Whimsy. And that's the inhib down. Rinse, repeat. Let's go mid lane.
But LGD did the best that they could trying to defend that. They got their ultimates off on key targets. They isolated people out, but the gold disparity is just too massive.
It's just too big, yeah. Well, if we all step in these traps, then you can't shoot all of us. And actually, 957 refuses to take damage. Mid lane tower, it's down. Mid lane inhib, also going to go down.
He's level 15 to level 12.
We have no ultimates left on LGD. All they can just do is stand here and look threatening. All right, let's go top lane. That was great. Good hustle. Let's take 3 inhibs on 1 push. Let's just kill Funny as well. You don't get to step up. Let's go inhib. All right. Great. Cool. All right. Good push, lads. Let's go back to base.
That is vicious to watch.
That was literally 3 inhib towers and 3 inhibs in a single push.
This is a series that causes retirements.
Yep. Oh, man, I would actually be fine with giving LGD like a 20-minute break after this game. Absolutely fine.
If the game ends before 30 minutes, you get a 20-minute break.
Yeah. This is just unfair.
Okay.
I mean, I really just, in solo queue, I really hate it when people just like, this game is over, just FF, open mid. But I actually just think this is an open mid game, like, we're 20,000 gold behind.
I don't know if
it's not even half an hour into the game. There is literally no chance of winning.
They have a 0-5-0 Ari. If that's not open mid.
Yeah. Ah, true. Very true. But
And Jinnu, he tried. They tried to get in these tiny little
he
windows.
did, yeah.
but
I mean, he did try and fight back. Who's under attack? It's him. How fast will he die? We changed Rengar so that Rengar will now have counterplay towards him. You don't get blown up instantly. You are able to dodge out of his attack.
he also has, 5 passives on like a single ability.
Yep. Alright, well, those are 2 Nexus turrets falling, and WE, absolute whitewash. Super minions are having a party in base, and we're going to start launching onto the Nexus. We could probably dive them if we wanted to. WE take game 1.
Was that a safety dance reference? We could dive if we want to.
It was a sort of one. Vedius has taught me the ways of the safety dance.
Imp's face. What can you say about that game? That was over at 10 minutes in, and
Something like that, yeah.
that is illegal to show in several countries.
Well, welcome back, Rusty.
You stole my line. And I wasn't going to say Rengar. But now I want to, and I'm not going to anyway.
Condi.
That was a spanking. That was disgusting. They had a 20k gold lead at 27 minutes. And the best part about all of this is when you look at the draft, you write down the 5 champions for each team, and you're like, yeah, all right. WE, they'll have a pretty good time if they can get to level 6 and they can scale. Ash could throw out the ultimates. They'll have a pretty good pick composition. And by level 6, it was pretty much already over anyway.
So, is there any more analysis?
I mean, if you want to go and break that game down, it was fairly apparent what happened in the early game. You know, Amy face checked in 2 times very early, gave away initial first blood, and then gave it away again.
Yep.
And from there, it's like Rusty said, then Rengar gets a free level 6, and he gets to use his broken ultimate.
Yeah, and LGD did have the advantage coming into the game because we had the failed Raptors invade attempt and a good punish. 2 summoners down, and then they lost.
Yeah, the thing is, as well, though, like, they invaded trying to actually perhaps reset some tempo in the jungle position. So if
Yeah.
Rengar can at least stay even or Graves can't invade, then it's a pretty good scenario or good outcome for, you know, WE in a way. It's also, you know, what LGD need to do if they want to get an advantage. So Graves naturally going to gravitate towards the jungle of the Rengar, wants to find him, wants to at least take camps to prevent him from getting a full clear and a successful double buff skank off at level 4, because that's where things can potentially go wrong. It's like watching an Amumu run around the jungle, you know, just with claws instead. The thing that, if he gets 6, you're in trouble. But if you kill him before 6, then you're set. But they died at the time where the Graves was meant to win. And that's the only problem that really did eventuate into all of this happening. And it speaks towards the cleanliness of WE, though. The ability to use those leads well. Like, you can praise WE all you want. LGD, they made a decision. It was the right idea in theory, not in practice.
Yeah. So if we look at this series, was that just one of those games where it just snowballs out of control? Yes, it was well played to WE for just closing out extremely cleanly, but do we look towards game 2 and say this isn't going to happen again? We may lose, but it's not going to happen in that fashion, or is it just the fact that there is such a big disparity between these two teams?
I mean, I don't think we'll see Rengar again, at least not in the hands of Condi. Again, they're swapping from blue side. This all started from their ingenious draft. You know, we complimented Coach Home earlier, the fact that they had the priority pick of the Lulu to guarantee either a counter or soft answer to Rengar or the Rengar themselves, and it just put LGD in a corner from the first start of draft. It's like, if we take the Rengar, it's into the Lulu. If we don't take the Rengar, then they get it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, all of this actually put the Gragas pretty damn far ahead. And I do have a replay that I'd like to show you all about the Gragas.
Oh, I'm so
I'm
excited.
excited.
And the reason that I want to actually show you this is because we don't even need to see the keg at the start of this. Look at the damage he takes. This is actually a highlight reel of, you're taking a knife to a gunfight is usually the analogy. I'm pretty sure Imp brought Nerf darts and was hitting him with foam, because this fight in a 1v2, 957 just auto attacks him and ends up dying. He has half health.
Pretty disgusting. And Condi, the man himself, 12-0-5, didn't even die. 85% of the kill participation. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we highlighted Condi at the start of the day, and for that reason.
I mean, he's on our OP5, like you said, and I am willing to call it Condi's the best jungler in the LPL right now.
Rengar. Disgusting.
Rengar.
You didn't see it,
have the
but I
close-up.
also did the hand. Didn't I do the hand? Yeah.
You did do the hand thing. You did everything.
Yep. No, I thought you might have.
This is the other
Yeah.
Rusty one.
I was watching you. I could actually see you.
You can literally see you from backstage. Oh well. Yeah, that was just a clean game in game 1. So WE will take it. We'll look towards game 2 to see if LGD can fire back. Hopefully, we'll see you then.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Welcome back to the LPL for what very likely could be our final game of the day. WE against LGD, and WE completely smashed LGD in game 1. We'll see if they can fight back in game 2 as we're back onto the analyst desk. So for us, Kieran, it was 37% chance to win the game. I felt like that number is significantly lower now.
Well, you talked about that LGD modifier, taking it down to 0. I feel like that's the rotating roster. They're like, if you had Godvi, if you had Intruder, maybe 37% chance to win. Nah, let's just top laner in the mid lane.
They knew there was a wig bet on. LGD knew. They did it for us.
Thank
No,
you.
I think, like, yes, that was bad from Jiddu. I don't think it matters who was in that middle lane with how the game actually started off, unfortunately. And the thing that I actually did want to bring up about that game before you even get into the second one is that was such a strong statement game from WE that I feel like it didn't just want to drive the players of LG into retirement, it wants to drive their fans into hiding. Like, that was such a severe shellacking that it's like unreasonably large victory for WE. They didn't just beat them, they made sure they killed them repeatedly before winning.
They didn't just beat them, they embarrassed them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, like, now RNG, they both have like a pinata game where it's just like who can win faster, right? And that was just really a statement game, as you mentioned. Game 2, though, Intruder is coming into the jungle, so at
That'll
least they
solve
have
it.
one of their pieces. They don't have Godvi, so they're still, I guess, limping. But is this gonna help? I mean, I know it will help, but will it actually like increase their chances at all?
I mean, Intruder, in terms of how they use Amy and Intruder is definitely the carry-oriented jungler. He's also had a lot more rift time with the team, so there should theoretically be more synergy there. So it could mean that LGD, they just saw the power of Rengar. If Rengar's not banned away, maybe they look to Intruder to pick that champion up.
And Intruder's a massive Kha'Zix player as well. And Kha'Zix does well into the Rengar, one of the few jungle champions that can invade the Rengar actively. And so if LGD decide, you know, as a decision drafting, they don't want to ban the Rengar, it does actually still play into LGD's hand strategically as to if they want to countermeasure that.
Is there anything else we need to look towards mid lane? Because you mentioned, Rusty, it didn't really matter who was in that mid lane. Maybe like an extra kill in there would have helped, but everywhere just kind of collapsed. Is there any change that we need to see from LGD regarding mid lane?
See, I'm actually going to disagree a little bit with that point, but in a weird tangent way, and I know you'll agree with me as soon as I make the point, is that it wasn't just about the 1v1 mid lane, it was about also the vision control that goes around. You think about like how Ben got on top of all of that control ward, and he really turned around the one move that LG tried to make. And with Godvi, he is so integral to their vision, especially when he plays, like you see this all the time with their vision stats. When he plays a champion that has high mobility, LGD will place more wards because he has more safety playing them versus someone like Varus who's locked down in lane. He is the second most
Prolific warder
on that team, and so it does make a big deal to not have him and just how the rest of the map gathers information.
It's also why he's such a good Ahri main. Like, he's able to get into pockets of vision where it's denied from his opponents because he's usually the one placing the control wards. Like, he knows that it's denied, and because he's an Ahri, if they find him, he's going to get out alive. So it does make a lot of sense stylistically as to why Godby plays his assassin so well. And yeah, no, I agree. I think the lack of vision is definitely something that'll come back to hurt LGD.
Is Condi getting ahead the worst and darkest timeline for LGD? Is there anything worse? So if you put attention towards him and make sure he doesn't get his priority pick?
Not necessarily for LGD, but I'm actually going to say for Team WE fans. So here's my theory. So right now we have this beautiful timeline for Team WE fans where Condi is playing the early game on a team that notoriously doesn't. But what happens when he meets another early game jungler? Do Team WE still look as amazing, or will they, you know, collapse because they've been plateaued because they go back to their 35-minute styles?
I feel like they slow down, right?
I actually think that Xie is playing so well at the moment that it doesn't matter if they pressure Condi. I actually think that he is just such a good performing mid laner at the moment that he'll still be able to rotate. So as far as I'm concerned, like, when 957 plays well, or he at least plays up and equal to his opponents, then if you pressure Condi, WE still succeed. But if 957's underperforming, then there's a lane that'll have advantage and can rotate. So I do think a lot of it's decided through the top lane matchup that LGD can't exploit in any way, as he is a mid laner and 957 is a top laner. I am seeing an advantage for one of them there. And that's really the major difference to me. Like, Condi can be exploited. He can perhaps force WE into a turtle earlier in the game than they would like. But from what I'm seeing, even just mechanically, confidence even from Xie, that guy is unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and there's Intruder. He just got shown the cards, and he has to he has to do a lot in this game. He really needs to pull something home for them.
And again, Intruder is the aggressive jungler for LGD. They have two junglers, Amy and Intruder. Amy more the tank player, Intruder the carry-oriented player. He's played more games with the team, should have more synergy, but ultimately their problems stem from their mid lane and their jungle synergy with the rest of the team. There's a long list of problems, and just ticking this one off is not going to put them over the line against such a crisp, clean team like WE.
So we actually said it was going to revolve around bot side, and I think that's maybe like the least impactful role coming into this game. Mystic spent his entire game killing towers.
I don't know. I think Imp felt like the game
He
was
was pretty
revolving around
impactful,
bot
yeah.
side.
Oh yeah, I guess the fact, yeah, he just died.
He was a generous bottom laner.
I mean, I really just, it wasn't Imp's fault. Like when Rengo comes down with 6 kills and it's like, well, I guess I'm dead. I guess there's literally nothing I can do.
But it's
It
like
was unfortunate.
what you said is correct. It's not his fault, but it's also because the top side of WE wins. When we say bottom lane is super important, we're highlighting the way that LGD win.
Can
Their
win,
major
yeah.
win condition is that bottom lane. WE have every lane.
Yeah. Well, Imp has to pull double duty. He has to beat Mystic, and he needs to beat him hard. But it's Mystic. Mystic's pretty good. So good luck. LGD WE Game 2.
So now the
Let's
question
go.
is, how does the draft change? So WE banned Rumble, Varus, and Jace last time from blue side. This time around on red side, Jace makes sense as a red side ban, but you would expect things like the Varus, like the Camille, like the Rengar to also take up.
You'd expect so, but so far it's the Varus and the Jace out from WE and the Ryze and Syndra from LGD. So yeah, definitely do not make sure that Xie does not get his hands on Syndra once again.
But ultimately, the terrifying thing about Xie is that he can play any champion. When Team WE went to IM, took down the GE Tigers, and then eventually lost to TSM, Xie played 2 champions. He played Twisted Fate, and he played Double Teleport Diana. Now he's completely expanded his pool. We've seen everything from Maokai and Nautilus mid to Zed, Echo, any collection of any sort of meta champion.
So LeBlanc banned out here against Xie as well. Triple mid bans to start it off. So WE now, their final ban. Will it be Rengar? No, it will not. It will be Camille, keeping away from Funny again. So same as game 1.
And they feel like
Deny Rengar.
they have it figured out. So, okay, LGD taking now a page out of Team WE's book, but ultimately Team WE can still choose if they want to pick the Rengar into the Lulu.
Yeah, I mean Lulu is a kind of a good answer. You just whimsy the or polymorph the Rengar and he turns into a very angry squirrel flying at you.
Or it could mean that Team WE have the confidence for Condi to actually take the correct matchup, either the Kha'Zix, the Graves, even maybe the Elise, and disrupt or get to these lanes before Rengar can really get snowballed and get going.
So many options, but the first one will be Rumble, so could be flexed. It's a possibility, but it's the first lock-in from WE and actually maybe trending towards Graves.
I would say that its chance of being flexed between jungle and top is lower this game simply because champions like Varus and Jace are banned. Technically the Corki still exists, so typically we see Rumble flexed into the jungle when it's flanked by 2 strong AD champions like Jace, Corki for mid and top lane, but you can already see the Graves there, so interesting thing to point out though.
On the opposite side, maybe Intruder as the carry jungler will pick up Rengar, and EDG does, so let's see if Condi can play the opposite side of the matchup now and just shut down Intruder pre-6 before he really gets rolling. And that would be a real statement, just to say, I can just, I'll win no matter what I get.
I think they take Caitlyn here.
Again, for Imp, they did it on the first time around on red side.
Unless they want to completely copy Team WE and pick up Ashe, but this makes more sense for their flavor of the week.
Yeah, it's still Imp on Caitlyn, right? Like, Imp is still the way you win games. Give him priority, give him Caitlyn. That's locked in. WE now, Mystic. May not even pick up the ADC right here, but they are thinking about it.
I like Mystic on Ezreal. I can understand why he would want to go towards Sivir to try to compete with some of that push priority that Lulu and Caitlyn are going to put down, as well as the fact that Sivir answers really well into the trap game from Caitlyn. So instead, he holds off. He's like, let's get more answers, and let's look for the Malzahar.
Yeah, that goes over to Ben. Makes a little bit more sense. WE now, waiting on their next couple of bans. Be Shen coming out against Funny. So, again, a lot of a lot of priority towards Funny on this team of LGD. But they've already locked in Caitlyn, so where else is it going to be really? LGD looking towards mid lane and ADC. They could hit Mystic. And indeed they will with Ashpan.
And now the question is, are they going to throw another AD carry ban, maybe take away the Jhin, the Ezreal, the Sivir? Is it not worth it to them because you still have 3 kind of like holy trinity AD carries to fall back on, and do you try to continue to pinch that mid lane pool and get Jinnu something that he likes that you can blind pick, since Xie will get the counter pick if he chooses so.
Maybe a possibility. Nautilus, final ban from WE, and there's a double hit onto Mystic, taking away Ezreal as well. So Jin's still open.
But that puts Jinnu in a really tough situation. He's going to have to take some sort of mid lane pick that he feels confident tanking blind. You would assume it would be something like the Orianna.
And now, looking at Mystic and saying, what do you pick? Well, Jhin will be the obvious next choice.
A lot of long range threat already coming out of Team WE's composition with the Equalizer as well as the Jhin ultimate.
Oh yeah. And getting range, hit them with the Malzahar. Now LGD, yeah, we're looking towards Funny's pick and Jinnu's pick, so both solo lanes. Let's pick both on this rotation.
I really like Gragas into Jhin. He has one of the longest range displacements in the game, next to Trundle. Trundle and Bard also kind of considers counters to Jhin in the same way that Gragas can disrupt a lot of things with that cask.
Also a great matchup into Rumble, but this time we'll turn Rumble around. And LGD, okay, another lock-in of Ahri. Just, yeah, give Jinnu something he's comfortable with, I guess.
Seems to be a single champion, but now Xie has the world before him and a wealth of options, any direction he wants to go. You have a fairly squishy composition from Team WE. They have a lot of superficial tankiness and shields and kind of passives from Graves and Rumble.
Sure.
I do like Zed into Ahri. I know it is considered a skill matchup, but I weight it more towards Zed.
And I definitely weigh it towards Xie in this matchup against Jinnu, who is a top laner by trade, and that's the Zed coming in here, so almost certainly. And that can snowball real hard. So 957, he'll get his hands on this Rumble pick, Condi on Graves, and then Mystic on Jhin with Ben on Malzahar.
And ultimately, again, Imp can just have a really bad time. He's not catching a single brink. So this time he's like, we got the Rengar, this is fine, I don't have to deal with Knife Cat. Xie gets Zed. If he ever gets ahead, it's going to be so dangerous. Imp and PYL need to make sure that they're constantly keeping track of each other and making sure that Lulu can disrupt and disconnect a lot of Zed's damage.
So again, LGD looking towards their bottom side to see if they can make this carry happen, but Condi now on this Graves playing the opposite side of the matchup. Let's see if he can just make it work. Shut down Intruder before he even ever gets rolling.
And for LGD at this point, they're just pitching the ball as far and as high up as they can get. They need to get so much airtime because they need to get to late mid-game. They need that 3-item breakpoint on Caitlyn. They need the Rengar to have level 6. You know, if this team is all about Imp, they need to survive early game, and Condi is just not giving them an inch.
Yeah, Condi is an absolute monster. Now they have to think about Xie as well in that mid lane. Jinnu also just has to survive, and this is really just like the early game, the objective in the early game. Every lane just needs to not die.
And it's going to get even worse now that Condi has a champion like Graves who can be so much more proactive in invading and contesting and making these plays happen. You then look at the very clear roadmap for level 6 for Team WE. Rumble, Jhin, Malzahar. I mean, that's got Dragon bot lane dive written all over it. So can LG weather the storm long enough to get Imp up and running, or will they just fall over like a house of cards?
Chances of winning this series definitely dwindling. Losing game 1, WE. Yep, that's a word. WE coming into this matchup, 1 game up. Let's see if they can just make it a quick 2-0 against LGD. First game wasn't even a particularly super fast game because they were just having fun murdering LGD over and over again. So they could probably have ended that at like 25 minutes if they wanted to.
And LGD just cannot catch a break with RNG. They have a composition that really wants to scale towards later mid-game, and it's Infernal Drake. So whoever can get the edge first will have priority. Team WE have the Rumble composition. Rumble loves to fight over early dragons with that level 6,
if
level
by
11.
some miracle LGD pick it up, though, it would be great for them, but yeah, that could be the one bait that just drags them out of their hole, and WE finds a fight. Well, this is a lot of theorizing, but none of it's happened just yet. So in reality, LGD could still get an early game advantage.
Again, quickly touching on some of the key vision, I don't think we'll see another delayed invade, but want to point out the teams as both teams are actually pinging it out. Both teams have wards on their ramps feeding into the Raptor camp. Again, Raptor starts are so common these days that we've seen a lot of delayed invades to disrupt that, and just simple adjustments to level 1 vision can help absorb a lot of that stress.
I'm just looking at those keystones. Pretty normal across the board. And yeah, we'll be starting off here. Intruder starting on top side.
PYL, my man, though, not going for the Thunderlord's Lulu, instead going for the Windspeaker's Blessing Lulu. So it's more about how to empower Imp for these trades rather than relying on the proc himself.
Yeah. Mystic taking a lot of damage in return, cannot land that 4th shot, so Imp does get the advantage. It's good to see from LGD. They really want everything they can get out of this bot lane. And Mystic just returning fire as well. I got those triple pots, so over time, a little bit more sustained. Oh, nice 4th shot. Yeah, PYL just took that to the face. So
He's
WE.
He's just getting fried alive, frankly. At Deathfire.
Level 2 advantage. So ebb and flow in the bottom lane, pretty much. Intruder just onto his red buff. Let's see where he chooses to go with this one. Maybe he just tries to rocket to level 6.
You would also assume that because he has double buff right now and because his bot lane and mid lane have control of the push, that he feels comfortable taking the Scuttle Crab and securing advantage for Imp and PYL. This is exactly where he wants to be. Circle back around, pick up your Raptor camp, go to Gromp, and if you really want to, before a full clear, pick up top Scuttle Crab to keep your top lane safe, but you'd expect that that one would go away to Graves.
Yeah, Connie's literally just full clearing his jungle at the moment. Going over to red buff as well. Farm with the Storm, get ahead of Intruder. PYL getting some deep wards in, yeah. Just take out that blast plant, make it a little bit harder for Connie to get in there with a gank. And keep pushing up, try and get this advantage down there. Top lane. We said that Funny has a pretty good matchup into 957, but just have the push priority, so a little hard on Gragas in the early game.
PL needs to be very careful as we now take a peek into Condi, so did manage to grab that Scuttle Crab, as well as laying down some deep vision with his trinket. Should actually force the teleport out of Funny to catch this wave, which means that 957 does have a window where he can either respond with his TP back, or they can try to hold it, make some sort of play bottom, especially with PYL and Imp so far forward.
Yep, just continuing to push on the bottom side. Yep, no dive happening in the early game, so a pretty passive early game, which is good for LGD. If you want to just try and level up as fast as possible.
But it's also very good for Team WE, just stylistically. This is how they like to play the game. You know, they're a type of team that they have the confidence that if a game came down to a single 5v5, that they feel they would win it almost 100% of the time. Used to be true. It's kind of faltered them in some of their earlier series in 2017. Newbie springs to mind as their series that they threw away.
Newbie did go through that streak of being Giant Slayers before just kind of losing their identity. G8 catching Intruder, here comes Connie as well. He's poking him out of lane.
And just as we start to comment about how Team WE also kind of playing it slow, just letting LGD have everything, still showing some bite and some life left in them. You know, Shie hopping the Raptor wall, chasing them out of the jungle, making sure that Condi's still getting his farm. You even saw 957 start cheating down from top side. He's level 5, so that much closer to the big power point for Rumble.
Yeah, pretty happy to react. Bad and Mystic both taking a lot of damage. Intruder could make a gank happen. They know he's there now. And Connie is beelining it on towards the bottom lane.
Teleport is also still available for Rumble. He's ducking back towards his tower.
In it with the combo there. Oh, doesn't get the lockdown. Connie was also on a
Red
route,
buff.
so may have even been a kill, or at least a flash from Intruder. Had the deadly flourish landed.
But that's twice now, back-to-back games that LGD's junglers, different guys, Amy and then Intruder, almost threw the game over kind of an early game, over-aggressive, overzealous invade.
Yeah, different players, same problems. Bottom lane being shoved in, and Imp is a healthy CS lead. As is surprisingly mid lane.
It tells me that something might be happening in terms of the lane communication from LGD. So you have to think, if there's nothing available left for your jungler, to farm, where is he going to go? He's got two options. Either I invade the enemy jungler, I back, or I gank a lane. And if we're constantly seeing problems where Amy and Intruder are both kind of taking these overzealous invades, what are his lanes telling him? So just kind of an interesting observation. If I used to kind of notice this with teams that I coached, and it usually was a communication breakdown problem if the jungler kind of lost track of where he needed to be because he wasn't getting the right information from his laners.
How do you explain Jinnu 2.5 waves over Xie?
Well, he is Zed, and it's Ahri, so before the level 6, it is still a fairly rough lane phase. There's also the fact that Xie has had to pull off of his creep wave, and she did an extra back.
Alright. I accept this explanation. Ben's just gonna run down him though. Hits that level 5. Still looking towards level 6 before they really turn online. Xie now hit level 6 and he's just roaming around with Konzi. They're a pretty strong 2v2.
It's this, though. He's not in his lane picking up CS because he wants this blue buff, but he's done this 3 times now where he kind of peeks into the jungle to assist Konji or to kind of flush out Intruder. It's also Zed.
Also Zed, yeah. Level 6 Kondi, pretty strong. Will be able to take Intruder in that one-on-one. And PYL is needs to get away from these Voidlings. I was a little scared for his life for a second. Intruder gonna jump on Ben. Mystic on his way out.
He's in the creep wave, though.
Ben being collapsed off. Flash out of the way of that bowler. Does not line up the charm for Jinnu. Oh, hello Equalizer. It just tagged PYL. It didn't force any summoners.
Wow, I can't believe he completed that. Okay, so that's incredibly punishing to 957 unless Team WE can actually get something off of this. Either an objective like Infernal, some sort of kill. Rumble's in a bad way now. He just traded his TP for essentially nothing.
Yeah, they were trying to double down there, but Jinnu actually put a stop to that. Intruder has to blast the wall. So I guess they got the Rengar flash. That's something. They'll convert this into Infernal.
This is still incredibly risky. They're very lucky that LGD bot lane was forced out because they were so low health, so maybe feeling confident enough that despite the fact that the Equalizer didn't kill Imp in PYL, because it gave them that numbers advantage where they had that window that Caitlyn and Lulu need to back, that they could just burn the Infernal. But frankly, if Funny had rotated quicker, they could have stalled that out for Imp and PYL to get back in position. So again, kind of cross-map communication blunders perhaps from LGD. Team WE should not get that so easily this early in the game. That's an 8-minute Infernal.
Yeah, 8-minute Infernal, so W did make something out of that in the end. If that Equalizer being slightly better placed as well, it could have been a kill, maybe even 2 onto LGD, so that definitely would have made that TP worth, but still, advances to WE. They will also get this blue buff without pretty much any contest, also to Jinnu. It's not the worst. Xie and Konzi, not the most mana-starved.
You can see Mystic and Ben recognizing that blue buff, that invade and that dive potential was on bottom, and because 957 chose to complete the TP for the Infernal, it means that this is pretty much all WE have left to them. Just this one ultimate to try to clear out the wave and save their tower.
This is scary now. Intruder jumps onto Ben. Looking for the dive. Intruder taking a lot of damage in return. Mystic turning it around. Does he have any more damage? The flash and the grenade will find one. Look for the second onto Imp and PYL. Both have to flash away. Ben has not used his ultimate just yet. Anyone who gets in range will die. Xie also on his way bot lane.
They're done. Zed's going to dive them.
Instant flash from PYL. Here comes the death mark. He's looking for one.
And
He's
he
looking for
killed
2. He's still on the tower. Have to jump away. Finds 1. Mystic on his way. Really wants that. Deadly flourish for the kill. Oh, Mystic. This is why we were looking towards this guy. Funny will find 1 in return, but trade his life for it. That was disastrous for LGD.
And we talk about questionable teleports. Funny, why not do it earlier? Save your team before the dive happens. Don't just try to play janitorial duty and feed another power point to the Zed. Now sitting 1-0 and 2. That former CS discrepancy now almost completely gone unless Jinnu can get all of these creeps shoved into the tower.
Oh, that feels so bad when you're crushing lane and then for some reason they just pick up a triple kill, and it's like, well, great.
And it's just an execution flaw there from LGD. Again, you know, Rusty said it on the desk about game number 1. They had the right idea, just kind of fumbled the breakdown of it. And again, they clearly wanted to look for the dive there, but they fumbled the tower aggro. You know, people aren't going in at the correct times, miscommunication with their jungler. Intruder just feeds for free, and Mystic gets first blood.
Pretty much that. WE taking the advantage in terms of gold and the dragon, and bot tower didn't even die to LGD. Thought that was going to be a nice clean take.
And now Team WE have control of this path behind dragon, and it's so important because it immediately opens up the bottom lane.
Rest in peace, somebody. Wild growth. Should be able to keep him alive. Yeah, Ben just takes a tower shot. Connie waiting over the wall. Intruder on his way down. I think we're good.
But it's the best part about the blue orb now. Is that, hold on, Intruder. No, Mercy!
Oh, not the place you wanted to go into. The reverse swing of end of the line. Yeah, that was, yeah, I feel you, Intruder.
She has ult.
That's the Qs. Maybe could have pulled the trigger there, but respect to Jinyu and the chase potential. Had it gone wrong, he would have died to Spirit Rush.
So kind of talking about this line behind the Dragon Pit, this is actually something that made RNG quite prevalent and very famous at MSI, was their vision control and Matsu's vision control around here, because Immelix would constantly want to play around this, because once you have this unlocked, I never get a chance to talk about it. Here comes the TP dive.
Well, you'll get a chance in about 40 seconds. Frosk, Colony, 957. All of the ultimates are coming down. Imp cannot move, cannot do anything. 0 response time. And PYL also for Ben with the kill.
But it unlocks plays like this. And the short and fast of it is, yes, the smite or the jungle changes took power away from the Raptor smite.
Yeah, he's good.
Took power away from the Raptor smite, but they replaced it with an even easier tool to execute, which is the Blue Scryer's Orb, which pretty much is the same thing. You just turn it sideways, you can sweep out all of that vision, and you immediately get to make dive after gank with less resources. Oh, so nice.
Man, everyone from WE has a refillable potion. They're all starting to pick up control wards as well. Many
They're
long swords.
The most efficient team. They're like the penny pinchers of the LPL.
Yeah, they really are. Actual misers.
I'm saving up. I've got my...
Yeah.
I'm paying off my debt. Putting the mortgage down. I'll see you at 35 minutes.
Yeah. WE. Damn. Can't see going back to base, getting that value. And our bot lane's unlocked from WE. Man, triple kill to Mystic as well. That's just... feels so bad when Imp was in such a good position. It's like, maybe this is the game. The bot lane wins from LGD.
It's not going to be this.
Oh, PYL. Bushes to face check. Or Bushes not to face check. I'll take that one from 100 points. That was... Nope. 2 face check deaths to LGD now. Mid tower at the very least should fall. Nope. She is a bit too scary.
And they also don't have eyes on Condi, so Jinnu can pretty much just push that way forward and can't contest the tower at all. And meanwhile, this buys Mystic so much time to just sit up in the top lane. And even though he's a Jhin, not the best at pushing down towers, especially early.
But he's going to try and turn on this kill. Doesn't have a body slam to lock him there, so he's going to get Roost in place. And Ben has arrived top lane. Doesn't have ultimate for now, but we'll have it in a couple of seconds.
He's
And
going
now
to chase him.
Probably
Can
has
he
to
dance?
go away. I mean,
Oh.
to be honest, I think Ben's just going to walk up and click R on him. Unless Funny gets out. Yep, just the threat of Ben's ultimate means he has to back away. And top tower should be WE's, will be traders on the bot side, so... I mean, there we go. But still, 1 tower advantage to WE. Over to Ben. Mid lane. Gotta be scared for Jinnu's life. Just take a little damage though. Chie did not win that trade. Jinnu's gonna try and capitalize. Just pop the ultimate, the death mark. We'll go back to safety. Jinnu wins this round.
Yeah, Xie kind of flirting with danger there. Not keeping track of the charm, it seemed like. It's kind of odd that he would go for the ult on the Q. Normally you'd go for it on the CC.
But he didn't die, and that's the main thing. No mid lane main has died today.
No one has
to
been
these
disgraced.
Villains. Yeah. So he needs to stay alive. Neither of them burnt summon his, it was only ultimates used, so. There we go. Put that one in the bank.
But we've now unlocked the map even further. So Team WE right now, they need to be looking at this Mountain Dragon. I want to see them continue to press the tempo of this game, which means control your side waves, shove it out, reset map, move towards Dragon. You see already the on your way ping from, I'm going to assume that's Ben.
Yeah, probably.
Which means that LGD have this window where if they want to try to fight the 5v5, they should be prepping around it. The fact that Imp and PYL are cheating topside tells me that LGD are like, this is fine, we'll trade it for top. But if they can't deal with Xie, then they're not going to trade it for anything.
So literally just get nothing.
Just going to lose a free dragon.
And some mountain dragon as well. LGD have really not been lucky with these dragons. It was like 2 mountains last time, an Inferno, and a mountain this time.
I mean, definitely RNG was not on their favor when the snowball came through, but ultimately, if you
Even if there were cloud dragons, the same thing would have happened.
if you play a crap early game, 2 games in a row, then is it the RNG screwing you or your strategy?
You know, Frosk, you were meant to be the cat. Well, I don't even get to talk because Imp's just going to die, apparently. Here comes Xie. Flash after. Should be able to pop him off. Will he die in time?
Get
oh, they went flow! PYL auto attack! Take
got
him out. Got him. Whoa! Flash! Ultimate from Ben. Mid lane's going to drop. Mystic returned with a kill in kind. Both mid laners fall. I actually can't believe Imp survived.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. I know people are like, oh, she's biased for Imp. Stop talking about how great Imp is. LGD are losing. Why would you make that bet? He does stuff like that. Like, that's just cool. Yes, it was a 2v1. Yes, Xie's just trying to absorb a lot of pressure. Yes, they got the dragon. They're going to get the mid tower. Yes, they're going to win the game. But let him have his moment.
Imp almost died. That was just a miscalculation from Xie. But yeah, absolutely. LGD, how about that top 3, huh? Yeah, cool.
Well, EDG continue to flounder. I hear there's a spot opening
No,
up
yeah.
in the top 3.
There you go. Yeah, you're not even wrong. That's pretty sad. Well,
I can hear a producer from backstage. Game talent.
game talents. Honestly, they could easily make top 3 with the way that Group B is shaping up.
And that's the interesting thing about the LPL right now. It's outside of RNG and Team WE, who just vastly are outclassing their opponents. You just have this really thick mid-tier cluster
Yeah.
where you don't even really know where like EDG starts and Vici end.
That's such a good line because it is so representative of how the league is shaping up. Yeah, honestly, do not know how playoffs will look right now, because we're thinking of like taking a snapshot of what playoffs would look like right now if we just ended the split. Probably the wrong move in all honesty, because that would be a weird looking playoffs.
The thing is you have so many teams like LGD, even Snake, Vici now, who are kind of completely resetting the clock on their rosters because of so many rotations, whereas teams like Team WE and RNG are just ramping up even harder. You know, they're not making any of these late minute roster changes. They're staying true, they're evolving their strategy. Team WE developing an early game.
Yep.
RNG developing macro strategy, you know, training up Ming.
A lot of learning just happening, and I can't
How
believe that
much
tower's still
health?
alive. 3
3.
3 HP. Awesome. Well, it is standing gold in the mid lane, but it's just walking up and hitting it is hard for LGD.
It's pretty much just a trap at this point. Team W are like, walk up, I dare you.
I double dare you. Ah, yes, good ultimate.
Imp will lead the charge, no worries. Head first, Caitlyn,
Hit
got it.
Yeah.
Will he pay
Your boy
for it?
Imp. He's out. He's got Whimsy. It's fine. Conley's going to battle over this red buff, but he has Smite, so he wins. And Xie is looking for a kill. That's a paddock scoreline. He's only got that 3 KDA right now. He's actually got one of the only 2 deaths on the team. Yeah. Xie, where's it at? Where you at?
Jinu's got nothing right now, as Team WE have the inside drag on mid tower, and no one is in front to stop it. Jinu, he's there for the flank, but he needs to be in front of the tower.
Yeah, I mean, you're the wave clear, mate. So, just get the charm and a bit of a combo, and
Got
Conley
him.
will say, all right, well, I'm already back to base, so I guess I'll see you later.
That's rough.
Everything is just going wrong for LGD in this game once again.
You can see very clear growing pains. You know, Imp's going top. That means the rest of the team needs to step up and be middle to take care of that wave clear. We talk about this all the time. Like, Imp leads with his chin.
Yeah.
And LGD lead by Imp's chin, an extension to that. Like, who's taking that 3 health tower? It's Imp. Rushing forward. I got this. It's fine. It's okay. I'll push top lane.
But that's
I have
all
to clear
this.
mid too.
That's all they're scrambling over, though. LGD are just trying to take, like, 3 health towers away from WE while they're playing the bigger game. They're actually taking objectives. They're setting up these plays. And
To be fair to LG right now, it is 3 for 3 on towers. They also have control of the bot wave push. In fact, it's going to be made even worse that Funny is going down there and is going to extend that even farther. So they technically do have, like, I'm going to use slight tempo advantage, or at least control of the map right now. But unfortunately, there's nothing really that they want on it.
right now, we're just seeing the other form of WE, which is Turtle Stance. Last game was...
Phoenix, Tiger,
I'd say Tiger.
Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cat.
Yeah, this makes more sense. I guess it's just how vicious it was, right? Because Phoenix is kind of like majestic. I would probably, if they kept like wombo comboing the opponent down, I would say that was Phoenix. But
So where does Bear sit in all of this? Is this like the newbie versus WE when it's like 35 minutes, they look really threatening, and then suddenly it's just like Bear, but they just
Bear.
like smack themselves?
suddenly Bear. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, like an even game, and then W just hit him with clap, hit him with the stun, and then they Tiger Stance.
Always Tiger Stance game 3.
Do you think WE, we call them the Turtle, but maybe they just like Udyr as like a champion?
Well, we've already given game talents Kled, so
Yeah.
I'm certain that we can give Team WE Udyr.
It makes sense.
I feels dirty because I want to give them like a relevant and good champion.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like stylistically, and imagine if Udyr was like, you know, a meta
Good
champion.
And
Yeah.
a relevant,
Yeah.
worthwhile champion.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, he tried. Mystic, points for effort, but Jinnu just has to pay for it. That's the admission. And Xie chasing them down. Curtain Call slowing down targets. But I think we are all out alive. Yeah, it was a one-way trip, but Jinnu took a shot. If he landed the charm, it would have been a kill.
But ultimately, they still have their smite available. They don't have really any key ultimates other than the cast, so LGD, they could look to trade something here. Looks like it's actually going to be positioning for deep vision on Baron side.
Yeah. And the Scry is Bloom, so that's something. Over to LGD.
They placed a single ward.
Deep vision. We got it.
Oh!
Ben caught out. Ultimate from Funny. It should surely be a kill over to LGD. They got it. Teleport from 957 cancelled. There was a trap on top of it, so hey, there you go.
Longkong got the support trade for mid and Lost Dragon.
LGD Malzahar. They kill one person.
We
At a
always
time.
we talk about how LGD are most teams like Team W are Fist. You have all 5 members and they fold correctly. That was cute. They fold correctly into a fist and they just like punch you with it.
Yep.
LGD are a bunch of fingers. They can't make a fist. They just start poking eyes.
Okay. Well, that's pretty painful. That's probably...
I mean, it's painful.
I'd rather not get poked in the eye than punched in the face, in all honesty.
But what's really gonna kill you? Getting poked in the eye or getting sucker punched?
Depends. Have you seen the fight between the Mountain and the Viper? That's pretty deadly. Very much got poked in the eye.
That was brutal.
Yeah. This is this game, to be honest, Rusk.
This one's much more controlled.
I get to be brutal. You made a bet on it.
This is true. I did make a bet on it. But I could not have foreseen that LGD would start a different mid laner. Likewise, in my mathematical calculations, which there's an epic spreadsheet,
Yeah.
LGD predicted to lose this game. So this is fine. This is a throwaway. This is
Okay.
a gimme to the bet.
All right.
If they won this, this was just a cherry on top.
That's fine. I'm just saying, if I ever made a bet over GT, for example, then it wouldn't matter who they sub in.
And Hope is still alive. Intruder, he's on the hunt. He's understanding what's up. LGD, they're not out yet.
I mean, what is he hunting?
Well,
We just got that ward. I mean, that ward's very dead for us.
he
But
has the confidence to hunt pulse. Cause
Okay.
check out little Imp here. He's got the
2 item
Infinity
power
Edge.
spike. Look at him.
Ah.
Look at him go.
We talked about where that Caitlyn needs to be.
Further ahead than 2 items.
It's only like 3k more gold. It's close.
Yeah.
They haven't lost control. I mean, they've lost vision control, but they haven't lost the Baron.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, that's definitely a true statement. Mystic is playing bait in the mid lane. Do you want this ward PYL? How much do you want it? Well, Intruder's there, so we'll get you on the next one. 957. Well, it's Ultimate Fiesta. Imp. Sidestep. Yeah, you're going to have to flash. Jinnu. Ultimate. Cleanses out of it. Oh, he's picked up the QSS. Turns around, looks for the charm. Does not connect.
Okay, that's
Not a very charming
2
individual.
key ultimates down, however. Excuse me, 3 key ultimates down on the side of Team WE. They do still have the side push priority here from Xie, however, as well as all of that enormous vision control around the Baron buff. And they're gonna start.
Okay, yeah, I was looking towards top lane and was like, is anything gonna happen? What are the observers looking at here? No, we're looking at Baron. And it should pretty much be gone. It's just
Intruders
still
in the
attempt. Oh, flash! Just barely not in time. And now LGD, who can get out alive? That is the question. Because Xie is gonna kill your mid laner. Intruders down. PYL, you're gonna be the sacrifice to the zombie apocalypse. Is that what's gonna happen here, Xie? Oh, 95 cents closing in around. Yep, definitely the sacrifice. Imp, just running away there.
This
He gets to live
game
another day.
went from 37% to a quick, I'm gonna give him 10, just in that single Baron play.
Can we get a minus percentage chance in here?
The nice thing about Team WE and what kind of separates them from other LPL teams, though, is that,
They're good.
but it's about what makes them good. So we have a classic LPL setup, the Dragon. You've got a 5v5 ultimate, you know, wombo combo comp. The Jhin, the Rumble, you lure them to the Dragon, you open up the ultimates. If they connect, you win the team fight, you get everything. If they don't, you walk away to get another day. Technically, Team WE didn't get everything, but what makes them a good team is they didn't just set up and bank on their ultimates connecting. It was a prerequisite to clearing out all of that vision on the Baron, making sure that they had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 control wards over that area of the map. So, yes, we've pushed them back off. We know that they don't have vision. Now we've bought ourselves enough time to just cheat this Baron away.
Playing it safe, playing it slow. Ben and Conley just sitting in the bush,
Having
seeing scun fishing.
multiple options on the play that game.
Yeah, Imp, the guy you see on your screen, he was a hero that we needed, but hasn't really turned up in this game. Hasn't really been able to.
He's got his 3
Three item
items.
power spike.
Here
There
we
we go. Imp turning it on.
Oh, just look at that.
Look at the wave clear.
Ah!
She is on the hunt for something. WE are pushing it in slow. This tower's pretty much gone.
Definitely on the hunt for them. Here comes the equalizer, and
And
Zed
round
into
Imp's
back line.
face.
Oh, come on, Zed.
Protect the Imp. Oh, Junu's taking fire. Funny, get in there. All right, now, okay, Funny, you just stay right there. Excellent. Good job, Funny. Intruder coming down. And WE are looking for the push. They have another minion wave coming. Set up a camp. Tell some folktales. The time they killed Funny. Waiting for this minion wave to come in. Yep, PYL. Step up. Step on up. Hit this ward. Oh, psych. I didn't even want to go in. Jinu
Okay.
taking some damage.
Now Zed into
You'll
the back
probably
line.
want to go back to base.
Come on,
957 going to open this up. Let's go Imp. Well, and so the tale of Imp came to an end. A rather bloody end, I might add. And that's 18-3. WE 25-29 minutes on the clock, and they'll look to close out the game.
But what a completely different looking game from 1 to 2. Very similar in times and very similar snowballs, but this time around a much more reactive Team WE rather than proactive. So
Alright.
showing that they can play both offense and defense still.
WE taking game 2. They swap it up to turtle stance. And they swap it back over to tiger stance at the end.
I want to give that a solid bear.
Solid bear.
Solid bear stance.
Yeah, that game was a bit. That was a bit of a bear stance. Oh no, Imp's not smiling anymore. That makes me sad.
That's because he got slapped in the face by a bear.
Yeah, I did get bear slapped. Man.
Team WE don't
a
even
sad
look
game.
very pleased
No,
with
it's
themselves.
like, come on, you just annihilated your competition. That was the cleanest game of League of Legends we've seen all day. And it's like, yeah, wasn't really tough for us, was it? It was, what did they want? Just like tougher competition? What do they want out of this game? I mean, they just picked up a really clean 2-0. They can go home. Still got time to cook dinner. They're in great shape. We're in great shape. Be happy. Get up there, take a bow. You earned it.
Very well-deserved bow. That said, still tougher competition on the horizon. Maybe their stern faces tell of them looking down the line at the true prize, RNG.
Maybe. Coming ahead of them on Saturday. Anyway, welcome back, Rusty. How's it going?
G'day.
Good aid cover.
Yeah, good. That was fun. I like watching WE win. No idea why.
Me too.
It may be because I like WE. It may be because LGD lost. Really hard to say right now, but I'll give it a 50-50 both ways. I'm just very happy.
It was just good League of Legends, to be honest. May also be because there's a bet on it.
Yeah, I might not have to wear a wig. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
To be honest, it's just a win-win for me. I'm fine either way, to be honest. But yeah, WE just completely annihilated LGD, and that's what we expected coming into the day. We were actually expecting 2-0s, but in the end, only one of them that we saw. And the first one didn't even go the way we thought it was going to.
And it goes back to this idea of consistent. If there's any team in the LPL that we can apply that word to, it will be Team WE. I mean, we had a 2-1 victory to OMG earlier against EDG. That's not, but some things remain the same. Death, taxes, Team WE.
And the support getting caught out being the only reason the game took longer. I think it's pretty consistent. WE again. They could have even finished that game sooner if they just unfortunately didn't have Ben caught out time and again. You look at the comp there against, it's not unexpected, to be fair, of a water to actually get caught out that many times in a row, but that was like not just a WE clean game, but it was a quick, clean WE game. Usually when they win in 25 minutes, it's just a complete stomp where Shie gets ahead and just roams around the map. We've seen him do it on Vladimir and Twisted Fate specifically, and AP Nautilus mid one time last. It happens. This game was more of a team effort. It was quick, but it was fast because they were going for objectives constantly. Like, then one mistake teleport that happens, bottom lane's actually followed up with a dragon. It's still the right call because it's an infernal. He stays and commits to it because they can't push the turret then. Like, all of these things compound really well for WE. I just don't think they were ever going to look like losing.
No.
The end.
Great story, Rusty.
TM.
Fantastic. But was this a better win over LGD than the last stories we saw from RNG? Who did it better?
Team WE, because they did it in two different ways. And that's what I was going to piggyback is that's the cool thing. You know, they had game one come out and they smash them. They get super snowball. It's not Shie, but it's Condi this time around. It's very controlled. It's very methodical. RNG, they kind of won the same way both times, and it's them playing around MLXG in particular, whereas it feels like Team WE just have more versatile threats, or at least have showcased more versatile threats in their tape.
Yeah.
That's actually like the coolest thing when we looked at WE for the whole last year is we just said there were 5 good players. You know, they came together and they were a solid team of solid players, but they were better as a 5-man unit because that was their strength. However, we've come into this split and it actually just looks like they are star players again. Mystic looks like an actual star, as does the rest of his team.
And Ben as well, giving the MVP over to him. I would say the only question marks which have been alleviated today was 957, I guess, but I mean, he didn't even look like a weakness. He maybe wasn't a standout, but doesn't he need to when the rest of the team are all a bunch of carries? That
said, any slumping form of 957 looks gone. That guy played an incredible Gragas game. He played great that game, so it's nice to see him return.
Yeah, 957, he's just a role player for the team. Just needs to do what the team requires of him, whereas they've got Mystic, they've got Condi, they've got these big names that can actually come out and make the big plays that are required to get these victories. So as long as 957 just doesn't relentlessly feed, you'd have to expect that coming into every single series except the RNG one, WE will come in favorites now.
And do you think actually WE, for a quick prediction right now, would come in favorites against RNG?
I mean, you'll know my bets coming into the match itself, but I'm definitely going for RNG still.
Okay. Fresco, you feel the same, or is that performance good enough to topple RNG?
I definitely think that RNG have a bit more threats. We just haven't seen them yet. Like Team WE, they've showcased that they can arm their threats, but we know from the past, like Xiao, who's popping off, MLXG is going up, Let Me is actually performing quite well, and then you also always have Uzi, and that guy will just win you a game sometimes because he's just Uzi and he does Uzi things.
And when you look at EDG against RNG back when it was this epic clash of the Titans, that was where the action was happening. Uzi was getting kills or Deft was getting kills. The bottom lane was super explosive. It's a really big challenge for Mystic and Ben to keep up with that bottom lane, even if it's Ming now as support. It's still Uzi. He wins lanes by himself, and that, to me, might be where the differentiator actually lies.
Very possible. Well, I'm going to go WE, so I'll take the opposite side. Anyway, let's take a look at tomorrow. We have a bunch more games coming up. We're not going to see the two Titans clash, but we'll be Newbie versus Aime coming up as well at the start of the day, followed by IG and QG. A lot of interesting things happening there. I feel like IG versus QG should be a very similar game to what we said coming into today, at least, from like EDG going up against a weaker team. And on the opposite side, like Newbie and Aime, probably a more even game, at least even from the standings here.
But as we talk about these standings and we're looking at Aime, again, kind of back to the LGD bet, teams you're looking at, Snake, Aime, OMG have kind of they should have jumped ahead because of their victory over EDG, but there are 3 key teams that LG kind of have their laser focus on right now, and I may have a really tough schedule ahead of them. Other than Newbie, they will face all 3 of the top teams, and they have a very rough road ahead. So if LG are looking to scrape by anyone, it is that team. They need to perform against Newbie tomorrow.
Yeah. And Newbie, I mean, what can you say to this team? Yeah, you need to perform well against Newbie, but Newbie can be the team that beats EDG, or they can be the team that loses to literally everybody else in this league right now at the moment. If they find consistency, I don't actually see them being able to win either.
Yeah, I mean, we've even kind of lost a lot of that as well, because they used to be like the Giant Slayers. They'll win against everyone above them, lose against everyone below them, and right now they're losing against everybody. So it doesn't seem like they even have that anymore. So is it go back to that, or is it just find a new identity for Newbie and do the same thing that like Snake has done, for example?
I still think that they're trying to figure out what mid laner works for them, honestly. We've seen Cool kind of return. We've seen good things from Coco. I'm actually really curious who's going to be starting tomorrow, and I think it'll be really telling of what form Newbie want to take. If it's Cool starting, he's the most recent mid laner that they've played, then maybe it feels that Newbie have a solid direction to start swinging upwards. If it's Coco, it's kind of back to the drawing board.
It's true. Really, it's just kind of an arms race in the middle of the table. So anyway, we're going to close the day there. Thank you very much for the analysis, ladies and gent. Ladies, I guess I count as a lady, that's fine. We're going to close the day. Thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you again tomorrow for more League of Legends action at the LPL.